Okay, I'm not waiting for the satisfying music drop part. I just want to get into it today. I'm excited. How's everybody doing? Good to see all you. Is the camera out of focus again already, or is this my eyes? I'm starting to worry for my camera. It's been doing this more frequently. It was both. Gonna be in Canada in 2 weeks. Let's go, Mustard. So early? Hey, Siggy. Oh, my eyes are out of focus. Yeah, exactly. Makes it hard to tell. How we doing? Gage, Danny, Trade, White Priest, Mustard, Kara, Siggy. Anyone else who's lurking about? Kevin says hi to you guys. Hey, Pericles, thank you for the 35 months. That's a long time. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hey, Sloth. Excuse me. Oh.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag.
Oh. Thank you again. This was the right emote. Part is there, probably PR. Good for you making that move, Mustard. Seriously. That is, self-care. Alright, let's continue. No looting, solo honor, Baldur's Gate 3. We're pretty much towards the end of Act 1. At least everything I plan on doing in Act 1 right now. Not gonna deal with, Ethel immediately. Because I think I do want to wait until I have either an Elixir of Guileful Movement or the Ring of Free Action. And maybe some more class features and such.
Breathe deep and move.
So we got a few things to figure out. First, let me, out of curiosity, test the thing that Mustard mentioned. Just see if tadpoles have a consume thing on the ground. I'm pretty sure they don't. At least not while they're on corpses, but let's check the loose one in Nettie's area. But yeah, we have to knock out Minthara, kill Ragzlin. Those are the current things in mind. It is very important that we do knock out Minthara, because that'll be a lot of money, useful piece of gear, and multiple tadpoles. In the long run. We would get 1 tadpole in the short term, but 2 in the long term. 1 by killing, 2 by knocking out. Saving for meeting, don't consume anything I wouldn't. Yes, ma'am.
Something over there.
I'm gonna save my poison reserve for board hash, but fuck it, or receive the worm in the end. That was still very satisfying.
There's a parasite nearby.
Yeah. There's no consume option. Can move it. We did kill the Flint, so go check her corpse. Hey, Superman, how are you? This will only be the first one. Yeah, the first one, it doesn't even give you the consume thing. It's just like the dialogue. Which is how we were able to get that. Like, we got 2 tadpoles. Well, we got a tadpole and a gift of the absolute, and we were able to dupe the tadpole. So that's how we have 3 invested.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Nope. Okay, so the Minthara knockout is the part that's really giving me thought right now. I could respec to Monk. And that would make things quite a bit simpler. But I'm wondering what order of events is preferable. Like, if I kill Jor Agzlin first, Minthara will be a lot easier to surprise. Would you take the tadpoles with limited info at the beginning, or do you think it's too dangerous? I probably wouldn't use them until I had some sort of close call and was like, hey, I'm not gonna get a chance to cure this if I'm not alive. Which is pretty much the position a lot of the companions take. I have enough to chicken chase now. Cool. Well, let's turn into a drow. Let's, speak with animals.
I've got a long I need a quick word.
Morning, Guava Chips.
Well now.
Offline run's giving me some feel for tactics rank. Think I have in the right place. I'm really looking forward to that trade.
Sound easy.
Most companions are against it. Not really. Most companions are wary of it. It's the astral tadpole that most of them are, like, against it. Like, Gale, Astarion, Minthara are all for the regular tadpoles. Shadowheart, Karlach only require, and will only require, like, a little convincing. The one who's really against the initial tadpole use is Lae'zel. Minsk also doesn't mind the regular tadpole use, but is super against the astral tadpole. Minsk and Astarion are really against the astral tadpole. 17 round Merkel did get above S rank tactics. Legendary boss is a bit more lenient. Right.
Well,
The mark glows.
Oh. Good money off of that. Yeah, waiting until we had money to do the big wager with Krollo was a good call. So, I can't pick up this dwarf meat, but I can consume it.
You looking to spend it?
What do I want from this guy? Boots of Aid and Comfort are almost tempting. Almost. Swarzy shoes. Normally I buy these just like without a thought. Because in the grand scheme of things, less than 100 gold for this is pretty good. But I don't know if I can justify it on this run. The thing I might have to buy here, I don't want to. Did figure out a Sharon Retribution Retort Blue is just the DR. And then purple, yeah, that's how I thought it worked. It's not limited to melee. That's cool. Is it like Oakfather's Iron Vine situation? It's everything? Or is it attack rolls? Everything? Sick. Purple DJ half-plate stonks are just... I wouldn't even say they continue to go up, because that armor's always been cracked and we've always known it. But, yeah. I don't want to buy this fucking thing. But if I want to throw weapons... this is my only option for a bound weapon without a respec before Act 3. This is the worst bound weapon in the game. And then do I want Gloves of Archery for bow proficiency? I'm gonna force myself to buy this. Oof. That was like more money than I've spent in the rest of the run so far, combined. On a weapon that isn't good. Hey, McBain. Thank you very much for the 40 months. Really appreciate that.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Quag Chad, Quag Chad, Quag Chad.
I call the ogres out here. Like, I was thinking about calling the ogres against Minthara. And then, like, hiding. But problem is there's a solid chance that they win that. If she misses attacks. If she hits attacks, they're fucked. But if she misses... I didn't get the Pearl of Power from a Melum yet. How much does it cost to buy Oscar? $200 with good rolls. I don't quite have that. Try to get to 200 gold then. I'll sell Pale Oak, which I was resistant to, but... Another thing I was thinking about is maybe even selling the armor off my back. We'll see. Free if you're a real Gith with good rolls. I didn't know that. Nice as Dwargar's been. There have been enough situations where Githyanki would have been really good. That would have been a good option here too. Like having persuasion proficiency, having those weapon proficiencies, and then certain dialogues. It's okay though.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the
Paintings, yeah. That is the logic. I'm also gonna need to speak with Dead Scroll eventually. Bagging that one up is important. I only get 235 out of this. Hang on, that battle axe in my inventory. Okay, yeah. Ooh, dagger from the Lae'zel cutscene. Right. Nice.
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
We're keeping this light crossbow in case I want to sell Herald. DC 15 Intimidation. It's not too bad. Hey, Guava Chips, thank you for the 2 months.
Need anything else?
Really appreciate that.
Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Quag jiggling, quag jiggling, quag jiggling.
Well, if you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most heroical likeness.
I doubt you've got that kind of dosh line about.
DC 20. I'll use inspo.
All right, mate. Go on.
600.
Anything lower would be criminal.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to check his inventory. Shit. Okay, well, now Titan String is here instead of at Lantarf. How much do I care about that? I didn't really have plans for it, but it will cost me more money in the long run now. Need to sell more stuff now. Sword of Justice doesn't really sell for much. Sell the Wyvern Toxin. Guess I can sell the Revivify Scroll. Sell one of these daggers. I call the ogres. I can sell the horn once I'm done with it.
Need anything else?
Hey, Sora.
Always happy to help
Hope you're
those
well.
who follow the first circle.
I need the mace and the battle axe for Morning Lord's Radiant stuff. Don't know how I'm gonna get a Warhammer. I may have to purchase one. I'll just sell Herald, aren't I? Let's wait until I've dealt with the Goblin Camp stuff, because I can get a little more money together, especially from the sack that Zevlor is going to give me. There will be some stuff I can sell, and also I think a little bit of actual gold.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Warhammers? No. Actually freeing Saza. Here's the issue I'm running into. If I want the quest reward for freeing Saza, which is a little bit of XP and another item, doesn't sell for much, but another item, that locks me out of handling Mindara the exact way I want to. So I don't think I'm going to be able to justify doing that way. Which means I should kill Sazin now.
I'm gonna bite the end off your teeth.
Time to skulk about.
And you.
Your act. Moving in.
Say that?
Harpies, I don't think I'm going to bother with. Murkon will give you... Murkon gives you a story. And once you save him, he'll write you like a story. And you can sell that. So maybe I should still try.
Isn't that
Problem is I don't have access to darkness for the safe version of the strat. Will the ogres attack Murkon? The dwarf poem? I did not. Which goblin has that? More XP this way and letting Arca do it? Yes. One wearing the guy's pants, no checks his drow. Okay.
What's up for discussion?
Greetings, your most excellent drowners. What is it? Proper stylish, ain't they? Had a couple of coins in the pockets and some daft poem. But that's all.
The mark glows, but you feel nothing.
Good shout. Yeah, 100 gold sell value on that. Thank you, Mustard. So if I disguise as a different drow now. Do you think I'll have the option to get the money?
Greetings, your most excellent drowners. Proper stylish, ain't? Had a couple of coins. You having a laugh? I need the money. Someone else will...
It was worth a try. I think I kill everyone out here now.
Still in control. Just.
Welcome back. I don't want to do the poisoning, but I don't actually have a poison. What do you make basic poison out of? Let's check. Or does it have to be simple toxin for this? Bone cap. Can't think of anywhere where there's bone cap grouped up like that. I sold the poison Skick Pit gave me. I sold the poison Nettie gave me. We want the stump near the Fleet Fingers. So we need a third. Maybe buy a bone cap. Then extract it with those two. Here. Wait, can I move that one? Can I just move it? Yeah, I know there's bone caps in the tunnel there, Irish. It's just, I don't think there's that many. But it seems I can just move. Okay. When the game lets me, that is. Cool. Thank you for the assist. Hey, Pogler. But now I need ashes. What's cheapest ashes? Dragon egg mushrooms? Hmm. The mugwort, there's another mugwort. If there's a third mugwort somewhere, we'll do that. I know there's more mugwort over in the Blighted Village. It's just I don't feel like dragging a flower for that long. Maybe I'll have to. Be 3 in Nettie room. 3 in Nettie room. Okay. Sounds right. It's gonna be painful. More so right now than later, I think, Irish. Because I will have access to a couple pretty big injections of money in Act 2 and 3 that'll help with some of the problems I'm experiencing here. Like, once we get access to Lantarv, as long as I win the dialogue, I'll be able to have a max attitude vendor without having to invest gold. And then that means I can sell everything I want to sell to him. I'll also be able to get money from bringing every companion and hireling to Araj, which will, even with the cost of hiring the hirelings, it'll net out to more money. And then in Act 3, provided I've saved Oscar, I could complete that quest to have him make paintings of everybody, and then sell those paintings, which will be a lot of money. Strip hirelings of their items too? Yes. Mugwort, dagger root, mugwort, autumn crocus, 3 mugworts, 4 even. Alright, so we have some salts for other crafts.
That's curious.
3 bullywug trumpets.
I don't need any attention.
Write those together.
Don't waste a step.
Hireling Divine Intervention is also gold positive, so there's money in that too. And then there's even the possibility of I set up every single companion and hireling as 1 level of druid, so they have good berry, so I can use all their spell slots for camp supplies. Which is honestly something I should already be doing. Now we have a suspension.
Can't slow down. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to buy some dragon egg mushrooms to be able to make this basic poison. Yeah, there's 3 autumn crocus. It'll take me a bit, but I'm gonna drag this one over there. Good.
Goblins before we can go anywhere.
Druid? Goblins? Then what? There'll be other things looking to kill us.
So if I sell this poem, then we're only a little bit shy of what we need to buy Oscar. Problem is, bottoming out my money like that means that I don't have the money to respec or grab a hireling on demand. So we're gonna make this purchase, or make this sale, I should say. But we're not gonna buy Oscar yet. Of course, I could try to kill all the Zents. Here's what I'm gonna do right now.
Not this one. For a mere pittance of most willing. Very well. Choose.
We're gonna recruit one hireling. I'm gonna get Sir Fuzzlump now, because I have 2 inspos at the moment. If I put Sir Fuzzlump and Gale in my party, then I can get 2 inspos by reading the book that's on Booyog Piddle's corpse, and I can sell everything Sir Fuzzlump has to pretty much cover the costs of hiring him. Then we keep him here for a bit.
I'll say one thing for our troop. We're not sure.
The build command is not for this run. It would be in the title if it was.
Can't risk being in open view.
I want to take you to memorize where level scaling exploration XP is. Not very long.
Best be on my way.
Not very long. Here's how important it is. Usually baseline is level 10 for Merkle fight. So we got level 11 pre-Merkle. Pre-knowledge of coal mining. This was before doing any exploration spot optimization. With currently known exploration spots, if you route them all optimally, you're looking at a difference of around 8,000 XP. So, not a make or break thing as long as you are on top of things elsewhere. Out of meeting who up fuzzin' they lumps. Welcome back, Danny. It is interesting how many tendencies of mine have been forever altered by doing that no-hit run. Because they're just very applicable strats you could do on a wide variety of playthroughs. I haven't been to the Owlbear Cave. Can't get Oakfather's Embrace. I can't really do Vision of the Absolute, because I'd have to abduct the corpse in there. Or no, I'd have to pick up the corpse. There's no way to do that. So, the way I could reasonably get, and this is, again, violation of Spirit of the Run, I could reasonably get, Vision of the Absolute would require use of either Scratch or Reverse Pickpocketing. And this is why we specifically banned those. I'm just debating what my plans for the Owlbear Cup situation are. I can get like 15 XP off of the prayer sheet thing, I guess. I don't plan on resting between now and when I deal with the goblins, because I don't want to have to buy another strength elixir.
Well?
have any better ashes options. We have one dragon egg mushroom, really, Dareth? Guess dagger root. That's substantially more expensive, though. I should go around getting the nightlight fronds as well. Gross. But that's 2 dagger root. I go back to here, because there's definitely some around. This should allow me to get the basic poison, which then I can use to kill the goblins. In a way that gets me a dirge inspo. So this does mean I didn't need Puzzle Up right now, because I'm gonna get an inspo in a moment here, but...
Need anything else?
It's good to have good habits.
Those who follow the first circle.
We sell all Fuzzle stuff here. It gets me back 60 gold. It costs me 100 to hire him, so net cost of 40 gold there. I'm okay with it. Aaron has a dragon egg mushroom. Back up all the alchemy mats. Bucket back up the camp supplies too. Start getting back to my no-hit routing. Spent an hour putzing around talking and getting non-fight XP because I was so terrified to fight anything. Well, that's a huge part of the run, yeah. Getting as strong as you can before you have to fight anything. I didn't get in a lot of combats in that run, in the grand scheme of things. And like when I did, it was usually set up in a way where nothing could even understand what was happening. So like, darkness, AI breaks stuff. Darkness fog cloud.
The sooner we can safely leave this place behind, the better.
And getting dark.
Here it is. I can use one of these ashes of dagger root. Make a basic poison. This purpose putting stuff in a bag so it doesn't get refreshed when the vendor's inventory resets on long rest or level up. Hey Jester. No looting? Yeah. We live in interesting times. We're gonna have an interesting run. I do want to avoid blowing up any of the dwarf meat. Fortunately, that doesn't break invis.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
And control. Lindsay and I discussed it last night. This playthrough can't romance anyone either. It's not looting their drawers. Unfortunately, I promised a certain vet.
Never wanted the easy path.
Everyone got a drink?
Clementine!
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
You gonna do the thing? It's gonna make me do this the hard way, aren't they?
Love what put us through this hell. Stop doing it. No, never mind. Keep it together. No time to rest.
What should we toast to, eh? Guys!
You raise your glass and shout.
I bet each and every one of you before the sun set. For the absolute.
Finding the
Go on, drink up!
Drink for the host.
That's how you end up dry. Now get up!
must have been those strangers.
Someone's killing us off! Battle station!
The mark glows, but you feel nothing in response. Your illithid power
Not intimidating enough.
until you rest.
But over here.
With haste.
I'm taking some risks here. Ooh, I should have dropped my disguise. That should have been my action instead. You coming out here, or are you over there? I'm planning to jump up here. There you are.
Hope this ends well.
Some Act 3 cheese looting from a certain druid. Not the cheese. The XP Thief 9000 to do its thing.
Can't risk being in open view.
We'll hide to cancel out the disadvantage. No angle where I can hit Corolla.
Here we go again.
Something I'm making sure to be wary of is a rock throw crit from the ogre could probably one-shot me. How much HP do I have? Yeah. It'd be really close on a max roll. Extremely unlikely for that to happen, but the chances are not zero, so...
Just out of view.
Be here a while. Bomb throw would be so clean, but not really an option. Maybe a good old Eldritch Knight so I can bind a dagger and just keep throwing that. Maybe that would be nice. So I could have 3 feats at this point, pure class fighter. I would lose access to guidance and enhanced leap. Or I could get enhanced leap still. I could have enhanced leap long strider, I would lose tempestuous flight. I'd get access to... I'd have extra attack. Could bind a weapon. Action surge. A little more HP. Losing access to Moonbeam and the like is not something I'm willing to do just yet. The max roll. Very nice.
Don't waste a step.
With combat so we can reposition it down here.
Never quiet. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Pigs.
Was hoping you would try the ladder. Oh yeah, you're doing it. I don't know why I thought you were not.
Should get started. Tessins throng, blood whispers.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Waiting for my action to come back.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
The pike coming back to me stopped Deathstalker Mantle from doing the thing. I can't decide if that's a Deathstalker Mantle L, a pike L, or a pike W. Could be all three, even.
Don't want to draw any attention.
What are you doing, cat? The answer is yes. Yeah, fair enough.
Seen everything. Better make my next move. Out of sight.
Healing. Let me go ahead and drink that.
Just out of view.
You attacked someone.
I didn't attack someone. I rolled a 3 with advantage. Clearly, I wasn't actually trying to hurt them.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You calm down, man. I don't even know what you want. Stop it. Don't try it. Don't try it. Of course, I get double-digit rolls outside of the game. I got the same roll. Nice. News.
Spirits have seen everything. Open up.
Could drink a cultivation elixir from here. Useful information. Also, haven't taken out that drum yet, though.
Nothing hurts anymore. Cutting to the chase. I have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Maybe shouldn't have blocked the ladder yet. I can still use this. Okay. Doesn't work how I wanted it to. Never mind. That's fine.
Out of sight.
They weren't close enough, I guess. It's okay, we got another one.
What do I have to lose?
Still no?
Just
Okay,
have a
fine.
few.
Just scammed.
Mind if I do?
Trying to be stylish. Game said, hell no. Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Those two that aren't biting are or that one is one of the AI broken ones. Alright, it's still an okay opener. Armor of Agathis? No, you're dashing? Even better. Make it all the way up here, please. Beautiful. Affects my strength, but do I care? Nope.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones.
Thoughts, nothing of interest. Fighters, there's a bit of risk to that. Really wish I had hand crossbows. That would open up my options.
What are we waiting for? Spears a show about. Hostile.
Life.
Didn't mean nothing by it.
Oh, you are running the wrong way. He was going for the drop. Should be okay though.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Village to the east.
Bloody hells! What? That way. Leave me alone! Said they heard something moving around out there.
Imagine succeeding in athletics check. Could not be me this playthrough at all.
As it could have. This calls for careful footwork.
Chillin'.
How many raiders do we have?
Plenty of lashers, loads of hunters, and a few pariahs to carry the powder kegs.
These pariahs.
Not for.
Add it to your inventory. Thank you. That one too.
Keep.
Spears are sharp. The lads are all riled up and ready.
And one more.
Best keep.
Can I get you to do one more?
Not over. Then
The village to the east. It's abandoned.
Looks that way. But Scout said they heard something moving around out there. Something big.
It's not our concern. Our prey is elsewhere.
Tempers.
How many raiders do we have?
Plenty of lashers, loads of hunters, and a few pariahs to carry the powder kegs.
These pariahs, they're prepared to fight for the absolute.
What they do ain't exactly fighting. All they gotta do is light up their powder and burn.
Then they're prepared to die for the absolute.
She's gonna put him in her inventory. I want her to put me in her inventory. Like if I was trying to kill her, I could do it real easily right now. But I'm not. I did.
Need something?
It's all too expensive.
Pleasure.
I may have to actually do that long rest that I didn't want to. Specifically because if I do successfully save Murkon, that's a little bit more money. Problem is, that's a huge risk for, like, 20 gold. I should have spell slots before picking the fights that I'm gonna be picking. Excited to finally have time to get out for a walk, look outside. It's goddamn snowing constant. Ugh. On Sarnet. Oh, sorry. I misread that. That's rough, buddy. I don't know what this outside you speak of is, but it sounds delightful.
Something's on my mind.
Well?
Alright, but if I rest, it's gonna have to be a double rest. Jake, can you calm the fuck down? Thank you. There's 3 swarming toadstools here. I could technically drag together chasm creepers. As well. Be a little more difficult. I think there's one up top, there's one there, and then I think there's one more. By that chest I can't do anything with. Use a short rest, have Scratch kill Dorn and oh. Doesn't gain me anything immediately though. Could wait on that. Think about how to handle camp supplies for a rest. Because I'll have to do a full rest. And then a partial rest. Each good berry use is 4 camp supplies. I get 16 camp supplies. I know what I'll do. I need to look up a feat. Magic Initiate Druid lets you pick any level 1 spell.
I don't think there'll be any more. You have an interesting definition of friend. All right. There's no time to waste.
Hey there, monkey. What's happening? Gotta go to work, can't hang out today. Still watching this VOD back? Let's go. Happy to have you. Camp chest allowed unplayable. I'm barely using it for what it's worth. It hasn't been actually relevant yet. Why does Shadowheart feel more naked with the leaf? She totally does. Magic Initiate Druid. So that Shark can learn Goodberry. Allowing a once per long rest cast of Goodberry. Oh no, the portrait. It's gonna be like that for a while.
What's going on?
The Lady of Sorrows guide us. If you're sure.
How many companions? 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24. I can get 24 camp supplies of good berries out of them. I think that 4 might be enough. Because if I now do this, I have natural recovery charge. One of Astarian's portraits stuck because you never leveled him up after uninstalling Vault Starian. No, his portrait's normal. That's 20 camp supplies. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing with everyone else, getting the Magic Initiate Druid. So collectively, the spell slots I just spent, the good berries Shart just made, and then what everyone else will get by doing the same thing is going to be 1 supply pack worth of camp supplies. Hey, Mark. You're home now, right? Welcome back. I'm assuming you're home. I was actually supposed to go Cleric on a star in here. What is with the portraits? Oh no, they're all going to be fucked up. It's fine, this means I'll just have to respec him later. And Nightwing, thank you for the Prime, the 5 months. Much appreciated. So taking a Magic Initiate Druid on a Druid limits you to 1 good berry. I was curious about that. Yeah. Okay, that's unfortunate.
How many die today?
My dagger happy. It's
Very well.
But since I've accepted, I'm gonna have to respec some of these companions at least once.
This vessel is at thy disposal.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Cleric. I should really set Hireling up as potion crafter for the rare occasions where I am doing that, but I'll save that for later. Cleric. Magic Initiate Druid. Been the most interesting issue you've dealt with so far this challenge run. I've been able to watch as much as I would like to so far. Well, never having critical hit immunity means there's a lot of fights I'm not willing to take. Also, not being able to buy consumables is, or even loot them, is interesting. Like, my healing potion supply is basically non-existent. So I have to choose what my spell slots are for, whether it's getting health back, whether it's making camp supplies, or whether they're for emergency enhanced leap access in combat, or for offensive spells, or for utility spells. There's a lot of choices. Which is interesting.
What to do?
Okay, everyone's portraits are just... interesting.
Never a dull moment.
This vessel is at the... This vessel...
Did I actually get more from there? Money? Doesn't look like I'm getting more. Huh.
Dream in red.
That's 6. I have 20 here. I need 14 more camp supplies. I can buy a little bit of booze from Aaron. Be the most efficient way of doing this. Why do their portraits look like this? I don't know. It's very distressing, in all honesty.
Hope this ends well.
This vessel is at that disposal. I tell my partner. The thing is, Danny, I believe you.
More goblins. What's next?
Need anything else? Always happy to help those who follow the first circle.
Alright, so let's pull up the camp supply table. And we gotta make sure we're resting efficiently here. Alcohol. So Arabella Dry. Baylor Ale. Baldur's Grape. Barrel Age. Caliridian. Gulf Marin Reserve. High Sun Liqueur. December Ice Wine. Mermaid Whiskey. Purple Dragon Blush. Fifth Bank is not as good. You have any of the good stuff? No. Alright, let's look at the second bracket for efficiency. Frostkiss Ale. Blue Cap Bagel Baguette. Or long rest besides partials don't require supplies. Yes, any forced long rest, you won't have to spend camp supplies. So I'll be routing around some of those, like intentionally not avoiding 2 Lae'zel related forced long rests that I normally try to avoid, or more like 1, but. Unfortunately, Aaron here isn't selling anything that's actually camp supply cost efficient. Does have a guileful movement elixir though. I can't get too mad at him. Thinking. Gonna have to try the good berry thing again.
Just what I need.
Eventually I'm going to try to make all these companions into clerics.
At the ready.
That's later. Gale, I need you to be a druid. sure I don't have any damaging things prepared on him. Hey, Olia. I think a multi-class of druid, of land druid with sorcerer would be most efficient for good berries. Gale just thinking out loud. Alright, so Gale by himself is able to generate 56 camp supplies worth of good berries at the moment.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
What's on your mind?
That's good.
One day I'll catch a break.
Now, I probably don't... Hang on, those just disappeared, did they not? Yeah, they didn't actually get sent to me. Huh. So there's something happening with good berries there. They're not, transferable. At least not the way they should be. That's fine, though. It's good information gathering. I don't really want to rely on that trick anyway. Yeah, he most certainly had 56, and I clicked send to me, and they didn't send to me. Then they don't seem to be anywhere. That's okay. I'll just use these actual camp supplies here. Scrambling for scraps. Yeah. Trying to avoid using money. This is the last rest that I currently have the supplies to fund. From here it gets difficult. I'm gonna have to partial rest because I do have the nauseated condition. This is where I have to start being stingy with my short rests in particular. I think Scratch will start giving items now, though.
Dog wags his tail, a small bag clenched between his teeth.
Nice one. You not get tadpoles in this run, figure out something to get them. So I have a couple of tadpoles, but there are tadpoles that you don't get by looting them off of corpses or in the world. I can get those tadpoles. The first one you click in a corpse, you don't actually loot. The game puts it in your inventory through dialogue. So that one doesn't count. Nier gave me one as a quest reward. That one didn't count. And I duplicated the first one. Something you can do the first time you get tadpole access. So that's how I have 3 invested. I will not get my 4th one until the Act 2 finale. most likely. Unless I decide to do some evil route Act 2 stuff. In which case I can get up to 2 more there, but the opportunity cost versus other things I want, too high. And then after beating the monks, the Gith monks, I can get the Astral Tadpole, which will allow me to refund the tadpoles of anything in the inner ring I've invested. And then also, if I recruit Minthara, I can get the tadpoles that she has invested in her inner ring refunded. So that's how I'll be getting more there. Wonder if you can move the Zent container and buy it off the guard. I don't know what you mean by Zent container. And also, buy with what money? On the Moonrise dock. It's owned by Zealot Arden. So maybe if I move it next to him. I'm willing to try that. Alright, we got our extra HP. We got our strength for the day. Here's where things are gonna get, ugh. My plan for Dror Agslin is to throw him. I have not had the dialogue with him, so if I can succeed this initial athletics check, that'll put me in a position where, as long as I break line of sight for the whole person, I'll be okay. If I fuck that up, then I'm gonna die. There is an argument for me summoning Scratch here to run interference. I don't think it'll be effective.
The heat of the air.
Unfortunate.
You ever talk to a dead squid?
The hit, your heart seizes. And the crease, the memory fades. Again,
Your open soul.
Yeah, seems right.
She's mounting an...
They're seeking a weapon. I wonder if they meant that odd artifact.
Alright, now I need to lure him out of the chair.
What path lies before me?
So we're gonna pivot here, and I'm gonna take my time taking out the rest of these goblins.
No one stopped me yet.
Or does everyone just use it to feed the old camp? Master of Spiffness, you seem to be making the assumption that you can't already do that in the game. You can do that very easily. You're no true soul? Yes, I am. Oh, okay. That's a super nerd from tabletop. From what I understand in tabletop, it allows you to not need food for a while. But that's like a thing that's not a mechanic in BG3 at all. At about level 8, with a multi-class combination of Sorcerer, Druid, and possibly Wizard. Whole day per berry? Yeah, okay. With a combination of Sorcerer, Druid, Wizard, one person can make enough good berries to long rest on Tactician and above, where long resting costs double. Meaning tabletop makes 10 berries with one cast, each of which feeds a person for a day. But like, the feeding a person for a day thing, walk me through that. Are you saying that one good berry should be 80 camp supplies? For that to be a one-to-one translation? Probably, yeah. Well, I think it's pretty obvious why it doesn't work that way. Supply packs, 40. They're uncommon, they're expensive, they're heavy. First level druid spell. No. Good berries are still incredibly useful, though. They should be. How are you? There's 180 supply pack in the game. That's true. That's true. In Act 3. Tablet cooking dinner. Ooh, what you having? I ate a little more of the food I ordered yesterday than I should have. It won't last me 3 meals, and last me 2. So I'll have to do some sort of meal planning. But I'm still looking forward to having leftovers. I don't have any rice though. I'm gonna have to make some noodles or something. Roast vegetable salad with feta and greens. Nice.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Tabletop mechanic causes exhaustion, which doesn't exist in BG3 the way it does in tabletop. Right. You can even see a mention of the exhaustion mechanic. In 2 places. One of them is an error. It's not actually there. It's just at some point Terrazul was intended to give exhaustion in development, but instead they just made it, haste lethargic stuff. But the flaming fists that are practicing at Basilisk Gate, you can look at them and they're getting the exhaustion condition as they're hitting the dummy. But like they don't long rest, so it doesn't do anything. So it's one of those things that they probably intended to include at some point in development, where like, this isn't fun for a video game. They scrapped it.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
When you like long resting up every little fight because you run out of offensive action, such a cool mechanic. I mean, they kind of did include that in the game. It's called playing Paladin. Alright, Joraxlin was killed, which means, Goblin Camp. Permanently hostile. You have a shot? I don't like that. This means I'll be able to surprise Minthara more easily. Still don't know how I want to handle that necessarily, though.
What path lies before me? One down. Millions live.
Of course you missed. Oh, I have Paladin. My current playthrough is rolling dice for everything, including which hiring leader grew when I lost Lae'zel. Ah. And that'll get you. Okay, so we just have Minty by herself over there.
What path lies before me?
If I had hand crossbows, I could do a pretty effective AI break here. Run going? It's going okay, cuz. We just dealt with Joraxlin. Goblin Camp is done, except for Minthara. She's the only one left.
Softer than a whisper.
Hey, GG, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. How was stream? What'd you get up to? You realize Minty's saveable permanently hostile? Yeah, they've loosened the requirements on that a bit over time. Lack of rest has left you exhausted. There's 6 levels of exhaustion. Each level is worse than the last. Completing a long rest reduces your exhaustion level by 1. Imagine eating 6 long rests every time Taff says they're tired. Ugh, that'd be terrible.
I don't need any attention right now.
Welcome in, everybody. I really appreciate you coming over, GG. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to handle Minthara in this. I did kill Raxlin first to make her permanently hostile, so that getting a surprise round is easier. We have this suitably blocked. I almost like the idea of boxing her in and using silence. The problem is she can jump pretty effectively. If I accidentally kill her, it will be a very big deal. So I do want to avoid that.
Still alive, so that's progress. Should mind my step.
Stream was good, did a lot today, finished the Quag quest, rescued Findal, gonna save House Inside, hopefully, let's go.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. That should work.
Maybe shouldn't have upcast this. It's one Misty Step down. She still has a second level spell slot. If I keep her focused on healing. That's fine.
Light on my feet.
Alright, she cast the blur that I convinced her to pick up. Oh, she was able to use that. I guess I needed a bigger chest there. Ow. Did you use all your lay on hands charges? I guess you did. So without Luck of the Far Realms, she still has a Misty Step. She still has one. I have to be aware of that. That could kill her, so I'm going to cancel my concentration. She seems to be out of heals. So I have 8 turns of... She won't cast Hold Person. She still has a slot for Misty Step, though. She can Misty Step to me and double Smite, and if she rolls exceptionally well, then I die. I could put on the Infernal Robe, pop the Fire Shield, and hope that she dies before I do when she hits me. But I don't really love that idea. Alright, she burned her Channel Oath charge. What's her intelligence? Completely average. Or just talking it out. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Okay, so like she failed the investigation check, just still doesn't care about it. Weird. Right? They saw spell save DC? No. Alright, I could die here.
No choice but to keep going.
Don't move to do this. Thank you. She used the Misty Step. Okay. That's good. She can't hold person anymore.
Better be cautious.
I do still have to be worried about her damage output. Yeah, she still has her first level spell slots. She has burned one of them on Bless. She has not used any smites. She's out of second level spell slots, though. And she's out of Lay on Hands charges. She doesn't have a Channel Oath charge.
Need to find a way forward.
We healed off that because she was concentrating. Alright, she's down to 6. Who's the speed put in work? Yeah. We're back to launch those ladders or wood. Uh-huh. So now I need to actually either land a non-lethal strike, or I switch to Infernal Robe, turn on the fire shield, and let her hit me. I kind of prefer that option, actually. Knockout or kill? Knockout. Fire shield knocks out. Uh-huh. If you have non-lethal on. Retaliation effects are considered part of the attack that caused them for that purpose. Hey Ginger, how are you? Potion I wanted to drink? Yeah, I thought about it as himself. Thanks for the reminder. I'm gonna leave that for later. I can always come back. Well, nice to see another one. Yeah, this is a very interesting puzzle of a run. No orange items? Right. I am also excluding picking up orange items. Game's still beatable because the game doesn't actually make you pick up the netherstones. You can mess it up so that you are forced to making an exception for orange netherstone, but there's a route where you don't have to.
I'm grateful. I took a collection from all of us. It isn't much, but you've earned it. Perhaps we need not speak of farewell.
Loot. I mean, I guess I equip this. Slot's empty right now. Sell it eventually. No looting, what's even the point of playing? You can't rifle through others' belongings. Imagine you use potions on the ground in the world by shooting them. I can drink and cast scrolls. I can drink potions off the ground. I can cast scrolls off the ground as long as I'm using them directly and not putting them in my inventory. That's how I was able to get a lot of my crafting materials here. I was able to, like the gnolls, for example. They have hyena ears, which you could use to make one of the materials for potions of speed. I couldn't put those in my inventory, but what I could do is push all the corpses together so that I could interact with them and bring up the crafting menu and extract all the hyena ears without putting any of them in my inventory. And then the result of that craft is put into my inventory, but I didn't pick it up. I'd go for early Shapeshifter's Boon, but it would be so expensive that I will just wait to get that until Act 3. No orange items also means barely any tadpoles. Right. No exception for Nier's boots. Barely any tadpoles. I couldn't get the Ring of Protection because I couldn't pick up the idol, for example. So that's separate from that, but...
There is naught a clear and meditative mind cannot overcome. After we stray, we return to
also just cutscene kill, but then I can't get the ring, Mustard.
And in the fold,
it's not about killing the ox. I want the ring.
You will soon see why. But enough of that for now.
Call the Weak too strong? Call the Weak is strong when you don't have a particular vision for where your damage is coming from. It lets you do things like throw out an Alchemist Fire and then things die, so you don't need to optimize your damage output. If you have a clear avenue in mind of your damage, Call the Weak is often more of a hindrance than a help, because it can get in the way of things like Elixir of Bloodlust, can get in the way of things like Deathstalker's Mantle if you're going that route. The more I play, the less of a fan of Call the Weak I am. The one that I'm really gutted about missing out on, though, is Ability Drain. In my opinion, after all of my hours in the game, this is the strongest tadpole power. And I don't think it's even close. And this is including the outer ring power, so including Fly, Black Hole, Mind Blast, Fracture Psyche, Mind Sanctuary, you know, like the Displacer Beasts, the really powerful ones. Even including those, Ability Drain's stronger. Ability Drain's fucked up. So not getting that until very late in the game is gonna create some different conditions than what I'm used to.
When did this start?
The first letter from Cloakwood came.
No, I cannot imagine taking on a camp full of.
Yeah, helps against Merkel. Anything you're trying to AC tank as well. Anything with high armor class, specifically from its dexterity stat.
Here we go.
All the week talking to my bloodlusts and Deathstalker in my current run. I've turned it off now. Yeah, it's one of those things you toggle off a lot if you're using those mechanics. AC tanking a little harder, no looting. Right, I can't get that crit immunity, I can't get certain high value armors. I can get some decent AC in Act 2, but there's a lot of pieces to that playstyle that won't be available to me. So I can't pick up any of these items, but I can still check to see what's here. So like knowing that there's some heals and an animal speaking potion in here, good information for later. Scrolls, if I respec to wizard, I can come here and scribe these. Some poisons. Poison resistance elixir. Thanks for the alchemy, yeah. Forget, yeah, Nettie's trash reward of an apple and a whiskweed. Oh, she gives a reward? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's camp supplies. And a bag isn't unwelcome. Yeah, let's go do that. Ability drain, debuffing an enemy for reverb, radiating orb stuff. You're using dex weapon, lowering their AC, going crazy, using it with cantrips and to absorb intellect. The fact that you can sort of peacefully ability drain certain NPCs is also pretty crazy. Mustard's recent discovery of you being able to use the Orphic Hammer to peacefully ability drain means that, depending on what your character has access to, you can drain any stat minus Constitution with the Orphic Hammer and ability drain without making the person hostile, as long as you don't miss. So you can use that to apply a massive amount of drain to, let's say, Orin's strength and dexterity while she's disguised in Rivington. So then when you fight her later, well, instead of her having 22 dexterity, she might have, like, 12. Depending on which target she's transformed into while you're doing the draining.
Too trusting.
I have a clip on how to do that. It's pretty simple. Unshackling Strike, the maneuver you get from the Orphic Hammer. It is considered a non-hostile attack as long as it connects. It doesn't do damage, but it will apply the appropriate ability drain. So, much like Contagion, it's only hostile if you miss. So, if you are attacking off of your strength stat, your ability draining strength. But if you're a monk, and you're proficient with Warhammers, you can use it to drain Dex instead. If you're a Warlock with Pact of the Blade, you can drain Charisma instead. If you, there's probably a way to force it to do Wisdom. If you put it in your offhand, and then you have a Shillelagh weapon in your main hand, and you click Unshackling Strike, it probably will drain Wisdom. Wisdom duel in which you hear a scimitar. Yeah, it's another option.
The grove's gonna feel so empty now. But you kept your word. Thank you.
Thanks are fine. Rewards better.
If you're looking for coin, you're but here.
Take the camp supplies. So I didn't save Murkon. I considered doing that fight because saving Murkon, he'll give you a story he wrote about you, which is adorable, but also has monetary value. But I couldn't justify the risk. So he's dead. I didn't realize it's versatile. What, the Orphic Hammer? Yeah, the Orphic Hammer is a +3 versatile warhammer with the throne property. And nobody views it as a weapon for some reason. Like, other warhammers, they're except for Dwarven Thrower, they're not throwable. I mean, technically you can throw them, but you don't get their damage die. It's +3. It gives you advantage against... advantage on saving throws against spells for it being equipped. Like, it's legitimately a very good weapon, but it's never perceived as a weapon. Carpet fight's no joke. Yeah, it's quite risky.
Let's go. We're ready to head to your camp. Excellent.
We're alive, Kiva! Alive!
No, and Albert.
Tonight, we drink
I should be able to get a Roaring Thunder arrow from Barkus here.
Do you mind? I'm trying to work. Yes, thank you. Now, please, celebrate. Well, me drinking beer won't save them. Explode.
Go.
Go on now. Don't waste a night like this talking to me. We'll discuss your problem tomorrow.
But I'd like to get to know you some more now.
We'll have time to spare for that, I sense. I'm surprised you haven't had your fill of me already.
That's later.
Ah, I see. Perhaps I can help you with that. Another time.
This is for real. I was paid money.
People here who want to spend time with you.
Or
I must not keep you all to myself. As enjoyable as that may be. Go on, enjoy yourself. Seek out some wine before it runs dry. There are a lot of thirsty people around here.
Being taken hostage? No, I was paid money for this. So.
I was 8, but we were magicked up a kitten. How was I supposed to know it was made of fire?
I'm sorry in advance, Astarian fans. You know exactly what route I'm going. And you know why I'm apologizing. Yes, including Act 3.
And now that I'm here...
You romanced him before? I've not.
I hate it.
I've done the scene, but it's because it's not really a romance. Just like, if you've even been vaguely nice to him in Act 3, he's like, hey, you want to fuck? Like, oh. Okay. Could you not get ability drain to cost a shield of thralls, sacrificing gnomes to Nier, abducting Isabel? So, I did get Nier to give me a tadpole. I convinced him to spare the gnomes. So, that's one of my tadpoles that I have. Abducting Isabel is something I was considering. There's the option of abducting Isabel, there's the option of giving Aelin to Balthazar. There's the option of... and then I think there's a third thing up in that vein that I can do. So I do have the options to get tadpoles that way. And there's the one in the Mind Flayer colony that I can get by succeeding that perception check. Hey, Carter, thank you for the Prime in the 17 months. I appreciate it.
True. That was fun. Still, I would have liked more for my trouble than a pat on the head and...
Are you naked? I sold my clothes. I needed money, so I sold my clothes. I sold everybody's clothes. None of us have clothing.
See what I mean? Awful. All I want
Like I've
is a
never
little
subbed to you, has been 17 months.
Is that so
Eh,
much?
I mean, you don't have to be. I still appreciate the support.
Don't be so sour. I like a good time as much as anyone. You know, we could always
Hey,
make
Lensar,
our
thank you so
own
much for the
trade,
Prime, the
darling.
2 months. I appreciate it.
Get a little closer, so to speak.
Fuck it. While you're at it, just sell Shadowheart too.
Did you get one or more after this party? Only in the route where Minthara is here. She'll give you a tadpole for each goblin leader you didn't kill, +1.
What? Cheeky. I'll see you then.
Bro, that's why I was surprised it was subbed that many times. I appreciate it, man. Only within your means, please. But yeah, you know, you got the first badge. You're an OG.
Buzz of those. There is one who yearns. Your heart skips a beat. What treasures might.
Starian, where did you get pants from?
There you are.
Man got more clothes for
I've been
this.
waiting. Waiting since the moment I set eyes on you. Waiting to have you.
Bard from Elvira. More to sell, I wish. Fancy say free money? Exactly. Come on, Astarian. Take those off so I can sell them. Yeah, it's been 5 years, Carter. Uppies. All pants must go into the box, everything in the box must get sold. I don't make the rules. The build command isn't for this run. It's something that is subject to change, but I'll change it for now.
It's a poem. A gift from my old master Cazador. He considered himself quite the artist, and used his slaves as a canvas. He composed and carved that one over the course of a night. He made a lot of revisions as he went.
Just remove the command. People are going to be typing it then, and I mean, I should remove it, but there you go. I'm still not putting it in the title because it's subject to change.
I don't know. It's not like I can look in a mirror and see. Anyway, enough pillow talk. Let's go.
I trust the journey specifically. It's any who linger are long. If you can find this place, I'll wager it will reveal a more dire. You've already been. I've long sought to return to.
Do not.
I suppose you want to hear about. He turned me nearly 200 years. Of course, if I said no, all I'm asking, what more could I ask? Now, is that all?
Okay, I don't suppose you actually got clothes added to your inventory. Nope. I did forget to call the ogres, so I have to figure out a place to do that. So that I can sell the horn. I could... So once we get the Ring of Free Action, I could equip that and then call the ogres against the spider. Really, I just want them to die. I could call the ogres against the lava elemental, but then I'm probably stuck in combat with it. It's not something I have to worry about right now, either way. Alright, so we're going to partial rest now.
Damn languages! What are you doing? Listen, we travel together. We're not friends. I'm not about to share anything with someone I can't trust. Fine.
The pen.
And? Infernal? Are you sure? Can you show me? What did he do to me? I have 2 centuries carrying this. No. Thank you. By the way, will we?
You can see I don't have enough camp supplies for an actual rest, so this is a partial rest. Luckily, the Tiefling party was free. Forced long rests don't cost camp supplies. The outside of Gobbo Camp always kills ogres for me. I think it's a graveyard now. Yeah, I probably should have used it there. So there's a couple things I need. I want the Pearl of Power from Amelum. I want a Strike Potion from Dareth. And then I still need to consider having enough money to buy Oscar, because it's a lot easier than killing the Zents. But I may end up just getting more powerful and killing them. I need Oscar to live in this run. I need him to make it to Baldur's Gate. It'll be a lot of money later. Consider purchasing hand crossbows as well. Run seems like it's gonna be hard. Like, wow, but you're gonna save a lot of time by not looting random garbage gray items. Maybe a little bit of time, yeah. Is this honor mode? It's always honor mode. Just woke up? Nah. I understand.
Welcome back. Have you made...
I also just woke up, and I've been live for 2.5 hours.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Spells, not Spell Spark, excuse me. Psychic Spark would be nice, but very much not in budget right now.
I greet you, friend of the dark.
An idea to play Tactician just so how fucked up it is and do all the stupid memes. As much as I like these throwables from Amelum, and they're very valuable, even the low price on them is something I need to be aware of right now. I can barely afford the Pearl of Power, but this is an important investment. Now that I have access to region traveling, Pearl of Power is infinite spell slots 1st through 3rd level, as long as I'm in a part of the game where I'm allowed to region travel. Now we need to see if I can put together enough to get strength pot from Dareth, then we'll be good. My tactician messed up because the rules for how damage works are very different on honor mode versus every difficulty below honor mode. Many things are counted multiple times. For example, when you throw something with Tavern Brawler on Tactician or below, you will see in your combat log, Tavern Brawler is a separate instance of damage, and that is very exploitable. It's merged into the damage number of the thing you threw on honor mode. It's many, many things like that.
So it's true. Of course.
They'll sell Sword of Justice too. So an earlier problem I was thinking about is to get Blood of Lathander, I'm gonna have to blow up the Crush. So having it before entering Act 2, not really a realistic option for me. So I'm gonna need to use the Light Ring, get to Last Light, ambush Karnas with the Harpers, get him to drop the Lantern and leave, then let the Harpers pick up the Lantern, then I have to do the Marcus fight. I do have a potential alternate idea, but it's something that I've never tried, and I'm not sure would work. Kind of into the idea, though. Bucket RuPaul.
Well?
I should save Balin too. For the gloves and the XP. I still don't know how I'm gonna handle the Noble Stock thing, so I'm gonna hold off on that. Alright, I currently have 3 inspos. Need to get 1 back, so I'm gonna go eat one of the dwarf meat pieces off the ground here. I'm not gonna go for the refreshed buff right now, because I don't want to have to double rest for a bit. I may end up regretting that shortly, but we'll see. Only being level 6 for some of the upcoming stuff is gonna feel weird. Like, I've been used to being almost level 7 at this point. If not level 7. That'd feel weird. Don't forget Last Light Exploration. Oh yeah, should I just send Scratch in for that one trade? Did they get mad? Does it have to be an invisible summon or something? Need to be invisible if you are using a summon. So if I make myself invisible and jump into Last Light and turn-based, it's fine.
Walking death.
Won't trigger the dialogue. What we're discussing here, chat, is there's an exploration spot. It's like that 280 XP I got there. This is a leveled form of XP. That's based on my current character level. There is the equivalent of that amount of XP, except it's a fixed level's worth of exploration XP in Last Light Inn that normally you can't get because Jaheira walks over it before you can. And companions are able to hit exploration spots without you, and you don't get the benefit if they're not in your party. So, Trade recently scienced out how to get the one that Jaheira steals. Recast jump and go into the convo and turn base, you jump past her. Yeah, the reason why I don't want to trigger the convo is because of that stupid idea that I mentioned. I might be trying a thing there.
You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg. You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
So close.
You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg. You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Look over there.
You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Me making a new email on the preach.
You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
So we have lots of disguises to roll good. Yeah. As per usual, I won't be using the ones in green here. Those are added by a mod, and I don't want to gain that kind of benefit. We're going to go through all of these except for the Githyanki disguises.
Look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Nice. 464 gold. Good stuff.
Better be cautious. Time to press ahead.
Just doing a crime response from friends wearing off. Boom, one shot. Yeah, first try. She's good. I would really, really prefer if this worked. Thank you.
That was tough.
The next thing, we're gonna have to hope that I don't get knocked off the cliff trying to take the key from the Blue Jay. Potion of Greater Healing and a second level spell slot elixir over there. Okay, good to know. As much as I want to do the Zathis early, I think I need to wait until I have more relevant bonuses. So not having Warped Headband, I would have the option to turn to a gift for Aberration Hunter's Amulet to have advantage on Int. But more likely I'm just going to want to do advantage on Wisdom with Amulet of the Harpers, because currently as a Druid I do have advantage on that. Something that I could do, in theory, is that may be worth respecting to Paladin. Because in this specific instance, I could justify Charisma ASI to run around with a +4 modifier, or of Protection. And Paladins get Charisma and what for their other saving throw proficiency? Is it Wisdom? I thought it was Wisdom. Let me look. It is Wisdom? Cool. So Paladin for Zathis, not a terrible idea. Considering it.
Not as bad as it could have. Maybe I need more pockets.
This is the key to the side door of the crush.
I've got nothing left to take, so steal. Oh, sure. Please, please.
That would be a good idea, or you would have done the real Quag. See, that's what makes this run interesting. I get to do things that I normally wouldn't even dream of doing. So I could go for the extra XP here. I don't really think I want to. Like, do I gain anything from going into the crush currently? No. We're gonna hold off on all of that. XP, I guess. I'm gonna let those spots cook. Yeah, I think I'm gonna let those spots cook.
No, never mind.
and used Wergar and Viz to get past these guys. It wouldn't be such a big deal to deal with as a druid. Between Moonbeam, Call Lightning, Spike Growth, Lightning Bolt, I've got more than enough answers. But I may as well just wait. Respectfully.
Who there? May I inquire if ever? My thanks for your excellent guidance. Ah, and yonder I
Oops, they're
spy the
Elmilkers.
object of my pursuit.
Elminster?
The very why? Some bread, cheese, and a cup of wine would appear unto me a feast.
There's an attack option here.
Grudge me a mite of rest and
So that
repose
would be an
before I
interesting way, if you were doing a run where you had to fight Elminster straight up, you could gear out your companions. I don't know whose side they would take, but if you geared out all of your companions to fight him, like gave everyone enough initiative, maybe you would have a chance. If it's your entire camp versus him. I'm gonna have to try that. There is also the chance that, like, everyone sides against you, but...
I'm here on behalf of Mistra. Mistra is aware. That is why I have come present. You must fight. To you, I commit into care Gable. Farewell.
I need a moment for the two of us.
Well, 20 construct, yeah, that construct of Elminster is like one of the most powerful things in the game.
Those are hard to come by these days. It's not a time seems so infinite when you're and I along with it. That remains ahead of us for now.
That's what he casts. Man really likes Sunbeam. He's got Sunbeam with Empowered Evocation and, what, 28 intelligence, I believe? He's got Alert, he's got Magic Resistance. I believe he has Misty Step. He's a fucking demon. The idea is to not let him take a turn. Makes sense. Yeah, using this entrance to the Shadow Curse Lands bypasses that Harper fight that I don't want to do. It's not like I can get Jonas' sword anyway, and there's a lot of risk in that fight, especially without having Leviatar Scourge or Amulet of the Unworthy or Blood of Lathander. Backpack's so empty. Yeah, it's, ugh. Yeah. Must feel uncomfortable? Extremely. Also, like, being able to buy useful things, I can't do that.
Are you the true son? Grab it.
I can't grab a torch, or you're not paying attention to the rules, friend. Terrazul. Well, I can buy Terrazul. But like money will perpetually be a problem. Unless I spend a lot of time region traveling between Act 1 and 2 after I save Minthara.
Don't waste a step.
Can't bring a Night Orchid to Shart. Maybe if I gather up 3 and extract them, I could bring her the extract, but I doubt it.
No time to rest.
You need to be careful to not hit the trigger here either.
I go.
What's that?
Pull yourself together. Help! The curse has torn open the ground itself. Looking ahead. Still alive, so that's progress.
This place is protected. You might find allies here, or at least supplies.
Was I fast enough? I don't think I was. Oh, no, I was. There we go. 280. Alright, so see how Marcus is here? Even though Mole is here to vouch, Marcus is still here. Why? Because that's how the game handles it. So, what I'm considering doing is if I can get Marcus out of here and kill him, maybe I can ensure events go the way I want them to. But I don't know how to do this. Like, I kind of want to minor illusion him. You get the XP? I did. That's what that 280 right there is. Curious how that affects the fight? The fight won't happen. Like, kidnap, as soon as I do, when I cancel the animation, I'll be made visible. And I don't know what happens then. I want a minor illusion, but also I don't want to get Chihira in that. Like, Alfira is here for some reason, too. Like, why are you here? Why didn't you heal? Tried to step away. How are they both here already? What do you mean? Marcus is always here. You just never really see him because if you walk in here normally, he's despawned as soon as the cutscene starts. Unless he's needed. Marcus and Mole are both stored here. Because you will always need at least one of them for the dialogue.
There's more where that came from.
I've actually never seen what happens if you try to get in without. Alfira may be the Mole backup NPC. No, Marcus is the Mole backup NPC. Maybe Alfira is the backup if neither Marcus nor Mole are around.
Jahira wants to know about supplies when we make it home.
Burning through our oil.
This looks interesting. Good luck. Thanks, Fatboy Jackson.
Just about.
You lure him to the bridge and just throw him? That's what I'm thinking. I want to minor illusion him to the bridge and just throw him.
They'll be back. Don't you worry. Lighter than
Cleric's
the dark.
magic won't hold out the darkness.
Problem is these other fucking harpers. Hang on. We might be good. Might be good.
No shadows here. Something must be keeping it at bay. If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Okay, bye, Marcus.
Moving ahead.
You there. Step forward.
So we should be able to completely skip that encounter now.
Who are you?
I'm against looting. I'm a druid, a servant of nature's will.
A fellow druid. She will want
Ambushed
to
just not happen?
Just keep
Yeah.
your hands where I can see them and follow me. Come.
Or the human and monstrosity marks are the same NPC. They are. He gets, like, converted. It's weird, but yeah, they are. An aberration, Marcus. Aberration. Should have been me.
Through the. You should never.
Stop! What's you doing?
Oh, Lord Mark's backup NPC. Well, if Mole wasn't here, one of these runs I'm gonna have to try out doing that with Mole already gone. To see if maybe it is Alfira, but like there's also a route where Alfira is gone too.
Knows when to be discreet too.
So we gotta test that.
I'd pretty much trust her with my life.
For Isabel defense? Oh, that'd be crazy.
What in the hells is that thing? Tell me. What then?
Passing the persuasion check with Tally here for camp supplies. Pretty big deal. Let's try for that.
Stock up while you can. I only hope I've brought enough to see us through.
Very nice. Infernal alloy for Damon.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Here's how Mole would be gone. Alfira still be here. So if you knock out Mole and the tieflings leave the act while Mole is unconscious, the game treats Mole as dead.
And if you find it, if you find it,
need anything? Need anything?
You can give Damon the alloy 3 times. Gets consumed on the 3rd one, but that's all the flawed Helldusk pieces. Would you knock her out so you can't attack children? You can attack them. You can't kill them, but you can knock them out. Can I just have that? Cool. Wait, no, that's looting. Science. It goes back on the ground. I was thinking about routing a separate run. With the 1 ally, you can get 3 pieces? Yes. I can drink these off the ground. Marcus is here. I probably want to buy the Persuade Ring.
We need to talk.
Yeah, that'll help my prices a lot. Alright, let's get a star in so he can have a discussion. Who's the invisible NPC next to the waypoint? Sometimes a circle will stay even after a character is moved. It's probably that.
I did miss that face, you know.
Last night's best bargains right here.
Hiding here.
Say, do you play Lance Ball by any chance? It's my first time playing.
Raphael has some odd horns. He's always looked like this. He talks about Down Comes the Claw and Cat and the Mouse all the time.
That's half a charm. But don't.
I already had full inspo. I'm doing that strictly for star and storyline stuff.
Found your way. That is, if you'll need it. If the brilliant retort will aid you, but some of us. What now? I'm sure you would.
Alright, we're going to buy this. Ooh, he has a speed pot too. Is that worth the money? That's very expensive. Ultimately, I think that it is worth it to do this. And then this.
Right here.
Now, to do Halsin's mission, I can't actually wake up Art. What I'll have to do is kill him, and then speak with Dead to get the information on Thaniel that way. Wait for Ben missed uppies, you did.
I did miss that face, you know. It's...
Neophael, yeah.
Gander at the finest stock.
To your very good health. Answer me true and do not lie. But a river can... We track them to this ancient village. You are that hope. Fine. Once Gatherick is without his shield. The in whatever magic Gatherick.
She's up.
So, because I have to talk to Isabel to get Shadow Curse protection in this route, we may end up in a situation where I have to worry about Scalarita's rest event.
Seems someone's been stealing our supplies. Is anyone keeping an eye on those children?
So because we're going to future-proof against that, I'm going to yet make another irresponsible purchase. And I'm going to buy the Amulet of the Harbors.
Still alive, you reckon? He better be. Or I'm a dead man walking.
Aren't we all?
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
I'm a little short still. I'll have to wait on that. We'll have to sell stuff first. Any chance Isabel's Moon Lantern cutscene breaks without Marcus? There's certainly a chance. If that happens, then I will have to do all of Act 2 without Shadow Curse protection. Well, without greater Shadow Curse protection. I should be able to still get the... the blessing.
A cultist convoy crosses the lands. Up.
I'm gonna turn into a drow here. We're gonna prep enhance ability. I'm gonna be using guidance, but we're gonna prep enhance ability regardless.
A bad way to go.
Was a drag Balthazar's around with you? It's on the ground already, isn't it? Yeah, I guess I could physically just drag that. That's a thought.
Where am I? What's going on?
Go.
Bring me pictures of Drider, man.
The
Of your true souls, Michael. You bless them too, my queen. Where is the lantern?
That's why we haven't supposed... The dice fucking hate me. I have all these bonuses.
This is not Her Majesty's will.
Okay.
You can't if it. Right, now let's see what.
All I need is that lantern.
So I need them to pick up the lantern. I don't actually know the logic on them doing that. Do I just wait, or do I leave? Okay, Alex, how are you? Well sworn Spider-Man. Anyone know what makes them pick it up? I know they're willing to do it. Wait a minute. Wait until Karnas is actually dead.
Stay on your toes. That tongue.
No, I'm not taking the lantern. So if I go here.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
Let's go back over here. I see movement. I think they took it. I hope they took it. They didn't take it. You were supposed to take that. Well. Okay. No Shadow Curse protection. I think I get it. For future reference. Marcus being dead makes them trust me. That's probably it. Well, this is on the ground. I could drag this around with me. Extremely tedious. Can you inspect from the ground? Nope. But actually looting if you save Dolly? Yes. Because what are my options here? The Giggler. I have pick up, I have equip, I have throw, I have examine. Examine does this. Yeah, throwing's faster, I guess. I'm not gonna bother going for the bonus fists with Floric. If I need XP, I'll go coal mine. Okay, well, so that sequence was supposed to go somewhat of a different way.
A large one.
But we'll just not have deep Shadow Curse protection. Only matters in a few places. Reverse pickpocket by it. We banned reverse pickpocketing. Got your deep protection right here. Thank you, Kara. It's the hardest fight, it seems. Harper's not survived. We didn't fight him. We talked to him. But they left. They didn't pick up the lantern. They just left. Well, they did nothing, and then I left, and then they left.
Crates and caravans. Must be where the tolls were collected. Something's wrong. I feel weak. Drained. Time to press ahead.
What if Isabel would pick it up, put it in front of her, and give it dialogue? I doubt it, but I don't really want to talk to Isabel yet for dirge reasons. Woman Thara, pick it up when you rescue her. I can't get it in there. Separate area. Maybe if I dragged it all the way into the throne room, and then I skip the dialogue fast enough that she's there to help me fight the goblins. Maybe she would pick it up and equip it, but it's a quest item, so she shouldn't be willing to. Might be able to improvise weapon to TP it. Yes, but I don't want to do that.
Can't risk being in open view. I don't need any attention right now.
An unexpected problem. It's something that I conceived of the possibility of.
This calls for careful footwork. Just out of view. Another day, another fight.
We'll use the moon lantern put together in Balthazar's room, technically looting. No, but like also that lantern isn't a moon lantern at all. I can get the shadow lantern, but it's not a moon lantern.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
There is a moon lantern in Balthazar's room, but I'd have to loot that. Got your moon lantern right here. Thank you, Control. When you're Oathbreaker Paladin, you reanimate Shadow Curse Karnas? Yes, and contrary to expectations, he was one of the less interesting summons. He he didn't path very well. His movement was pretty bad. He was way less effective than other things. The real interesting thing was I Shadow Cursed the Strange Ox, and then I used that. That was really good. I'm gaping here.
Think you can take me on?
But yeah, in that run, the real stars of the show were the Strange Ox and Wargas.
Have to keep going.
I don't know why that quest updated, but okay.
Time for some bloody work.
Did you reanimate Headless Karlach and Controller? Yes. Still looting if you're instructed to get it, though? Yes. If the quest objective is loot this thing, doesn't matter. I can't loot the thing. Karn was. Got him.
On my way. This calls for careful footwork. I'll strike you down.
Would you give it the returning property? Not while it's on the ground.
How much farther can I go?
We're close.
Not that I can think of anyway.
I can feel it. The absolute.
Alright, we're gonna get advantage on charisma checks here, because there's a few things I'm gonna want to use that on. Could have equipped those a while ago. Whoops. Not the crossbow being half her size.
They're locked up in the cult's fort. You sounds.
I didn't even conceive of that happening. Hi, Cobra. So no Infernal Rapier. Because now I think even if I have Will there, what Mazora will offer is that he can get out of the Pact. If anything. I'm still going to bring Will with me to the finale there. Out of Copium, but I think rolling a 1 on the DC-5 cost me an item that I was planning on using. The way around that would have been to give myself advantage on perception there. Is what it is. That's unfortunate. And to make Connor hostile in that previous run, used an influent answer just by attacking him. By rezzing Connor for the first time when Mayrina is not present.
My apologies. Welcome back, True Soul. What news?
I'm gonna buy a torch.
You'll find Zrael in.
Hey Roxy, how are you? There was so much text. Did you read it all, Mark?
This is the place. This is where we'll discover the
Another
secret of the absolute.
The disciple will want to see through the main door. If you have coin, the absolute needs what? Prove it. Who's singing your name?
Disguise themselves when they bow to my magic and unleash a tidal wave of power.
Magic with a bite, eh? That's worth a chorus of blood and bone. Want anything from my stash? You pay less.
Went frame by
than
frame
the
at the bottom to make
rest.
sure I saw all the text. Nice, nice. Alright. Now we can reasonably sell some more things. I think we'll sell Hellrider's Pride. I'm debating whether I sell the Flawed Helldusk armor. I don't have any plans to use heavy armor as part of my build making. It's like no looting's going well. Yeah, so far. I'm considering a problem that I have. I'm now thinking of ways to try to get an NPC to pick up the Spear of Night. Problem is, if I get them to pick it up, they'll have it equipped. So I still can't buy it from them. Starting DOS 2. Nice. Thinking. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick while I'm thinking. Okay, I had an idea. So, what if I unlock the room and everything that has the Spear of Night? I go to Balthazar's room, I get through that whole thing. I unlock one of the chests. I get one of those chests over next to the Spear of Night. I drag the Spear of Night into that chest. I abduct Balthazar over there. I move the chest, so he's like, that's not yours, so he picks it up, puts it in his inventory. Then I buy the chest from Balthazar. That's my theory right now. What do we think? Worth a try? Already, if it doesn't work, thank you. I think it is worth a try. So selling the Hellrider's Pride and the Flawed Helldusk Carpenter Lantar we now have actual meaningful money to use. The XP when I walked in here? Oh no, because Minthara's alive. Right, duh. I'm going to recruit the Drow hireling now.
Thou hast now a fate. Should thou or any of thy compatriots very well choose.
Is he Lulsworn or Seldarin? He's Lulsworn. Cool. I don't think it matters.
Have a lot on my mind.
Should you be interested, I have a particular with one drop.
Among the many
So Drow get this for free.
So let me adjust my offer. Your blood and your silence. Please. I have a
So I don't get the 15 attitude with Araj on my character. That's the trade-off of doing it this way. But now everyone who gives blood to Araj, I get money for.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Should you be interested, I have with one drop.
Broke my concentration, really? What?
I should speak up.
Watching you do this makes me realize that I'm playing this game at 2% of its potential. That's the funny thing. So am I. You can do so many things in this game.
This vessel is.
Let's bring Fuzzlelump.
Need to find a way forward.
Bring Will. Yeah, Starion.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything. You're right. Either we find it, or I'm made.
I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right. That.
Gives you all this metal for Helldusk items. You can use the Infernal Alloy 3 times. So the dude in Grimforge, you can either succeed the checks or buy it from him, and that's what I used.
Killed a few giant bats in my day, Astarion, but never hunted a vampire.
Actually, I don't want to bring a star in here yet. I can do that later. I don't really need the strength. It's the thing.
Hello, beauty. It's
Shah's blessings upon you. All right. There's something I want to talk to you. But sometimes, thank you.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
That. Should you be interested, with one drop. Should you be interested, with one drop.
I have such a headache.
Should you be interested, with one drop.
Never a dull moment.
You the gaslighting down the road? Yeah. Naked party Moonrise. I sold everybody's clothes.
If you're sure.
Clothes are expensive. Avoiding talking to Lae'zel for now.
For the girl's soul. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game. And should that come to pass, are you sure?
Your looks are my favorite. It's pretty good. Yeah, proficiency in all skills.
At thy disposal.
Certainly pretty good. Alright, so we're doing okay on money for the first time in a while. I can sell all these. And those.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in
Buy the Ring of Free Action.
I hope. Come.
Yes, come. Yeah, sure. So I want to do this fight here. But an interesting issue is I don't have the means to deal with the Scrying Eye if it should aggro. So let's continue grabbing some other stuff.
If you're all right,
Hey, Gingerbread One, how are you?
You're all right by me.
Money goes fast, doesn't it? Get some in Ogres in Act 2, right? Right. They will follow you to Act 2 to get their payment if you promised them future payment and didn't deliver. But you can only call them yourself in Act 1.
Just a pinch of. Ah, is this hallucinogenic?
Be a little greedy here.
Now, that is the gift the Absolute gave me. What would you like him to do?
You feel...
Ow, sorry.
We talked about this.
Patch 7.
Like...
No.
There's a parasite in that core.
Trace to yours.
Many times.
Better be cautious.
I don't get a Raj in this.
Can't risk being in open view.
What?
Another step forward,
No good, how am I? I'm doing great. Run's going well so far. Happy with the progress. Couple of unfortunate snags, but we're still making good time.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
No Karlak means I can't bring her here for the free soul coins, but we did end up getting Infernal Robe, so equivalent exchange. Or I'd say Infernal Robe wins that exchange. Now I wonder if I could probably get Lantarv to add the Iron Banded Shield to his inventory by dragging it and get it that way. But once I get level 11, I can buy equivalent shields anyway, so I'm less invested in that. And also, with no crit immunity ever, AC tanking is not something I have an interest in. But I did buy a torch. Shadows are too deep here. But I did buy a torch. That's the Dolly Moon Lantern. I want to go to the docks. I didn't want to go through the interior, but I'm just going to have to deal with going through the interior. Because it's too much of a hassle to navigate through the rest with, without Shadow Curse protection. Gotta deal with near legendary action. Read it. Did you read it? I don't think you read it.
To the prisoners, I mean. Any one of them could be elevated to true soul, should they accept the...
Enjoy the view. This feels like it'd stretch all the way to the Sea of Swords on a clear day. If this place ever gets it.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Never wanted the easy path.
This will be a nice chunk of XP. Convincing that guy to jump off is another dirge inspo point. Maybe wait on that. Broke her back on the way to death.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Should mind my step. Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Not for...
Alright, pick it up. Pick it up.
Stand clear. Respectfully, true soul.
Haha! Unexpected tadpoles. Good shout, Mustard. That only cost 3 gold, too. That's, really fucking awesome. That's such a big deal. Time for ability drain? Maybe. I'm gonna have to seriously consider what I want. But, yeah, that ability drain time. Probably.
Still in control. Just.
I'm afraid but there'll be another along soon enough.
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority. As you tadpole.
The worms. Parasite.
What do I have to lose?
Just move on. You didn't see anything.
Everything is clear.
Wonder if I could get Sternagos to pick up the tadpoles in her room. We're gonna keep this Zentrum shipping crate for a bit. There's a tadpole in it that's worth XP, not the kind I can use, but the kind I can kill, but it's also got some random throwables in it, so I could potentially use that offensively. I think without Swire's issues, I might not have the distance. Oh, I do have the distance. Cool. I'm gonna use my Dwargar Enlarge for the first time here.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Just for that. Might be able to get Ring of Exalted Marrow in a similar manner. Maybe, yeah. Hopefully it'll be fine. Rates for this. Beloved throwing spot. It's such a good one, Kaylee. Very convenient. Elements are off here recently. Yeah. My usual spot for throwing elements. Or sometimes I'll end up doing it, you know, in Grimforge or Mountain Pass, but usually it's here. Alright, exterior of Moonrise cleared. Let's use a natural recovery charge. Get the third level spell slot back. Let's use 3 charges. Get 3 levels of spell casting. I do have the flight spell. I guess maybe we go up top. I should maybe have not wasted my enlarge so soon. We'll see what happens. Bringing Gale to make the Shadow Lantern is something I'm going to want to do. I can use the Shadow Lantern because when Gale makes it, he doesn't have to put the stuff into his inventory, and when it's crafted, it gets put into his inventory, which then I can just move it over to mine. But I could... The earlier I get that, the less value I'm getting out of inspo points, because if I put Gale and Sir Fuzzlump in my party when I'm opening that room, that is a full inspo refill. It's 2 points for each of them. Okay. So I do want to wait. Normally I like having Featherfall for navigating this because the pathing is quite shit. So instead of pathing, I'm just gonna fly. Hirelings get inspo. Yeah, they all have inspo backgrounds. Every character, full companion or hireling, has that. Several of the backgrounds are not represented by any of the origin companions, nor Jaheira, Minsk, Minthara, Halsin. In fact, Halsin and Minsk are repeats. Alston shares a background with Karlak, and Minsk shares one with Will. Jaheira shares one with Lae'zel as well.
Softer than a whisper. Another step forward. That's a friendly looking shadow. With haste. Out of sight, out of mind.
I should really have more buffs for what I'm going to be doing here.
They will die for you.
Just go ahead and do it anyway, right?
What to do?
Memorize murders, fond memories here. Yes, ma'am.
Have to keep going.
You will turn around. In her.
But like what Trade was mentioning, I could probably move the chest here over to her, have her pick it up. Let's try to do that. Well, scratch pick up. Throwable weapons. Possibly more stuff.
Tempers.
You have all. You will turn around. Should the general learn you breached his private chapel, he will not be so merciful. In her.
Cool. Little expensive, but potentially useful ring. Throwable tadpoles. There's a reason we banned Scratch for this. Or banned, you know, Scratch pickups. I can still use Scratch. But... Oh good, we're having another one of those news alert days. Cool. Cool. Another what day? Another one of those days where I get a notification that's like, oh, we live in normal times. Game tried to fucking scam me. Oh, Volo. God damn it. Technically killed someone while I was near Volo, so I just lost a bunch of attitude with him. Ugh. At least Scratch wasn't here. Gonna wish I lived more interesting times. Yeah. You're right. Except, I never did. You know, when I found out Elminster will give you Enemy of Justice. Yeah.
Moving ahead.
Therapy, thinking self-care day. Please do that. Good call.
Alright, time to skulk about. Very well. Can't risk being in open view. Light on my feet.
Pass the brain healing juice when you're done with it.
This calls for careful footwork. Best be on my way. Better be cautious. Breathe deep.
Not too smart. I mean, this would work on me, too. If a cat was just suddenly here, I'd pet it. I'd be very distracted. Come, Professor, if you don't like writing. Instructions unclear. Spent entire life doing things I hated. Real, it's so real. Bro, what if we went to the post-workout sauna together, our thighs accidentally touch, we graze fingers, so we reach for the same protein shake, and then I suggest there's another way we could give each other protein. Oh, sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. That was in the message Danny was still typing.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Two bros sitting in a sauna. Hey, So Black, how are you? Remember, I'm trying to hurt NPC's minor illusion, which player and engine let you set custom keybinds. It does. Ready, Potato? Minor illusions on 3. That's how I've been casting Enhanced Sleep the whole time. I just put it on 1. And I put my shovel on 5.
I don't need any attention right now. Can't slow down.
Last one. Cool. You're welcome. Definitely a helpful little feature. Every time a disarmed Catholic Moonrise goes hostile, even with disguise, is there a way to avoid that?
Don't want to draw any attention. Have to keep going.
He hasn't really ever done that the first time I've done that. It's like subsequent attempts will do it. I'm not sure. I'd have to watch you do it back, and then I'd have to watch me do it back. Sora. Usually takes more than one attempt. Yeah. I haven't ever had him go perma-hostile from the first attempt. There a button to immediately stop all movement and actions. Escape or right-click if you're on PC.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Gonna shower. Be unrelated. Remember his house and romance. Well, yeah. I flirted with him a little bit already. It was very pathetic, but yes. I do loot quest items? I don't. That's the fun part.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Game says here you forgot this. Most of the time it doesn't. Push them all invisible, they don't mind you when you're visible. They do, but like they're dead, so they're not really equipped to have an opinion at that point, you know? They're allies. So I have to either be, depending on the exact circumstances, I either have to be next to one of their allies when I do it, when I get the kill, when I'm credited with the kill, or the destination where they die has to be, like, devoid of anyone that could respond to it. Sometimes a combination of both. But basically, as long as I'm nowhere near the death spot, and the person I threw isn't able to talk to me on impact, usually it's fine.
Just have a few. These boots have seen everything.
Half-orcs are a little bit heavier. You can't throw them. Unless you have Cloud Giant level strength. So I opt to use music proficiency there. Because it's got a smaller lure range, it won't pull the Warden who's in there. lure that guy there, and then push him. Let's go to work, farewell streamer. May thy stream be merry. I appreciate that, Manatee. You hold off putting Moon Lantern in chests because of the price or some other reason? I mean, putting Moon Lantern in chest, I don't understand.
I'd bet my last copper there's a pier nearby.
Chest I bought. Well, I didn't buy it for that. I hadn't thought of doing that with the Moon Lantern. That's something I could try. Something I could try. Thought all humanoid races are considered medium for expediency and simplification. No. I mean, some are small-sized. Some are medium-sized. But then even among the medium-sized one, there's some variation in weight. So, like, I'm small-sized. Leah here, medium-sized, 75 kilos. Half-orcs and Dragonborn are still medium-sized, but they are 90 kilos. Just put a Moon Lantern in chest, too. So, if I manage to drag an item into a chest that doesn't belong to me, then attempting to move or interact with that chest and getting caught will cause a 5 attitude drop with someone standing nearby, and they will pick it up and put it in their inventory. Then I can buy the chest from them. That may be a way for me to still get the Moon Lantern and possibly the Spear of Night. An NPC that sells chests? No. Well, not normally. This is the chest from the roof of Moonrise. I moved it, the Necromancer picked it up, I bought it from her, then I pushed her off the roof. Seems like a way to get mostly anything as long as neutral NPCs are around. Problem is it has to be a chest that doesn't belong to me. And then this does cost money. Money is very finite in this run. That's the only reason I'm allowing it, because I had almost 3,000 gold for a little bit. We are already pretty close to being poor again. I'm not going to get too much more money than this until Act 3.
Evil can get us out of here. I don't want to hear about it.
That's a friendly-looking shadow. Moving in.
Hey, thank you so much for the 2 months, Gingerbearded one. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Very kind. Raid the channel often. Always chatting. Always I can speak, hanging out. And thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. We have a couple problems. I want to save Roland.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
And there is the issue of Shadow Curse protection.
Let's go.
Until Malice Thorm goes down, there's a light suppression aura in Wraithwind Town. Like, I can do this. We got Lady Moneybags out here to look forward to. Yeah, I'm planning for that right now. I want to save Roland, so then I can get the money from Roland, the money from Alfira. The cookies from Bex.
I should speak up.
Jahira didn't save your ragged little tail from the cultists. I did.
I almost want to sell him a healing potion. Do that. I get a little bit of money, but more importantly, he now has a heal he can use.
If you're here to save the... Carl and Leo are taken in by your... You...
I've got nothing for your head. Strong here. This torch is useless.
Okay, daylight works here. That's good. Oh, never mind. This is gonna hurt. Alright. I took a tick, but that could have been worse. Where Moon Lantern end up. I never touched the one in Balthazar's room. The one with Dolly is right in front of the Moonrise waypoint still. Oh, that did no damage. What did you roll? Okay, I rolled okay on the damage. You even failed the save. Ugh. Alright, we gotta hope that this Moonbeam rolls good. Okay.
God damn it all! I could do... Instead, I've...
I was not sure if this is an area where Malice Thorm is suppressing lights. Moonbeam is subject to this. So, if before you kill Malice in Wraithwind Town, there's an undocumented feature where if you have a torch or a light or something, it just goes out automatically. Fire just goes out. This happens to Moonbeam too. I burned an extra spell slot, but it was worth it. Can you explain reverberation relation boots to Stormy Glamour? So Black's got you there with the exact explanation, but basically, the game keeps track of various states of characters in the background, and changing those states are sometimes counted as conditions. So, even things like making someone do an animation, counts. Hey, Viper. Making someone get a condition that doesn't even show up in the log can count as well. Like, the way Sanctuary works, it involves imposing conditions on both yourself and everybody around. So that's why when you have Sanctuary on you, people just suddenly randomly getting reverb. Well, it's because you are putting conditions you can't see on them. But the Boots of Stormy Clamor will only apply that reverb to someone once per event. So even though you're doing it to everybody, it goes to one. Notice enemies I miss with a bow get reverb. Yep. One of those hidden condition instances.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those we once called monsters.
Do I save Minthara first? Or do I do the prison break? Probably save Minthara first, I guess. Means I have a couple more guards to deal with.
Fall by my hand.
Dad Druid, Storm Sorcerer. Yeah. I thought I would need to respec more than I have so far, but Druid has had basically everything I need. And Storm Sorcerer Tempestuous Flight has been critical to this, and access to Disguise Self. So this has been a really good combination. Use that invis on Minthara. Shouldn't even really be necessary, actually, but we'll do it anyway. Use one first level spell slot on Cure Wounds.
What's going on?
Druid's secretly good. Oh, secretly. I will have Zarel kill Gloric for me. I could maybe use Zarel to get Balthazar's Moon Lantern.
Why am I here? Considering all that is.
Can try that in a little bit.
And, well, in it.
Is there anything I want to try to use Inspo on right now?
I will not be slandered!
A blood.
Whose then?
True. Make her passing slow, disciple Zarel. Be creative.
Buying a Scroll of Shatter, a Scroll of Fear. Interesting ideas. So the use of a Scroll of Fear is I can disarm someone, and then maybe convince them to pick up something else that they wouldn't normally have access to. Like, for example, if I can somehow convince Zarel, if I can disarm her, and then I put, like, a two-handed weapon on the ground for her to pick up, she would equip it, unequipping her shield, which means I could then buy the shield from her. I don't care about that shield that much, but especially because I have Infernal Robe, but it's something I was thinking about. Doing some backpack fancy, test some stuff out, learn the vendors reset every time you level yourself or any companion one level, when all ludicrous mode stuff to 18 levels of stuff to Aaron's layaway bag. Rolled nat 20, try to pickpocket it. Yeah, whenever I'm in vendor jail, as I term it, usually I put a hireling or a companion in my party, and I'm assigning one level at a time, and then checking shops each time I assign the level. Because it's much faster than just partial resting.
What say you about our Minthara?
What?
Try it.
No. You heard the general. The goblin. Please! You gotta help me!
The seat of the absolute.
So yeah, I did this with Minthara.
Occupied by a general that
Still
cannot
here.
be killed. But his followers are flesh and blood. We must
Because I
learn
wanted to
more
see
about his power.
if I can do anything advantageous this way. Because remember, if Minthara picks up anything here, I'm about to recruit her, so, like, I will get those things. But I don't think there's anything useful to be done. So, Fezark, I do respect him. Not that much, but enough. He has a bomb, so. Good try, Minty. Oh, thank you for the soul branding. Hey, Nico. Oh no, don't kill her! Like when Darby around ally youth up here. I spacebarred through the cutscene fast enough that she didn't get moved downstairs yet. You imagine if Minty got crit and killed from that? Are you gonna heal Adept Mola? I'm gonna wait that out. So, what's happening here is Adept Mola is not part of the turn order, but the turn order has this fire surface as part of this combat, meaning this fire surface is only going to be incremented downwards when Fezark gets a turn because it originates with him. So, Adept Mola is just going to sit here taking 1d4 fire damage and is too stupid to run out of it, so we're just going to let this happen. Now, I do wonder if this will break Minthara. This could be bad for me to let this happen. But we're sciencing. It's her spot. Most intelligent Moonrise cultist. Guess it just burned to death slowly and painfully. The Absolute says you gotta stand in the fire. Sorry about it, I'll make the rules. Wonder if you could do this to the other adepts. Yeah. This is something I'd never thought to do. Overall 2025. Fucking real, man. So I'm hoping this doesn't break Minthara's AI, as, you know, for her going downstairs. Because this is probably not something that was accounted for. Not just Fezark down to Adept Mola. Alive on 0. Okay, just can't die right now. We scienced. healed. It's cool to test out.
Still alive, so that's progress.
I think these characters are thinking when someone invisible is carrying them. Faerun is so fucked up that it's probably not an unheard of thing. Yeah, it's like, oh, this again? Must be a Tuesday kind of vibe, yeah. It's Tuesday, isn't it? Is Dwergar Invis? Yeah. Dwergar Invis plus Minor Illusion.
Alright, time to skulk about. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
It's Wednesday, is it? Oh yeah.
I didn't think anyone would come. I will pretend to lead the way.
Alright, now we're using Invis from my ring. I don't think I need to sneaker past these two. I killed the one that actually checks, but for my own peace of mind, I'm willing to use that. Audio warning in a moment.
The other
Oh, hey, I didn't do it.
What's up for discussion?
It does. We must eradicate them. Swear that you will keep me. Rest well. I do.
Alright, so the stuff that I had Minthara pick up in the goblin camp is here, along with her gear.
You wish to consult.
Yes, we have the more abs Minthara mod on, because based. Hey, Crowley, thank you for the 6 months. I really appreciate it. Hope you've been well. Thank you so much for the continued support. Addicted to DR tanking, got confused by the wizard in the tower. That's Cazador mentioned. Shot a smoke powder arrow at myself, killed half the room, took like 2 damage. DR is so good, man. That's part of why I'm not really scared about my defensive options later in the run on this, because I can, if need be, I can set some money aside, I can get some DR options and be fine, even without crit immunity. Like, we intentionally drop crit immunity on retaliation builds, and I can still get access to most of those things, so I'm not really worried about it. So now we have Spider Silk Armor, which has a huge sale value. But I could also use it for Thisball dialogue, potentially. That's if I'm not killing him through the doorway there. We'll have to think about that one. Now we have Boots of Striding. Another mace. So you'll notice she doesn't have Cyanide. For whatever reason, Cyanide gets put in the evidence chest in the prison. And what happened to one of my tadpoles? Didn't I have two? How did I lose a tadpole? Wait. I have an idea. I know what happened.
You wish to consult me? Good. At your command.
So, these are the ones Minthara normally has invested. I think the game might have used an available tadpole for this, even though she should already have that. But I straight up lost a tadpole there.
You wish to consult me?
Damn, I should have spent that. That's really unfortunate. Get that, work my way towards ability drain.
Walking death.
Patch 7 nerd, yeah. Apparently. Yeah, no, it didn't. I don't have mugwort in there. Come on. She's always been fucky with tadpoles. Minthara, please consume my tadpole. She missed and got one of mine. Honest mistake, right? The He Who Was quest, I might side with him. No, I can't do that. I can't get the ledger. Never mind. I was thinking maybe the gloves for Raven Familiar access would be mildly interesting, but nope, can't do that. What did I do for this much XP? I guess Squire? I want to be level 7 before I get the reward from Alfira, because that'll ensure that it's 5th level spells, scrolls, up to, at least. Waiting till level 9 is ideal, because then you can get 6th level, but I ain't waiting that long. Testing a thing. I didn't think it would. Wish I had the tadpoles to get to Repulsor too. Would that be worth the investment? No. I'll go around. I'd be the one to ask this. Why does Halston still have clothes? I don't have the ability to take his clothes yet, I don't think. I didn't think he was showing up in the menu yet. Disappeared during the part where you took Minthara's gear. Yeah. It was Minthara's fault. Thank you for confirming, Nico. Well, now we know. I should have spent the tadpoles first.
As bad as it could have.
It's okay. I wasn't expecting to get the 2 from the Zentarim crate, so even getting only 1 out of that is still 1 more than I had in the route, so. Why did I come up here? Oh yeah, this is why.
I can do better. I must. Breathe quiet. Move with care. Should mind my step.
Oh, yeah, I don't have the key. I'm so used to having that key. That is a problem. You fireball? Yes. 10. If I dip in this, Clawed Helldusk, a high roll, should be able to shoot the door down.
Need any advantage I can get. This calls for careful footwork. Light on my feet.
Even stripped of flesh, the warhound. Then the beast shakes its head, a ferocious warhound once more. Though perhaps not.
Nope. Scratches balls, not enough.
One day I'll catch a break.
I haven't been in combat with Squire for a while. I was trying to prepare Speak with Animals. This could get ugly. I gotta run. Yeah, in a bit sounds good. There are scrying eyes, so I have to be careful. Didn't heal, at least. Low on spell slots, how am I going to do damage here?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Never wanted the easy path.
That didn't refill me. Good. Wire does not like pets. Okay.
Time for some bloody work.
Squire, you're a bit heavier than I thought. Pain. He's way more than I intended, but... Yeah, alright. So without speak with animals, Scratch's ball alone is not enough. Good info to have.
Don't waste a step.
I want to say I learned so much from watching your streams. Thank you. Hey, it's my pleasure. I just really like being able to nerd out with all of you. We're gonna put this here. I'm gonna come back and read this with Gale here when I need an inspo. Also, let's test something. I'm gonna make sure something I've been thinking about actually works. We got a container here.
Better be cautious.
Nope, that doesn't work. It says I picked it up, so I'm not okay with that. I don't think I'm okay with that. Because with, like, the combined things, it never goes in the log. Yeah, I can remove it from the chest. It says I dropped it, but it considers this as I picked it up. So the thing I was going to try with Balthazar, I don't think I can do it.
Best be on my way.
I'll need to think of a different plan, because that showing up in the log makes it not sit well with me in terms of rules. So similarly, the thing I was going to try with Zarel and Balthazar's Moon Lantern. Not really interested anymore. We hit level 7. I don't think I want to assign that yet. I want to do a little bit of region traveling. Halcyon and Minthar are going to generate backpacks for us. Equip this. Okay, now each time we leave the Act 2 map, we'll get 2 backpacks placed into our inventory. One of them will be containing Halcyon's stuff. So, yeah, that's nice, actually. Thank you, Halcyon. Oh, I changed my inventory stuff, so couldn't take advantage of that, but that's fine. And we go back to Last Light. We'll restore a spell slot. Now we have backpacks to sell to vendors in order to do the layaway trick. Do my nails, can you yap out the mechanics of chests and move stuff around and companion inventories? I feel like I've been catching pieces of everything, missing how it all fits. Sure. So companion inventories, I'm not looting things from them.
How much further can I go?
They are okay in the same way camp chest is okay in this. It's storage extensions of my own inventory. The chests, if there is an owned chest, something that's red like this, like this backpack, for example. If I were to drag this across the ground without adding it to my inventory, Tally's gonna be like, Amelia's gonna be like, tempers are rising, and Tally's gonna run up to it and put it in her inventory. Then I could talk to her, and because Tally is a vendor, or has the trade dialogue available, I could purchase the backpack, allowing me to get it without me looting it off the ground. That's how I got a couple of items. Similarly, that's how I got more stuff. Damn, Harper Chenty, you got that shit on, girl. Sorry. I got more items out of Minthara by when she was, back in the Goblin Camp. There were some items that were owned next to her, so I just moved them, and she put them into her inventory.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
Quite distracted. I mean, was that not a sleigh? Judge me. Yes, sleigh.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Count your lucky stars. I want to have a word.
Did wonder about something.
Stock up while you can. If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Now the Tally is a backpack. Anything that I want to make sure doesn't go away right away, bag up. Come by later. I don't think I need to give Damon one, nor Mattis. Roa has one, Lantarv. Does Lantarv have one? I feel like I gave him one. Let's verify. Let's ask earlier, did you happen to get the last light expiration spot? I did. I did. Not only did I get it, I then used Minor Illusion to lure Marcus out of Last Light, and I threw him in the drink. So, we have to see if that works out the way I hope, but should mean no Marcus fight when I get Isabel's Blessing.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Alright, now Lantarv has a layaway backpack. He's out of money.
A new face come to bask in the light of the Absolute. How can I be of service, true soul?
Does a Raj need one? No, I'll hold a couple containers. I could assign that level up. Let's do it. That time, be back slightly buffer and healthier lady. Buff lady, let's go! Sounds good, Danny. No Marcus fights an avenue to extract Harper XP immediately. I could. Like, I could extract Harper XP immediately, and then move everyone else to the gauntlet and cause the fall. Pair of boots, that traitor. You filled them with cement. You're goddamn right I did. Oh yeah, Panther's not even Moondruid exclusive, right? Because of course Jahir is not Moondruid, duh. So I get 4th level spellcasting if I take a caster level here. What else could I take that would be beneficial? Taking a cleric level right now would make a lot of sense. It would switch my spellcasting off of gear and scrolls back to wisdom. But, like, do I care? Ultimately? It hasn't really been relevant. What would being cleric get me? It would get advantage on dialogue and Theobald conversation. It would get me one more favorable dialogue option in the Malice conversation. It would get me Nightsinger's favor without having to roll. It would get me access to Sanctuary, which no, I will not be using in combination with Moonbeam. But having access to those things separately, nice. I could go Wizard and start scribing things, though I don't have good intelligence and Warp Headband is not an option, so I would have one spell slot. Yeah, I do want Gym Jams. This is definitely a Gym Jams run. Like, I'm thinking in the dialogue where I get Isabel's Blessing, I may just click the Dirge option to attack her. Maybe. And as long as I'm in a position to just throw her into the water, then I would have to succeed the dialogue with Jaheira to keep her chill, and then win the fight with me and Jaheira against the Shadow Plants. So what all can I take to improve my chances there? Back from Eeping? Welcome back. Do I even have any scrolls? Of course I don't. But there are scrolls back in Act 1 I could scribe. Deciding what to do with this level. Second sorcerer level for meta magic. That would allow me to do something like pre-haste, potion, call lightning, bonus action, call lightning. Which I don't hate the idea of. But more likely I'm going to be using my bonus action for Impetuous Flight. Also, here's the thought. Do I need Jaheira to live? I would like her loot. Yeah. And if Last Light falls like this, then I won't be able to have Jaheira peg me later. Though, maybe I can. She'll still go to Moonrise in the finale, right? As long as Aelin is freed. I don't see why you need Jaheira to live. Her gear. More stuff to have / sell. You will be there. Okay, so I need enhance ability so that I can convince her. And I need spell slots for actual combat. So we're going to take a level in a caster class so that I get a 4th level spell slot. The question is, what do I take? Sorcerer seems like the play, because then I can take Magic Missile here, and I pick up Meta Magic. Do something like Extended Twinned. I could region travel Pearlescent Restoration and give myself as many spells as I need. But I don't really love the idea of that. What if I just kept going Druid? Keep going Druid. Wagging it. More companions than actors, more paintings to sell. True. It's a good reason for me to recruit Minsk then. Messed up my prepared spells. Pain. Flaming Sphere might be worth keeping prepared. Go Healing Word in case I need to heal her.
The Absolute calls us all to her design.
Alright, level 7 means inventories have refreshed.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your
Could sell more stuff to Lantar.
May I serve?
Including the Spider Silk Armor. If I wait until level 9, I'll get more money from that. If I wait till level 9 and having Persuasion, Proficiency, or Expertise. But I suppose I don't actually need the money right now, so I should wait. Fill out the layaway bag, though.
Slaughter. I never learned the words.
Yes.
Now we'll finish the prison break.
Every bastard in this hell's pit.
I know. And I'll be right alongside you if it comes to...
Why don't you and Zeb... If you're not at the... Whatever.
I never get the XP there, and I don't know why.
Without me, everything will be for naught. The Iron Hand gnomes must succeed.
Everything is clear.
You hear it as what now? Pegs me? Sorry, I'm a little bit late on that. Yeah, I want you here to peg me. You have any questions? No? Okay, good. Understandable sentiment.
Nothing hurts.
Hey, say. It's the meta, it's objectively strong, it's true. It's true. I did kill Marcus, say. I got the exploration spot in the last fight, minor illusion Marcus out, and threw him over the bridge. I haven't tried to speak to Isabel yet, but we're planning around also getting Slayer form, so I've been delaying that. Yeah, premonition, so I needed those wings.
Come here, darling. Me too.
This isn't the first.
Help.
So,
Cookies. Yeah, 30 camp supplies.
I go where you go.
Very welcome. We get the money, or we get the loot and the money from Alfira.
Wait, how did you do it?
Still got the black eye.
We weren't exactly on holiday, Roland.
Don't be shy. Have
Potent robe worth a lot. Don't know if I'll use it or not. We'll see.
We're all safe, Roland. Thank you.
More money. You'll love to see it. And then we talk to Barkus. We don't get the money here, but the Brilliant Retort is maybe useful.
Ah, there you are. Everyone seems to be you. Wolverine!
Premium trinkets
Where
and
is he?
doodahs.
The cat hair of my nose bothering me. I need tissue. I don't have one.
Reinforced walls. Secured entrance. Here is good. I said go home! Now, I believe... Well...
You're good to have humoured Barkus for so long. The poor fellow is like creeping moss, if you know what I mean.
I don't. Perhaps you could explain.
Never mind. Now, is there something you want?
Sir payment.
Surely Barkus will take care of that.
How does it feel to not be constantly over encumbered? Weird. Very weird.
Anything happened while I was away?
Yeah, I'm forced to sell equipment.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
So I need to move all the fists out of here. Well, I need to kill them. So that I can kill Art in a way that I can use Speak with Dead on him. This means I need a Speak with Dead scroll. So we'll have to go back to Act 1 and buy that from Aaron.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Can you romance house without doing the portal defense? No. But I'm gonna do the portal defense, so whatever.
Never a dull moment.
There's a bear here. I don't think I ever told it Halsin's back. Can you improvise melee weapon NPCs between regions? No. At least not to my current knowledge. You can bring controlled undead between regions. So I suppose if there is an NPC that's undead, you could move them regions that way.
Something's on my mind.
Bring polymorph to NPC Sheep Zara. Are you sure that still works? Because that was quite a few game patches ago. I wouldn't say that with confidence. not particularly skeptical, but like, that was a while ago. Like Portal Defense a lot, but I don't know. Because I'm biased, or Cleric Spirit Guardians makes fights like that really, really fun. It's one of my favorite fights, Gage. Of course, you know I'm a Cleric enjoyer, but it's still one of my favorite fights.
Hold yourself together.
It'll take a while for us, of course.
Oh, I accidentally sold him that? Oh, let me buy that back. It's 2 gold. Alright, a Sea Invis could be nice, but I'm here specifically for Speak with Dead. Glomp will be over here in the Goblin Camp. Let's see what he's selling.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends? Look, I've scavenged all sorts.
He does have some interesting stuff. One of the most beneficial things about Glomp, that being that he drops his gold on death, not going to be useful to me this run, unfortunately. Could maybe use him to get anything owned in this act that I want. Maybe. But I can't think of anything that fits that bill right now. That I can actually get there without improvised weapon abduction, I should say. Could buy Oscar now, but that could also wait. We haven't spoken to Ethel in the tea house at all yet. Gek and his boys will be mad at me because I did use the boat. We're gonna take advantage of that later. Strength pot from Dareth. Hey, Kevin.
Well?
Good cat. Oh yeah, I've been getting the nightlight fronts. I should go around doing that. And this much. Save, 'cause it's been a little bit. There's a few things that I need to have access to knock for, which may force my hand in that respect. I need knock to get... I can get a little bit of extra XP out of the Necromancy of Thay. I can use knock to... Well, I'm gonna have to use knock to get into the, past the Gauntlet of Shar, I should say. Knock to get Balthazar to participate in the big Justiciar fight, I suppose. Which, I want him to win, though. That's the problem, so maybe I don't do that. Knock to get the Sentient Amulet, so I don't have to use Thieves' Tools. I've had the same set of Thieves' Tools the entire game. This is the one I got from Astarian's inventory. I have not gotten any more. Do need to call the ogres somewhere so that I can sell the horn. There's the map to do it in. Or would I do that, though? Figure out I'm handling the Balin thing. Gnome Elixir. I do have the Gnome Elixir. I do have that. I could use that version of knock. I just don't know what if I want to pop that yet, you know? Kind of thinking I'm due a long rest. I could do that right now. Speak with that was for art murder. Should have disguised as Dragonborn or Halfling to get more of those, but should have brought companions to get more of those too, but didn't think of it at the time.
Might be enough to cover
Back from my very important, very businessy business trip. Welcome back, Narclos.
Here's my little treat with their cheeks all flushed.
Switch set.
You will come to my... When I'm with you, I feel practically alive. Not half, every part of your perfect... How I love you.
You'd be lying.
Now, as much as I relish...
Sure. Do have the supplies, which is nice. We'll do this. Oh Somebody got me free breakfast at the hotel, so I'm not complaining. Nice. Alright, now that we're rested, reapply Launch Rider. Let's think for a minute. I could pop the Gnome Elixir, and then this would give me a use of knock per short rest until long rest. I believe it comes back with region travel too. So let's do that. And we can go to Ancient Forge, and we're going to use this to knock open the Adamantine chest to get the Sentient Amulet, which I shouldn't have to loot. It should just get put in my inventory. That'll be access to the Shatter spell. It'll also be some key point sustain if I ever go Monk.
They will die for you.
I do have to pick it up. Unfortunate. Still worth investigating. Wish I had Bone Chill for you. I was had to loot for some reason. Oh, where to next? Last light. Finally encumbered. I think it's the first time I've been encumbered in the run. I am carrying around a couple chests. That's part of why. And I don't have the Strength Elixir active anymore. Yeah, the knock is back. This is the Dolly Moon Lantern. It's still here. Can't do anything meaningful with it.
Pave my path with corpses. Build my castle with bones. Don't want to draw any attention. Can't risk being in open view. On my way. I don't need any attention right now. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Alright, what now? That's a friendly looking shadow.
Got a strength pop my jump distances. What?
On my way.
Ooh, is this Deep Shadow Curse? Arabella, how are you not cursed? There's very clearly some light here.
Sorry. Knocks the wind right up. Still can't find him. Just till you find so.
Have I been this way before?
Ow. 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 Ow.
Everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
So it turns out, yeah, I do need this. No, stop it. Stop that. Stop that. No. Put that down. Put that down. Put that down. That's not what I meant to click. Alright, so I got 120 XP, which I'm not supposed to have. But I did just have to use a greater healing potion. Back to Nautilid, are we? No, I'm not going to be that restrictive about it. The game's UI is going to suck. I'm not going to punish myself for that. But I did tell Dolly no. That's gonna just stay there.
Out of sight, out of mind.
You missed? Really? How'd you manage that? You can't see me, right? I'm so annoyed about that pickup. I plan on coal mining later, so that'll be a few zombies worth of XP. It'll even out. No. I won't be doing that, Dolly.
One day I'll catch a break.
Waiting. Something's gone wrong. With... Determine if dragging around the Moonlander is part of the plan or not. Crypto, how else am I going to have Moonlander protection?
Seems like a good moment to talk.
I want to be clear. Letting Minthara... I hope so.
It's that, or navigate the Deep Shadow Curse in turn-based mode and waste my heals. Is Zarel telling you to grab one from Balthazar's room? And then how would I grab the one in Balthazar's room, Crypto? What's the action you have to take to get that one? You have to loot it. That 120 XP is the second worst beating I've ever seen. What's the first?
A new grave they dug, which she... I've grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. It would be pointless of me to try to buy you, if chances are. In truth... And will...
But to answer the rhetorical question I was asking earlier, I can't get the one from Balthazar's room. I'd have to do the same exact thing I'm doing with this one. Thought she would tell you to go grab it. The rat tells you to grab Sorrow, and then what does that do for me? It doesn't magically appear in my inventory. She tells you you have permission to go pick it up. But then you have to pick it up. I can't do that. Oh, it's Shadow Curse in here, too? Ugh. Alright, hang on. I need to think. I forgot a Shadow Curse in there. Alright, let's think this through. Here's time to get it as well as Blessing after all. I'm thinking maybe I drink the Necrotic Resistance Elixir that's in the Grimishka room in the Mountain Pass. And that might give me enough time, provided I get enough actual HP. I might be able to just force my way through that room with pre-dashing. I'm gonna need to do a few things for that, though. Tell you can have a sandwich and made for you that's in the fridge. Is that looting? Yes, because I have to take it from the fridge. I think you're omitting a very important step here. You telling me I can have the sandwich does not put the sandwich in my possession. It's very simple. If I need to pick an item up by going, let's say, open, right-click, pick up, I can't do that. That's simple. I can't do that. Okay? So no looting for my rule set means no looting. Unless I throw a sandwich directly into your mouth? Yes, that would be the workaround. If you walk up to me, you forcibly grab my arm, extended it, and then plop the sandwich in my hand, I could have it. But I can't take it. Including more an umbrella term than a specific action in this case. So I guess if you wanted to label it a specific action, pick up. I cannot use the pick up action, nor can I use the steal action. So I have this moon lantern here, so fast traveling into here is safe. How far out can I go? Not very. Unfortunately, I did have to use my greater healing potions there out of sheer panic. Shadow Curse damage doubles each turn you're taking it, and it can end up being a huge amount. I don't have necrotic resistance, I don't have damage reduction, I don't have very much health either. So, turn 3 of the Shadow Curse, fully capable of killing me.
They should all be running.
Bro, I swear, just do a tiny bit of looting on your no looting run. Be totally fine, makes sense your no looting run. Just this one, bro, just loot it, just loot a little. Went to meet Claire for the race quest in Cyberpunk. She said there was beer in the fridge. When I went to the fridge, couldn't loot the beer. How am I supposed to drive? You can't drive without beer. That'd be crazy. So now I have to fight the Grimishka, because in that room is a necrotic resistance elixir. It's on the ground, and I can drink it from the ground. I don't have to add it to my inventory. I don't have to use the pick up action. I can just drink it. So we're going to do that. But, as mentioned, I do have to actually fight the Grimishka. Are all this political distinction after natural disasters refrain from any further?
Better be cautious.
Maybe I don't have to fight them. I'm going to want to. Of course I failed perception. But I did kind of forget I'm a Dwergar. Alright, drink. Does make the run more interesting to take the more restrictive interpretation. Yeah, like making exceptions for quest items, it is absolutely a valid interpretation of no looting, but you don't have to loot a single quest item to beat this game. So it is just more wiggle room for the sake of having more wiggle room. You can get through the entire game with looting 0 quest items, so I want to do that. Getting potion elixir effects by slurping them off the ground is one of my favorite strats. Yeah, I do that IRL all the time. I'm in great health. Thank you for asking. Like day 1, the only to prevent a soft lock is the exception. Like, there is a version of events where I deal with Orin in a way that requires me to loot the Netherstone. That is the only exception I'm willing to make on this run. And that only happens if I handle that conversation in a way slightly different than what I'm planning on doing.
control. Just...
Prep cure wounds. I am going to cast Grant Blight.
First step is the hardest.
Oh, okay. Little pocket at the entrance here. That's good.
Ever quiet.
Zerel, Minthara, whoever you are, leave. I shall carry
I think Third Monkey's latest interpretation banned consumption from the world, though, so different dimension. Right, different rule sets. Third Monkey also does not use the camp chest. And, is likely not using some of the companion-related things I'm doing. But he's also allowed to pick up orange items, if I remember correctly.
Empty. Not ominous in the slightest.
Does this cost an action? No. Okay.
That disc looks like it can move. Where does it lead?
Cool.
At the ready. A shower structure. Going by the design.
Shah's warriors must not be caught, must not be tricked.
Because cereal after the sandwich discussions. Is that momentum stacking? Just triple dash plus flight? Triple dash plus flight. I don't have any sources of momentum. I can't loot any of them. The best I could do is buy the boots from Esther, which maybe I will end up doing.
Welcome, child.
But outside of that, or the Scaleritas hat from Helsik later, I don't have a source of momentum. It's not available in this run.
Such a headache.
Ray needs to adapt to this, try and figure out for solid 10 seconds why I didn't dig up the failed survival chest. I mean, I could have. I do have a shovel. I did buy one. But unless it's a consumable that I benefit from on the spot, or I'm a wizard, which I'm not at the moment, there's no need for me to even really look.
A knife in the dark.
Thing up chest not give XP? It doesn't.
Path lies before me.
So I need a fire dip on my weapon. Don't have a candle, but
Now this
camp does. with us running this chat, going back to lurk, and I appreciate the lurk and the chatting and everything, Crypto. Thank you for the 100 bits. Wasn't necessary. I do appreciate it though. That is a cute emo. But they did get away. Fine.
Let's see what this does. This calls for careful footwork. Don't waste a step.
So I do have knock to open that up, but I don't benefit from doing so right now, so I'm not going to. I'm going to need a source of Featherfall. Might have to craft a potion or buy a scroll or potion. Should have learned it myself. That's why I should have taken another sorcerer level. Maybe that would have been the wizard level. I got this waypoint.
Have I been this way before?
There's some fights that'll be pretty interesting to solve. Like, I'm not entirely sure how I want to handle Merkel in this run. A lot of the go-to strats are not really on the table. That'll be fun to figure out.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Someone's zooming. Keep that. Don't see a case where I would use Revivify, so sell these. Are able to access the DJ set without looting, so that's good. I'm not actually able to access the DJ set without looting, Linsar. Just think about it. If you're referring to killing Aelin, what do you need to kill Aelin? Can't get the spear, right. If we could figure out a way for me to get the spear, then yes. But we can't. At least not that I'm aware of right now. Most beautiful thing in this run is seeing how clean your inventory is. I guess you could call that clean. I would call it, bad. I like doing this thing where I'm prepared for combats. And, I'm not in this run. I hate it so much. Are there any chests Balthazar picks up and move them? Yes. I had the thought already of putting the Spear of Night from the ground into a chest, but I tested the mechanics of this, and when you do that, when you drag an item from the ground into a chest, the combat log says that you picked up an item. So for that reason, I don't want to do it.
An order.
Should have made it so it's missing Shadowheart in that room would make her run and grab the thing.
We are each of us threads in her design.
Why you're not using UI mods? Because I don't want to. Why are you using UI mods? Perhaps possible to get the Hoarding American to pick up the spear somehow, I have no idea. If you disarmed something, it would likely be willing to pick up the spear by equipping it. But if it's equipped, it's not in their inventory that you can buy it. So you would then need them to swap it. Is more clean, in your opinion? In my opinion, no. The popular expanded hotbar mod makes the passives toggle widget quite shit, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So, no. Remember, why aren't you playing with every overly sexual mod ever made? Why do you hate us? Mia, don't make me. Don't make me. Don't make me click it. I'll do it. How are you? Equipping an item from a dead body on the ground also counts as looting? Yes. Is that a threat or a promise? A proclamation. It's a momentous occasion.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
I'm unsure if I have the jump distance for that without a strength elixir. Yeah, I do. Hopefully I don't hit the death chasm. So I don't need to do the Shard Olympics, as they're frequently called. Have you been getting your loot? If you don't mind me asking, just can't figure it out. Like, what do you mean? I buy stuff from vendors, I get stuff from quest rewards, I can do some crafts as long as I don't have to add the things into my inventory. Oh, I've gotten everything in. As in my gear. This was on Lae'zel on the Nautiloid. I moved it from her inventory to mine. Wasn't looting. It was a companion I had forced into my party. Damon made that for me, put it directly into my inventory. I bought that. Damon made that for me. That was put into my inventory by Thula. That was a quest reward from Floric. That was Shadowheart's shield, got it on the Nautiloid. That was a quest reward. I bought this. I got this in dialogue with Crusher. I bought this. I bought this. This was put into Lae'zel's inventory from a long rest event. This was on Astarion at the start of the game. This was on Lae'zel at the start of the game. Or no, this was on Karlach at the start of the game. I bought that. Bought that. Got that from Goex through a dialogue. Nier put that in my inventory. Scratch put that in my inventory. Bernard put that in my inventory. Mizora put that in my inventory. Got that in a dialogue in Grimforge. Took this from Minthara after recruiting her. So I didn't loot it from her. I moved it from her inventory to mine when the game forced her into my party. Got this through a dialogue. Got this through a dialogue. Bought this. Got this through a dialogue. Bought the materials that Damon crafted with? No, I had succeeded the checks with the guy in Grimforge. And yes, like Say said, it should be noted, we're not using a lot of workarounds we're aware of that would ruin the spirit of the challenge. For example, improvised melee abducting objects, just like you can with people, very much a thing. I could improvise melee abduct a person to a location, then an object to that location, and then move the item so that they pick it up and then I could buy it from them. That's not explicitly against the rules the way reverse pickpocketing and pickpocketing are. But it's just not in the spirit, so. Can't get daggers back once you throw them. Right. This is why I bought the returning pike. This is a shit item. This item sucks. It is by far the least desirable throwable weapon in the entire game compared to literally all of the others, including non-magical daggers. This is the worst option. The reason why I bought it is because I don't need to worry about losing it if I throw it. The only reason I bought it. And it was very expensive. It was like 700 gold. I was not happy about it. So I need another strength potion now. I did get some value out of that necrotic resistance elixir. What we use the strength elixir for now is I need to move everyone in Art Culla's room somewhere else. Maybe I kill them, maybe I don't, but I need to move them so that I can kill Art. The reason why I need to kill Art is because I need to use Speak with Dead on him to get the information about Thaniel, because I can't pick up the loot from Malice Thorm. The alternative is I need to Speak with Dead on him. So that's why I bought a Speak with Dead scroll from Aaron that I put in Aaron's backpack at the very start of the game. We're gonna disguise in case I mess up. Just bad because of the price and the gravity damage. There's the price, the gravity damage. It's two-handed, so you can't have an offhand equipped. Like, let's say you're throwing regular non-magical daggers. You could have Knife of the Undermountain King in one hand, and let's say Bloodthirst in the other hand. You're critting on an 18. You're throwing an item that'll never steal your XP, that has a more favorable throwing arc, so it gets blocked by terrain less, that you don't care about retrieving. That can end up doing even more damage. Let's say you're not doing the minus crit stuff. Let's say you're running around in Act 3, and you just have Rhapsody. Well, with Rhapsody, the dagger is capable of doing more damage than the pike, minus gravity damage. That's just having Rhapsody and, say, a shield for armor class or initiative or whatever else you need in your other slot. And then, if you compare Returning Pike to any other bound weapon, well, Dwarven Thrower is stronger, Nyrolna is stronger, Bloodthirst is stronger, Comeback Hand Axe is stronger, anything you bind with an Eldritch Knight is stronger. That was Nyrolna compared to the Pike. Not even close. Like, there's a reason I call the Returning Pike the garbage pike. It is never even really a consideration over throwing non-magical daggers unless you specifically want the gravity damage, which you would only really do realistically in a situation where you don't care about XP. So for example, on my level 1 Warlock run, I used the Returning Pike a little bit because I didn't care about XP. Are throwing boots better? They do psychic damage. You could do Resonance Stone. You can have 2 weapons equipped, boosting the damage. So you could do, let's say, Rhapsody plus a minus crit weapon. So yes, they are. Two-handed? Yeah. Like, you can't stat stick with the Returning Pike at all. And the Comeback Hand Axe, a weapon that people dismiss as a joke item because it's from a copy, one of the best things about the Comeback Hand Axe is that it is the only bound weapon that returns to your inventory without equipping itself. So what that means is you can hold 2 other stat sticks, throw the comeback hand axe, still don't have to worry about retrieving it, and it's still coming back to you. And because there's not really many hand axes in the game, not really many slashing throwables, outside of being a wild magic barb, that is the most powerful thrown slashing weapon in the game. Compared to throwing an actual pike, the fish. I think it runs like these by looking at random items nobody uses, asking yourself what I can do to make this useful in a run. Often. Yeah. Often. Like, I kind of, as a baseline, I refuse to believe an item is worthless. Even the returning pike, which I just spent 5 minutes shitting on, I outlined use cases for it in that. There's almost no items that are completely, like, without any sort of use case. Even if that use case is to sell the item. For example, the Gloves of Battle Mage's Power in the Toll House here in Act 2, they have never worked. They have been bugged from day 1 of the game. They have never actually functioned. So they don't do anything. But they sell well. Still worth getting. Surprise me when stuff is broken for that long. Squeaky wheel gets the grease, and the people commanding the conversations on social media are not the ones who test to see if items work. The other thing about Lightning Jab or Dwarven Throw is they have a built-in DRS on honor mode. Yeah, the damage gap is vast. But item doesn't work, you write the name. It's the gloves from the Toll House. The blue ones, the Battle Mage ones. The ones that say they give you arcane acuity. Those. They don't work, they have never worked. Gloves of Battle Mage's Power.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
It is clear, Mom. Good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of items that don't really work. For example, the Amulet of Baal has never worked in honor mode. Does not do anything. It's just a key in honor mode. But, hey, that's a function. So. It is how you get into the Temple of Baal if you are not Dark Urge.
May the gods take you first.
Imagine my jabber's still Anki. Are you swole yet, Danny?
If not over, then through.
Yeah. There's more where that came from.
I'm just getting swole and having everything shower and now making a marg, cause fuck it. I want a marg. I'm jealous.
Alright, time to skulk about. Let's get this over with.
Blew my mind finding out you can electrify water with the jabber. Still like, what? Yeah, that was something that I just hadn't thought of, and then a chatter mentioned it. I forget who it even was. But now it's like one of those cool things that I keep in the back of my mind because that's so fun. And it makes total sense because you can take a flaming weapon, dip it in a surface, it ignites it. So why wouldn't you be able to do that with an electrified weapon? It's very cool. It's one of the many things I love about this game. Is the hat of Storm Science power also broken? Never seems to work for me. Deal thunder damage, gain acuity. To my knowledge, that does work, but which thunder damage are you doing and not getting acuity from, Romer? I believe it needs to be a direct thing and not, like, reverb. Yes, Jabber lightning damage works on a miss, as Trade mentioned. And you can build lightning charges off of it with Sparkle Hands, you can apply Helldusk Bleed, etc., etc. Divine Strike with Storm Glare, with Tempest Glare, excuse me. I've not used that item in quite some time, so I don't want to make a statement on it. Trade would know better, you would probably know better than me. I defer to Trade. I work with Bound Warhammer too. Would what? Charge Bound Warhammer? Maybe. I don't know. Got an idea of a video I'm too lazy to make. Pretend trailer of the game showcases Eco Heart Barbarian, Bard with counter charm, stuff like that. Show an amount of variety and freedom in the game. Goes over the same video every few seconds, stops in black and white narrator listing things not working properly and giving a screenshot most people wouldn't know about. It's one of those things that would be so niche. It would be so much effort, like crazy production quality, and those of us here would absolutely love it. But it would get no traction anywhere else.
Just have a few.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest.
Which other effects had as diverse equipment as reverb and arcane acuity? Lightning charges are pretty diverse, I think. But there's some of the conditions that it feels like you have fake choices. Like with heat, you have a bunch of fake choices. At least relative to the others. With Frost, your options are super limited. Radiating orbs are only as free as they are because Callous Glow. Heat has one good item, a bunch of trash. I would say 2 good items.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not.
But yeah. Mental Fatigue has good items. Not many of them, but it does have good items. Just needs a thumbnail of a streamer making Pogger's face and 34 absolutely broken features devs don't want you to know. Clickbait title and do numbers. Alright, so I need to kill Art in a way where his body remains intact, so I want to avoid having fire damage here. Or maybe I do have fire damage, and I knock him out first. And I kill him while he's unconscious.
Better be cautious.
He's still asleep, so he's not going to respond, actually. Okay, it's fine.
The corpse regards you like
Spirits of...
the spell.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Now, I could tell Halson. Where does this even sort? Yeah, here. Yeah, not gonna do that yet, though. Trying to make Impressive with Frost work for so long, I think it led to me thinking Evo Wizard would be kinda...
That's more where that came from.
mid. No, we had this combo before. Looking back, I think we fixed problems. Most season my Wizard to apply Frozen debuffs, so my Warlock and Eldritch Blast even harder. So, like, Encrusted with Frost is good, though.
I wish we had a bloody army.
It's just you have to know how to get around the issue of the freeze part itself having a saving throw. You have to mitigate that, and then you need to use the specific gear pieces that give Encrusted with Frost or the specific coating. Then you need to know how to apply as many hits as possible, as many instances of damage in a window of time that allows you to apply the stacks efficiently if that's how you're freezing people. It's all very doable. It's all very good. You turn yourself invis before throwing someone because you get a bonus on the throw? Yeah, Gingergrid 1. You get advantage if you are hiding or invisible. Sorry, I was late responding to that. It's not listed anywhere in the game, but you get advantage. And throwing and pushing are contested athletics checks. So you can improve your chances by giving yourself advantage and by giving them disadvantage. Noxious Fumes could have more than one gear piece. Technically it has two, but like, again, Marco just counts for all these, right?
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stuff.
Seems someone's been skimming our supplies. Is anyone keeping an eye on those children from El?
Premium trinkets and doodads.
I'm thinking. The gestures. Wrath Closing should have had DR. Yeah. I think I would have a better experience using my wizard in different, at least broader way. Just trying to apply a debuff makes sense. Yeah, you were specializing in something that you ended up not enjoying. Makes perfect sense to me.
No one stopped me yet. Just out of view. Here we go again.
Ever considered paving your paths with corpses, maybe even building your castle with bones? Yeah, but I gotta figure out if Father is watching first. No?
Another step forward.
So we're throwing all of the Harpers and Flaming Fists. Minus Jaheira and Tally. We're throwing all the Gnomes, minus Wobrin and Barkus. We'll save all the Tieflings.
You picked the wrong fight, friend. This calls for careful footwork.
The reason why I'm doing this is, 1, it's XP. 2, don't care about the loot. 3, I am planning on resolving the Isabel thing in a way that gets me the Slayer form, so everyone here is in danger.
Jaheira wants to know about supplies when we make it home.
Burning through our oil. Should just about do.
Just about.
Just about.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Pave my path with friendship. Fill my castle with love. I'll fill your castle with love, alright? Kermit Gabe. All my builds could be Evo Wizard at this point. I really want to do an Evo Wizard run, because, like, I have so many ideas. But, like, the problem is, it wouldn't be a challenge run, because that's how fucked up that subclass is. It would just be a showcase. Which, yeah, there's an argument for it, but I would be a lot less stimulated than something like this. We just do Squid Blast. I want to do Ice Storm Empowered Evocation. And like Destructive Wave and things like that. The 2 instant stuff. I want to optimize that a bit. Maybe even the shitpost of Empowered Evocation, like healing word on allied or neutral NPCs. Athletics failed successfully. Uh-huh.
Can't risk being in open view. No time for mercy.
Holy Bill just being Mark's shoving rogue made with dash of Bard for mockery. I did a run that we kind of called the Bully Monk run, and it was, I played Karlach as a monk and just 4 elements, of course, because it's the strongest monk subclass. And we just bullied the game with irresponsibly large Fangs of the Fire Snake. Just like unethical Fangs of the Fire Snake damage. Astarion would have been doing it better in Act 3, but for the rest of the game, Karlach was the choice. Blast Pendant, Evo Wizard's nearly as fucked up as Ranger. Ooh, yeah, Blast Pendant, Evo Wizard? That sounds like a good time. Like, Blast Pendant, Ice Storm?
Breathe quiet.
I'd like to do that.
On my way.
Because you could impose... You could use Wet to give Vuln on the Blast Pendant and the cold damage part. And if something is bludgeoning vulnerable, which you can reasonably do, a couple means, like Water Elemental for Brittle, you could go that route. It's 2 instances, so Lightning Charges, Gaping Wounds, Shriek, Callous Glow, all go on each. Responsibly large, so yeah, finish it. I believe streamer would not min-max who likes fun and trying new things. God forbid. Yeah, that's disgusting. I retract my statement. I apologize. I'm getting the uke for the video, which is behind a paywall on my Patreon. But it's okay. You can get the money to see my apology video on my Patreon by buying this new meme coin that I'm pitching. You'll strike it rich, I promise. And when you do, just come on the podcast and help me promote my new supplements. Okay, Brad. Yeah, that was some Brad behavior.
Don't want to draw any attention. Softer than a
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
Oh yeah, Harper Bohr's AI is horribly broken. I think it broke in patch 6. Much as I like blaming patch 7 for things, I think this was a patch 6L, actually.
This calls for careful footwork.
I already envision your profile picture and a golden coin as a promotional image.
Time to press ahead. Just out of view. Dream in red. Softer than a whisper. Moving ahead. Out of sight, out of mind. Think you can take me on?
Also want to see if Mephistopheles Tiefling Evo Flameblade's a thing. Flameblade is something that I've had, like, an interest in for a while. It cannot be as shit as it seemed to be. Like, surely Flameblade with, like, heat convergence, searing smite, empowered Evo stuff. You know, surely, like, arsonist oil, you know, surely. Exploit Flameblade's good. Actual Flameblade needs a bit of help. Yeah, I don't really have much of an interest in Exploit Flameblade. I almost did a run with it, but I figured correctly that I would get bored very quickly.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Cutting to the chase.
Odd Christ. Murder. Saw the corpse midair. This is the reason why I'm doing this separately from the people I'm saving at the other waypoint, because this one, there's like a... They'll do the whole crime response thing.
I don't need any attention right now. Or steal. Hope your soul is in good hands.
No waypoints run. Only waypoint to waypoint. No, waypoints would just be a lot of running. I have not done that run because it would be pretty fucking lame. Like, you want to watch me walk through Act 1 for an extra 2 hours at the start of every playthrough? Just, like, not doing anything, just walking? Because that's what would happen. Yes. Oh, okay. Type out a whole long-ass message and just press the up arrow on accident. Got your long ass right here.
May the gods take you first.
Reflex, but okay.
Minds their business, I'll be fine.
Consider you're gonna wait 2 minutes between doing every action for no reason, run. I already have ADHD. Why would I need to put it into a run?
Can't slow down. Can't risk being in open view. Here we go again.
Damn straight.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Not just a bunch of NPCs after patch 7? True. Heavily encumbered run on YouTube. Yeah, it's one of those things. Do it so that, you know, people can see, hey, this was done, and then, like, repress that chunk of your wasted life.
Don't want to draw any attention. No time for mercy.
Hi, Messy. Watched 4 horror movies today. I'm on my 5th. Which one? Stars aligned. I did have a working Zarel in patch 7 off stream. I think that's happened to me once. How long have we had patch 7? Like, the fucking year now? I think I've gotten functional Zarel in this patch once. Harper Elifer is also AI broken. I believe her AI works if she's shadow cursed.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
But only if she's shadow cursed. Maybe if you pick a fight with the Harpers, like all of them collectively.
To be cautious.
Dirge reminds me of a guy I knew growing up we called Crackhead Chris, who sold cigarettes to kids, sold them at the SIGs. He was making a loss in every single one. He's really just doing it for the love of the game. I don't even know how to respond to that one. I don't know why I read that out. That sure was the story, yeah.
Light on my feet. Breathe quiet. Move with care. What do I have to lose?
Shout out to Crackhead Chris. Train to Busan, 30 Days of Night hosts, and Hell House LLC. I've heard Train to Busan is really good. Still haven't seen it. I don't really watch horror. Time to mug a kid? No, we're keeping the kids safe from the atrocities. One of your favorites, guava chips? Nice.
Softer than a whisper. May the gods take you first.
Last night's best bargain, right here.
No time to rest. Pave my path with corpses. Build
So nice you can save Dam and the other tieflings. Yeah. Like, I do, in theory, have the option of, you know, not killing Isabel. But like... Oh, wrinkle with this. I can't save Bex and Dandis, because they teleport back here, and I don't think I can reasonably... Like, maybe if I drag these torches, maybe I can create enough of a safe area. But not having, like, moon lanterns as an option, for example... I don't think I can reasonably stop the fuckery with their AI being chained to this place from killing them. Gauntlet of Shar's best bargains right here. Feel naked without my gym jams. I love gym jams. I'll actually be willing to do a bunch more combats once I have gym jams. Now, gym jams without consumables, especially before level 10, is kind of prone to the same issues. I'm not really doing much wild shape combat. I think I've wild shaped once in this run so far. But once we hit level 10, gym jams will be a very solid combat option. Messy when they realize that we appreciate them. Messy is always appreciated. What are gym jams? Slayer form. Speaking of Isabel Dirge, what happens if you haven't romanced anyone in the game? Choose a random companion. It'll choose a random companion that you have high approval with. If you don't have a companion who is compatible for this, the game will just put Withers in the bedroll, and then the cutscene will end early. I'm not shitposting. That is actually what happens. You can bone daddy needs his beauty sleep, apparently. Yeah.
That sounds perfect.
Death won't take me yet.
Premium trinkets and doodah.
Normally I put this crate in my inventory, then drag it up here to throw this one. Where do I throw you now? Do I have an angle? Not really. Oh, there's one. Seen it. Seen it. Oh yeah, hi Marcus. But yeah, that's where we threw Marcus. We threw him while he was human. Not an aberration. Wonder if I can speak with Dead from that range. No. Curious. There should still be a couple patrols that I have to deal with. Did I want to purchase anything from Damon?
I have something to ask.
Can't fish him out. Shame. I could with telekinesis, but... Darkfire Shortbow is an item that I've really become a fan of recently, but it's far too expensive for this run. Harmonium Halberd, more reasonable. But I haven't made a decision on if I'm getting the Astarian Potion yet. I can also go get that in Act 3. If I really want it. No hit round and going swell, got Enemy of Justice, let's go. Oh, with who?
Let's get going.
Goblins? Oh, yeah. At least that's one of the ones that's not really a big deal for.
This calls for careful footwork. Let's get this over with.
Getting it with, like, goblins or Wergar, meh. Even with Last Light, it's not a huge deal, because Jaheira and Tally are not guards. Art Culla is, though, annoyingly. So if you get Enemy of Justice with the Last Light, that's a thing you'll have to deal with.
Just out of view.
Like, he will interrupt the dialogue when you wake him up. To do the Enemy of Justice thing and attack you. Abusing the cracked wall. Nice. Good job in that crack. I'm proud of you.
Be quiet.
What are the advantages of playing Dark Urge? You get the opportunity to do a one-on-one duel with Orin, which is substantially easier than the normal versions of the fight. You get access to a couple... You get access to one piece of gear that otherwise doesn't exist. It's an overrated piece, but it is a piece. It's got its own inspiration route. It's the only way to have the Haunted One background. You get access to dwarf meat, which you can use to heal as a free action, much like raspberries and gruel and suspicious meat. A lot of extra dialogue throughout the game. More insight into the main storyline. Dirge is very central to the main plot of the game. A couple abilities in the mid and late game that other characters don't get access to. And much like Tav, Dirge is fully customizable in terms of race and class and such. Darker's probably the canon protagonist. If you had to define one, probably. But notably, like every other Origin, Dark Urge does exist in the game world, even if you're not playing them. They do exist. You can see them. Default Dark Urge. Things don't go well, but they exist. So their impact before the events of the game is still there, and they are doing things during the events of the game. Is power word kill considered an advantage? Yes, because you can't get it in either way. Yeah. Yeah, Dirge is the only Origin character that you can't have as a companion. They still are in the game world, but they're not recruitable.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Alfira, you need to heal yourself.
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
Are you gonna?
At the ready.
Last light's best bargain, right here.
I also need to decide if I'm getting Shadeclinger armor from Tally. I could use that to get advantage on a lot of different saving throws. It is quite expensive.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Fall by my hand.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest.
I've got a long road ahead. Never wanted the easy path.
If Dirge has more XP potential since you get to kill everyone. No, none of that is tied to Dirge. Dirge doesn't have, like, the ability to kill more people than anyone else does, barring the exception of one long rest event in Act 1. Outside of that, it's exactly the same. In terms of the inspiration route, Dirge has a better one than most of the others in terms of XP you get from it, but, like, you can just... It's not like you're not allowed to kill Jaheira unless you're Dirge, right? Dirge gets additional XP for it due to it being an inspiration, but, like, you can still just do it anyway. Saving the cat, of course.
Think you can take me on?
Premium trinkets
And clarifying my position on Dirge there, I like that you are not actually losing control left and right as Dirge all the time, because the character is written in a way where you feel you get the advantages of that kind of storytelling. You feel like you could lose control at any time in like a blind playthrough. But the game doesn't actually rob you of your agency very frequently. And when it does, it's usually extremely minor. Usually. The cases where it's not are very extreme and you kind of walked into them. Eating Gale's arm. That's not... You chose to do that, though. Like, sure, on a blind playthrough, you wouldn't know that imagine means do, but, like, at no point are you ever forced to do that. You didn't ever have to click that option. Preventable if you know what you're doing instead of an annoyance on future playthroughs. Exactly. If Dirge was as gimmicky as first-time players thought it was, returning players wouldn't play it.
Never mind. I don't need any attention right now.
Ow, the crit. First time I've been in an actual combat in quite a while, and I get immediately crit.
I'm coming for you.
Heard that in early access they did have Dirge, giving it without player input got nixed because people felt like it took away too much agency. Good change. It's funny, my first time playing Dirge, also my first honor mode run right before, and I got told by the one who was so scared. Only to find out it's significantly easier. Because narratively, that's like, wow, that's a big deal. But then in gameplay, it's like, oh wait, you're telling me I only have to worry about her? And then she also loses all of her honor mode mechanics? Except for one? That's cool. Cool.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
What's that?
Last Dirge just didn't do the duel at all to get her bloodthirst. Yeah. If you have familiarity with the fight, then the duel is just a formality. I'm messing around? No. Yeah, buddy system. Pretty certain I will never see Act 2. I don't agree. You will. So here's the thing. Every time you die to a thing, you are substantially less likely to die to that same thing again. While there's a lot of ways to die, there are not infinite ways to die. So with enough patience, yeah, you'll see Act 2. Get on my nerves. Rogue Orin's pretty scary. My opinion on that has changed a lot over time. I would say Rogue Orin is actually massively easier than Slayer Orin. That's the 2025 Quag take. She's got more of a reputation, but like, what specifically makes her seem scarier? Let's break this down. Because I think this is a good conversation topic. Because this will link into the topic of why I am so invested in getting Slayer form on this run. All of this last light stuff that I'm doing right now is a byproduct of me want Slayer. Because people see 1v4 versus 1v1, you go the 1v1's way harder. But you can have a 1v1 with Rogue Orin too, yeah. The perception is that that version of even the 1v1 is harder. It isn't, but that's the perception. Because Murder Strikes, you mean the feature that she still has in Slayer form? That one? What about it? Drink that. I think that's all the Harpers. Let me save again. My overwhelming compulsion to not make conversation choices I don't like, the roleplayer in me is counterproductive. Well, if you're playing on a difficulty where you can reload your game, then that's fine. Or if you're playing on custom, you can have a save slot and just save scum until you get the dialogue outcome you like. I think that's more than valid. So yeah, let's I'll stop bearing the lead. Let's talk about Slayer Orin versus Rogue Orin. Slayer Orin has Piercing Growl. Piercing Growl is a DC 21, it's either 21 or 23, Constitution save. That if you fail, you become fearful for 2 turns. And becoming fearful in that fight means that you start running away from Orin without any control of your character. Things can snowball very quickly. In the worst case, she is willing to loop the effect of that Piercing Growl. She will reapply it to you the turn you're supposed to be out of the effect. And she can lock you in a situation where she'll just eventually kill you if you don't have powerful retaliation effects and good damage mitigation going. Orin in human form does not have that ability whatsoever. Orin in human form cannot take full control of your character from you. She can make you frightened, which has you stand in place and you have disadvantage on attacks. That's a way different thing. And also, it's a much easier to get immunity to Orin's frightened than it is to Orin's fearful. Also, Rogue Orin cannot apply contagion to you. The version of contagion that the Slayer form applies is Flesh Rot. Flesh Rot is vulnerability to all damage. Even before the vulnerability sets in, contagion itself will give you disadvantage on your ability checks and maybe attack rolls in stage 2. And that's a whole ass problem. Slayer Orin also has more mobility than Rogue Orin does. In both forms, she has the second bonus action that a thief has. However, in Slayer form, what she's willing to do is use one bonus action to jump, then the second bonus action to do the Slayer's Leap, which does damage and then also can prone you and do all sorts of shit to you. The only thing that Rogue Orin has that's offensively more relevant than Slayer Orin is Rogue Orin can do necrotic damage. That's it. And it's only a little bit of bonus necrotic damage on both of her weapons, but like, so like, what makes her harder? Pretty easy to one round. Yeah, also she's a humanoid, so you can just Surge and Subjugation go burr. She's a valid hold person target. She's small enough that you can throw her around as well, as long as she doesn't have unstoppable stacks. Though, with the Dirge duel stipulation, you probably actually can't move her that way, because you and she are both immune to being moved in that way during the duel. But yeah, Rogue Orin isn't actually harder. It's just people downplay the Slayer form, because they have never used it. And Orin does not get a more special version of the Slayer form than the player does.
If you're all right,
Unless you go with a specific series of dialogue options that requires you having a Speak with Dead combo, then passing 2 dialogue checks. Orin's Slayer form is exactly the same as yours. The problem with moving Tally like this is her AI will break. So anything I want to buy from her, gonna have to do it in the short term. Protection from missiles is an awesome spell. We can get a shield that gives us this in Act 3, though. And I'm not really looking to let enemies make that many attack rolls at me. Mighty Cloth is great, but way too expensive. I don't think I'm going to even pretend to be able to get that one. I do want a Peerless Focus Elixir for Halcyon fight. Though I probably don't handle it in a way where that's necessary. More on that later. Wall of Fire Scroll has a bunch of potential uses. I could use that on Merkel. I could use that on Oliver. I could use that Fall of Last Light. Question, is it worth talking to Orin's mom before we're going to see Orin? Better to walk up to her. Depends, GG. If you do get certain information from her, then you can make Orin leave the person she abducted alone without a check, and then just do the fight as normal. So that's a good reason to do it. But if you start rolling the checks that you unlock with the information from that Speak with Dead convo, all you're doing is buffing Orin. Because if you succeed that whole line of questioning, she will lose her will to fight, and then Baal himself will be like, nuh-uh, get in there, and forcibly turn her into an improved version of the Slayer. What way does she get improved there? More strength, more temp HP, or, the presence of having any temp HP at all. And I believe advantage on wisdom saving throws. You can magically tell her to calm down afterwards, since the first time telling a legitimately angry woman to calm down has ever been a good idea. We're looking at the logical reasoning behind why Slayer Orin seems downplayed. What about the emotional reasoning? Fighting Orin one-on-one with Dirge is way more personal, intimidating than just the big scary monster like Gage mentioned about Orin seemed intimidating at first and just ended up being a pushover. That's very true. The narrative implications behind having that climactic duel with Orin, it's the culmination of Dirge's personal storyline across the entire game, but then also it's in a lot of players' playthroughs. It's the final one of the big bad trio. So, like, there's a lot of narrative weight behind it. For some people, it's also, she abducted a character you care about. I get it. Narratively, it's a big deal. But the Merkel fight is also narratively a very big deal. Culmination of a lot of things. And manages to feel impactful and is actually way more mechanically involved than, say, the Dirge duel. So I do feel it's important to compare to other instances in the game where they got the same narrative weight, but they actually managed to make it an interesting puzzle to solve in challenge running. Because Dirge duel Orin is straight up probably the easiest boss in the entire game outside of the Netherbrain. It's between those two. Now, this is from the perspective of someone who already knows everything that both of those entities are capable of. If you don't have that information, things can be different. And that's the gray area. Shadeclinger armor is so expensive. I don't think I'm gonna get it. I think my plan for the Zaithisk is, as I mentioned before, I'm going to do a temporary respec to Paladin. Try to save that until I'm level 8, though. Then I can go second feat. And I can have, +5 charisma mod, maybe. Though more likely... Yeah, I'll do that. I do normally handle the Netherbrain your solo on a run, especially the lower DPR ones. I one-shot it. Like, you have access to so much damage at that point in the game that there are no runs where you are unable to one-round the brain. Because either you have Orpheus there, or you are a Mind Flayer, or you had enough power to get through Act 3, and then you made the decision that doesn't get you any one of those things, but you still have all the Act 3 stuff. So, like, let's say you went through the finale in the flavor that gets you the least overall power. That's letting the Emperor eat Orpheus, and you don't become a Mind Flayer. So you have the shittiest possible support there, you have the hardest possible version of the brain fight, and your character has not gained any power from this. You still have, as an option, you could still have, the -2 crit from being the Chosen of Baal, if you're Dirge. You still have all the gear you picked up in Act 3, including things like Dollar Amaris. You could be doing a Dollar Amaris, bunch of bonus psychic damage from like Resonant Stone or whatever, Crater Flesh Gloves, and you could do just seeded crits with Luck of the Far Realms, with Executioner, with Scarlet Saturation. Like, you have so much available, to the point where, like, remember on my level 1 Warlock, when I 2-shot Orin in the duel, I could have done that with the brain. Except I would have had even more damage in the brain version of that because I didn't need to worry about initiative. It's... The brain's mechanically simple. It's you kill it in 1 turn, or you sit there and you kill it in like 3 to 4 turns. Got how? Thank you for the stream. See you in the next one. Sounds good. See you later, Gingerbread 1. I appreciate you.
Just have a few.
On my previous run of the Celestial Warlock, I ate it. I ate the brain. Six free Aberration Slaying Arrows in Act 3 available at any level. Yeah, there you go. That does it.
Time for some bloody work.
Last Light's best bargain, right here.
Yeah, Scarlet Saturation, Mole's Ray of Fire. Good shout. Kill the Oxen for 1 XP each, but I don't feel like moving Bex and Tannis right now. Alright, so last light is clear. Which means the next phase is a go. Globe prevents the platforms being broken. Yes, you still have the 5-turn limit, but yes. Only 450 HP for some reason, thought it was closer to 600. Let's put it this way, Lensar. When Sei was doing the impossible challenge, he, on a level 1 fighter, he planned out having access to about 3,000 damage with one action. And he didn't need more than, like, 600. Because the mod didn't fully buff the brain. You have so much control over your damage at that point in the game that it's whatever. Like, if there's not an actual mechanic you have to contend with, it's nothing. Something like Ritual Cazador is a real puzzle to solve. Was it barrels? No, it was throwing one smoke powder bomb. God, there he is.
Let's see.
What other sins have you been cooking up?
Bodies for the harvest.
Alright, I moved Barkus, Damon, Tally, all the tieflings, except Bex and Danis. Sorry. She fucking teleported? Okay. Well played, Isabel.
The true soul who's going to...
But the cultists are able to traverse even the deepest shadows, though. While you're busy in the tower...
Yep. No Marcus fight?
Every scrap.
You did well to help those people escape Catherine.
Fucking where is she? Oh, she's here now. Interesting. Need a better angle. Am I okay? Okay. It's not quite how I wanted that to go. My ability to get down there is a little limited.
Don't want to draw any attention. On my way. What do I have to lose?
Weird. Oh hey, that didn't break my hiding. Main concern of the brain is less about doing the actual damage and follows armor hand crossbows. Right. It's weirdness of the platform, disappearance mechanics, full wiping between turns 1 and 2 as playing with other people. I see. Starting your first ever honor mode? Let's go, V. Ridley. Best of luck.
No! What in the nine hells happened?
This. Well, this is why we did enhance ability.
You're right, Isabel. Listen, as impossible, but it's up. We can steal your.
Sorry, Danis. Alright, Jihi, terrible start. Ice Storm on Danis? Really? Maybe overkill? I'll walk into that. There we go. Oh. Did I remember to prep healing word? No. Oh. Critical miss. Yeah, we love that. Okay, good wild shape.
Here goes nothing.
What are you doing? Whoa, huh? Okay. Normal ass pathing right there. Yeah. Don't jump into the moonbeam. Gee. I'm gonna break my concentration. She said roofs aren't real. Yeah.
I led them here. To this.
Get a grip. This isn't over yet.
Carnage. Chances are slim I'd survive the
I'm
journey.
in my camp.
They will die for you.
You have one more point of order.
Should mind my step.
No, she died. Okay. Alright, so, I haven't had the Act 2 Scleratus scene yet, but he should show up to give me Gym Jams. Probably 2 rests from now. We still have the Dream Guardian one, maybe even 2. Natural Recovery. I've been loving Land Druid for this. These extra spell slots. Real nice. Didn't tell Isabel you won't kill her right before you killed her? No, no. I got the blessing, and there were no dirge dialogue options. And because I had already killed Marcus, there was no Marcus fight, so the conversation ended. Then I talked to her again, and then I got the dirge prompt, and then I immediately did it. Immediately clicked it.
What now?
Let's see, is Isabel's blessing enough for this area? Okay, it is. It's like the morgue that I can't really do much in. Which, my reasons to go into the morgue are all loot related, and I guess a little bit of XP, so I don't actually really need to go in there. Purposely gear up Halcyon and Jaheira before I accept Ball in Act 3. Why not? Halcyon and Jaheira? You mean, wait, does Halcyon turn against you? I know Minsk goes with Jaheira. You can't do any morgue in there? Get out. That was pretty good. I don't have a cheap throwable here. I mean, I guess this. There we go. XP. There's more to be done. So remember how I talked about how dwarves have really fast two-handed crossbow animations? It makes things like this go so much faster. Look at this. Unfortunately, I can't loot the lightning jabbers from these guys. Big sad. No jabbers? Yeah. As an assassin rogue, should I be using melee or range more? What do you want to use? And it depends on the situation. It's got the same support for each, so what do you want to do? I will say, in general in this game, engaging from a distance is quite often safer than being in melee range, but, like, it depends. Range can do more damage because of sharpshooter? Are you ignoring that melee can also get damage boosts, Melkor? Sharpshooter is the exact same damage value and accuracy penalty as Great Weapon Master. So, no.
What path lies before me?
Range will do more damage if you choose to boost your range damage and not your melee damage. Ignore it. Don't have your encyclopedic knowledge of the game. Okay, so, like, let's break this down. Range will do more damage if you take range damage bonuses. Melee will do more damage if you take melee damage bonuses. If you have the same bonuses available in each, it'll depend on the weapon you're using, the target you're fighting. So it goes back to what I was saying before. It is situational. What are you fighting? What do you as an individual, you as Melkor, what do you like doing? How confident are you with kiting things? How confident are you with engaging, disengaging combat? How much are you going to be trying to do stealth shenanigans, as in killing people without combat ever starting? What weapon proficiencies do you have? You don't get a simple answer here. If the question is complicated, you get a complicated answer. Like to kill them before combat begins, then generally ranged is a little more suited to that. It's not the only way, but it's much easier to do that with ranged. That was a 20 and then 3 1s in a row. I mean, I guess I was shooting with disadvantage? No, I wasn't. That'd be cool with, like, stealth that people stab them one-shot assassin range seem to do more damage. It doesn't. Didn't think there's a great weapon master equivalent to short swords or whatever. So great weapon master is your great weapon master equivalent. You can sneak attack with any finesse weapon that work on one-hand weapons. You don't have to use a one-handed weapon. There are 2 longswords and 1 glaive in the game that are finesse two-handers. So if you want to do Great Weapon Master big unga bunga damage with them, you absolutely can. Valar Luv is a longsword. Early Act 1, you can get it for free, no combats. As soon as you get to the Underdark, you can just go get that. It's a +1 longsword that is finesse. Longswords are versatile, meaning you could choose to use them as one-handed or two-handed. Two-handed sneak attack weapon. And like Gigi said, Lorethian's Wrath is the one in Act 1.5 in the Kresh, sold by the vendor, the Githyanki, Jira. Dual wield feat and 2 longsword? You tell me. Why would you do that? Not going to tell you what you should do, because I don't know what you want to do. I don't know. If you don't know, why would you do it? 2 better than 1? For what? And remember, a valid answer is, I think it would be cool. You can say that. Then by all means, do it. It's about having fun. Have fun. But, like, I don't know your reasoning. 2 means double the damage? No, but 2 is a bigger number than 1. Let's fuck around and find out. Yeah. I prioritize stronger builds too, and again, understanding about the strengths of different builds. Okay, so dual wielding longswords is not something that is ever going to improve the overall power of your build. Beyond, it's just something that you can make work because you can make everything work, and it looks pretty cool. You have no reason to do that. Because the opportunity cost of a feat, you could be using feats that help you more. Got an answer I'm looking for? Gotcha. A lot of things in this game I discovered because I was like, lol, that could be funny. Think it'd be cool, just do it. Yeah. I was thinking about dealing with Malice Storm now. Problem is that whole Shadow Curse thing. I have Isabel's Blessing, so I can go in some Shadow Cursed areas. But not Wraithwind Town. If I'm gonna do stuff here in Wraithwind Town, need to use this. Get free Dolly? Right. Play BG3 all day, I'm still happy now to the Valor and be so grumpy right now. Different kinds of games, yeah. I'm just kind of thinking of how to get to level 8 right now. I could long rest, but I want to get more value out of this strength elixir while I have it. Could get access to Zarel's and Lantarv's improved stock through Zarel. Strong to have 2 crossbows or like a longbow? Depends. The advantage of hand crossbows is that you can make attacks with your bonus action. Sometimes that access to improved action economy is more desirable. Hand crossbows have less range and they do less damage. So there's trade-offs. Something that you gotta pick up with my non-answers here, Melkor, is if you don't give me specific enough context, you're never gonna get a straight answer out of me. Because, like, I'm not going to give you an answer that I myself, immediately while giving that answer, could rebut. So, context. More information you provide, the more I understand what you're thinking. Quag and lawyers. I mean, Dave, my dad's a lawyer, so maybe that's where I got it from. We're in ad jail right now. I will say nothing for the next minute so that everyone can hear. That was a weird sentence. You know what I mean. I don't understand not arguing points. I know. I didn't say you were arguing anything. Not combative. Just wheezed when you said that because it all makes sense now. As soon as you said damage attribution, it was like rules of lawyering and all.
This individual doesn't seem particularly fond of you. Perhaps a gift would improve their sentiment.
This is just always funny to me. Perhaps a gift, maybe some clothes? No, I sold those. I sold those. Okay, back from the ad break. So, more information, more understanding what you're thinking. So, the question was two-hand crossbows versus a longbow. So, like I said before, hand crossbows, their range is way worse than two-handed bows. All two-handed weapons for the range slot have more range than hand crossbows. So, this can affect your accuracy, even at the edge of the effective range of your hand crossbows. But more importantly, you just can't make attacks from as far away, and that matters quite frequently. There's also the fact that hand crossbows are smaller damage die unless you are a high level monk. They are smaller damage die than short bows. As a high level monk, you could eventually get them to be the same damage as short bows, but still lose to longbows and heavy crossbows. This is without even accounting for the effects of individual items. As Roxy, as Vive and BRB mentioned, depends on the specific items, depends on your build. For example, if you are going all in on accuracy, well, there's multiple bows that have more accuracy than hand crossbows. Getting more opportunity for sneak attack procs simply because we're shooting twice? No, because you can only use sneak attack once per turn. So, if you're hitting your shots in both builds, well, you have one really good hit and then a shitty hand crossbow hit. Other things, hand crossbow proficiency is, that we're speaking in a game-wide thing, not a class-specific. Hand crossbow proficiency is a lot more uncommon than short bow proficiency. And if you're not proficient with the weapon you're using, you can't use that weapon's specific maneuvers, things like, you know, a hamstring shot, gaping shot, that stuff. But then also, you are not adding your proficiency bonus to your attack roll, which substantially impacts your accuracy. The biggest draw of hand crossbows for most builds is use of your bonus action offensively, as Mick and Balls touched on. If I'm using hand crossbows, it's almost always for that. For example, the archer build that I'm doing in the co-op with Danny, I'm doing an archer cleric, as I sometimes do. This one is using hand crossbows specifically because of the action economy. I don't get extra attack in that build, but if I can attack with both my action and my bonus action, well, I'm still able to put out a lot of shots, especially running around with Elixir of Bloodlust. It's another opportunity to get a kill to secure Bloodlust, and that is a run where I'm running around with Ballast Armor, so I'm imposing vulnerability on piercing damage, so even my offhand crossbow shot is hitting for like 60, 70, 80 damage. That's a good use case. But then, if we look at specific effects of weapons, sure, you have something cool like Nair Misser. It's the only force damage ranged weapon in the game. And on rogues in particular, that's pretty cool because you could put that in your main hand ranged weapon slot. And that will mean that any sneak attacks you do with your throwing attacks, so like you throw anything, whether it's a weapon at a person or a person at a person, your sneak attack will be force damage, which is very cool for bypassing situations where a target might have piercing resistance, or maybe they have force vulnerability. So that's a good use case for that item. That, again, that's a specific item. And as a rogue, you have bonus action, hide, dash, and disengage already. So you don't really need to have more things to do on your bonus action because you already have insane flexibility in that bonus action, right? You don't have to put on hand crossbows so that you can main action dash, offhand shoot like other classes do. Rogue can just bonus action dash and then main action shoot, meaning they could use a bigger bow for more accuracy, more damage, more range, and better access to item effects. So in general, I heavily lean towards two-handed bows, but giving that as an answer doesn't provide all that other context that I gave. So it still goes back to, it is situational. Yes, this rant about a game mechanic, not a rant, you know, a deep dive while this is happening is my channel summed up very briefly. It's great, thank you. You're very welcome. Thing to also consider as a rogue, you don't get longbow proficiency unless you're an elf. Use the archery gloves or multi-class into a class that gives it to you. Yeah.
Your offer appeared.
But like, Minty, there's only so much I can give you here, girl. I want to make sure I get my stuff back. We good now?
But I do not understand why you killed the cleric. I see. I would prefer if you informed me of your intentions before striking in future.
Okay.
You wish to consult me?
I can take house and stuff now. Everybody naked. Cool. Right now, I'm early act 1, hitting 30 sneak attacks, hand crossbow, melee's like 12. Get longsword, great. I'm not think my melee would be that high. Thing is, your sneak attack is exactly the same on any finesse weapon, Melkor. So it's not that sneak attack is stronger on a hand crossbow versus melee. It has the exact same damage die. It's confirmation bias. Now, the melee weapon itself probably has more damage than the hand crossbow, because hand crossbows are a d4 on their damage die, I believe. d4 plus enhancement level plus dex mod. But like a short sword is already more than that. One of the good things about sneak attack is that the only way it cares about what weapon you're using it from is damage type. So if you use sneak attack with a piercing weapon, it's piercing damage. If you use sneak attack with a slashing weapon, it's slashing damage. If you use sneak attack with a bludgeoning weapon, it's bludgeoning damage. And with a force weapon, it's force damage. Psychic damage. Those are all the sneak attacks available in Baldur's Gate 3. There's at least one weapon for each of those damage types. That is finesse. Short swords are d6, correct? If I remember right, yeah. Hand crossbows d6? Cool. Then the short sword comparison doesn't hold up. You'd be looking at something bigger. Fowler Loop, again. Fowler Loop's d8 one hand, d10 two hand. There's your example. At Practice Sword, the bludgeoning finesse weapon. Not a meme. Very good item. Did I bring Minty to talk to Araj yet? Is that what I was here to do? My girlfriend watching stream for the first time, Quag. Anyway, you can say hi, Mooney, to freak her out. Hi, Mooney. Woodsy is early. Woodsy is here at the start of the stream every single time. Without fail. Like, honestly, Woodsy's the one who comes over here and clicks the go live button for me.
Very well.
And
You wish to consult
really, I would not be live without Woodsy being my main creative influence. You got a W partner right there. Quag, did you hear that Woodsy is 6'2" and rich? It's true. It's true. Hey, Samad. How's it going? I could just get Grove Master and Sharpshooter to be OP in all situations? Well, no, because the opportunity cost of each of those things is something you need to factor in. He loved it? You're welcome. Like, if you take Sharpshooter, that feat is not doing anything for you in times when you are not shooting a bow. And vice versa. So you have to think of the opportunity cost when you're speccing things. And then there's also the accuracy problem you have to mitigate if you're taking either of those feats that's raw damage with a big accuracy penalty. There's things like Alert to give you a ton of extra initiative that are good in a majority of situations in the game. Like, you don't get the opportunity to even make attacks at all if you lose initiative and get killed before you get to act, right? That's why alert is good. Things like moderately armored are very good on rogue because then you could pick up medium armor and shield proficiency, things that the class doesn't normally have. And then you get access to things like much higher armor class, more critical hit immunity options, gear with damage reduction. You got to think of what you need and what you are giving up to get something. Feats are very impactful, and I would encourage chasing things other than raw number increases, because those are deceptive.
Good.
So you've always been a bone man.
It's risky to enter Moonrise with enough. Be sure to keep them close, so you
By my oath.
Should you be interested, I have a particular offer I'd like to make. With one drop,
At least things have stayed interesting.
That's a pretty good player, and me just want to see good numbers. You can have good numbers once you figure out how to make chasing those good numbers something that's worth your time. Like, you can't put out good numbers if you can't put out any numbers. That's why you'll see players like myself stress things like movement speed and initiative, because, you know, if you just can't make the attacks at all, you're doing no damage.
A mistake. When you
If you're having fun and a good time, who cares if you're a good or bad player anyways? And yeah, I don't really like the term good player, bad player either, because this game in particular is all knowledge checks, and nobody starts out knowledgeable. So, dipped into fighter on my warlock just for the armor proficiency. Yeah, it's a popular choice. Play an informed player. And the way you get there is asking questions and hanging out in this space with all of these wonderful people who think the same way you do. I'm one of them, too. I like learning things, so keep doing what you're doing. And just as a reminder, anytime that I seem like combative about an answer, it's because I'm trying to kind of lead to a certain way of thinking. It's never like I'm not actually getting upset or anything. Questions welcome. Do I do the art thing yet? I don't think I do. Theory crafting in WoW for 15 years? Oh yeah, you've got the mentality already. That explains it. Inadvertently call yourself wonderful, can agree more, get appreciated, idiot. Oh no. Oh no, I gotta end stream. That shit triggers my fight or flight response. Walked right into that one. I did. And that was bad. I was hoping. But no.
The dark's strong here. This torch is useless.
Okay. Man, not being able to have access to Shadow Curse protection in like the deep curse areas is so fucked up. I at least have resistance to the damage from the curse now. And it also rolled min damage on me. Lol. Quag's gonna ask Woodsy to come over and click the end stream button. Gonna make the other side do some thinking rather than hand them an answer on a silver platter. Right, because, like, if I just give you an answer without context, or without you arriving at that conclusion at the same time, or at least in the same conversation, like, you don't know why that's the answer. It's like telling someone the answer to a math problem without telling them the formula. Yeah, they could repeat it, but, like, could they do it? No. Why doesn't Strimmer spec Rog to uncanny dodge the curse? Like, that's actually a good idea, Trade. That's one of those things that sounds like a shitpost. But, like, no, so, like, if you're gonna be in a situation where you have to take Shadow Curse damage, Rogue is the choice, because as long as you're running around not in turn-based mode, you can just keep uncanny dodging the curse damage. So, like, the curse damage doubles up each turn you take it. But if you have uncanny dodge and resistance, you are quartering it. So the number of die being rolled still gets pretty high. But if you have, let's say you have damage reduction from some source. Let's say you're wearing Adamantine Split, for example. Obviously that would be relevant for this run, but let's say you're wearing Adamantine Split. That's 2 damage reduction to everything. But then you're having the damage from Necrotic Resistance, and then you're having it again with Uncanny Dodge after the damage reduction is rolled. So let's say the Shadow Curse can do up to 32 damage to you. 16, and then 14, 7. Rounded down, you take 6 damage from a tick of 32. Much more manageable. Uncanny Dodge actually minimizes Shadow Curse damage. The way Uncanny Dodge works is whenever you successfully take damage, or whenever you would successfully take damage, Uncanny Dodge, if the toggle is enabled, will burn your reaction to divide the result after your damage reduction by 2. So the order of events is damage resistance, damage reduction, Uncanny Dodge. And as long as you have a reaction available and the toggle is enabled, it'll happen. But the reason why I mentioned doing it outside of turn-based mode is because if you are not in turn-based mode, Uncanny Dodge will just be able to trigger on any damage you take, because reaction as a resource is never actually consumed outside of turn-based mode. So you could just walk around constantly Uncanny Dodging every tick of damage you take as long as you're not in turn-based mode. This is why a rogue can walk around with the Cursed Corpse from Cazador's Mansion in Act 3, the one that's like the stronger version of Gale's Necrotic Aura thing. A rogue can just walk around with that not taking any damage, just walk through the whole city. What was not? Oh. Sorry? New Uncanny Dodge is good, holy shit. Yeah, like, Rogue is the tankiest class in the game. It has Uncanny Dodge, it has Evasion. So, for example, if someone threw an Evasion-compatible spell or something at you, like, let's say they threw a Fireball at you, and you somehow failed the Dex save. Evasion still cuts the damage in half. Let's say you had Fire Resistance, you cut the damage in half again. Let's say you had Helldusk Armor, 3 damage reduction. So you quarter the damage, then you subtract 3. If you are still taking damage after that, which would require a very high roll on the Fireball's damage, then Uncanny Dodge will kick in and cut the remainder in half. Half rounded down. So you are taking less than 1/6 the damage of the spell just by being a rogue and having 1 reaction point available. Best way to increase accuracy. Oil of Accuracy is a popular one. Increasing the stat you're using to make the attack roll, so dexterity for bows. If you're doing a ranged attack roll, you get a bonus from high ground. You get a penalty from low ground, be aware. Sharpshooter neutralizes the penalty from low ground, but you still get more accuracy for high ground. The Bless condition. various character skills. There's some gear that gives +2 attack rolls. Accuracy is so good that I would say that you cannot have too much of it. Finally doing a combat after a while, if not.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Oil works on range. Reapply that too. Yes. It gets a little expensive to keep up with that, but it helps. Archery fighting style is also +2 to your bow attack rolls. Fighters, rangers, bards, and paladins can pick up that fighting style. Can paladins get that one, actually? I don't remember. I know non-fighters have limited selection comparison. No, they can't? That's funny. Only fighter and ranger. Bards can get dueling 2-weapon. I thought they could get archery too, but yeah. Swords Bard only gets 2-handed dueling. Well, there you go. You're looking at fighter and ranger. As an option, you can also toggle off Sharpshooter, Great Weapon Master. Yeah, that's true. Situationally toggling it is good policy, as Nico mentioned, but you do have to keep in mind, if you are turning it off and you're not benefiting from the other smaller bonuses that the feat gives you, then you could have taken something else in that feat slot and been ahead of the curve. That's how I try to view it. I don't take Sharpshooter very frequently. Great Weapon Master even more infrequently. I know Morgana Evelyn is also a big accuracy believer, which makes sense. Her preferred style of playing around Sharpshooter, if you're gonna have some degree of consistency in your gameplay, to offset that penalty, you are going to need a lot of accuracy. I'm probably gonna long rest soon. Let's do a 4th level Moonbeam. Moonbeam is one of the most efficient spells in the game because of how many instances of damage you get off of one spell slot. Radiant is also very uncommonly resisted, so against most things in the game, you could just click it for neutral damage.
Can't slow down.
Big fan of putting Oil of Accuracy on weapons. Yeah, it's very good. If you can maintain the resources necessary to do that all the time, it's really good policy. I think remembering to use coatings as a whole is something the player base should, strive towards. But among those coatings, accuracy is one of the most impactful. Careful around Radiant Retort. That's the funny thing about Moonbeam. Moonbeam doesn't give a fuck about Radiant Retort. Because, look at the log here. Shadow Curse Vine Blight was hit for 15 radiant damage. Moonbeam killed Shadow Curse Vine Blight. I didn't damage the Vine Blight. The Moonbeam did. As far as the game's concerned, Moonbeam is a separate entity from you. You still get credit for, XP for its skills because it's allied to you. But it isn't you. So you can just blast things with Radiant Retort with Moonbeam and the retort will try to hurt the Moonbeam, but Moonbeam doesn't have a health bar. So, it doesn't give a fuck. The Moon's Angie. The Moon had some Taco Bell. That's sad most of the coders get worse later you get in the game, because so many bosses have poison immunity. Not actually as many as you'd think, Lensar. That is a commonly held opinion. But, like, name me some. Name me a few. There's a couple, certainly, but name me a few. Much like Hunger of Hadar. Exactly like Hunger of Hadar. They read a build idea by you? Absolutely, GG. But the stance on poison, whether it's poison damage or applying poisons, Raphael, Merkel, Steel Watcher, Titan. Merkel's in late game, but so Raphael isn't poison immune. And you can use coatings other than direct poisons on both the Steel Watcher, Titan, and Merkel. Wizard's Bane Oil is one of the most impactful things you can use on Merkel because it reduces the spell save DC by 3. There's no saving throw for this. You hit him, he gets the condition. That's it. Reducing the DC of Gaze of the Dead, Call of the Damned, all that, from 21 to 18, super good. Applying Oil of Freezing to Merkel, forcing disadvantage on dex saves, super good. Applying Oil of Combustion to him for some good damage, super good. You could even use Oil of Diminution to shrink him. Lol Merkel. Trade did this on stream last week. Any coatings you'd argue benefit more from being applied on ranged weapons compared to melee and vice versa? I'd say in general, combustion makes more sense on ranged weapons because you'll be out of the blast radius. To name one. For melee weapons, I'm more likely to click Drow Poison than I am on bows, though I do use it on both because you get the opportunity to make that follow-up attack for a guaranteed crit if they do fall asleep, and you do have to be in melee range for that. Sorcerer or Wizard, they have different strengths. Wizard gets access to a wider arsenal. And has better subclasses than Sorcerer does. But Sorcerer is a Charisma caster. Sorcerer gets enhanced ability. Sorcerer doesn't have to worry about preparing the correct spells. They're kind of hard to compare. They do different things. Sorcerer is just a better version of Wizard? No. If you're talking raw damage, Sorcerer never ever competes with Wizard's output peak to peak. It's not even remotely close. If you're talking total utility, Sorcerer doesn't have as much as Wizard does because Wizard has access to more spells and that better subclasses thing. Using the same spell, Wizard will do more. If that spell is from the Evocation School, yes. A Wizard can also take the Abjuration School to be the second tankiest class in the game, behind Rogue. If the idea of running around with up to 24 damage reduction just from your class sounds entertaining, Abjuration Wizard does that. Divination Wizard can also eliminate RNG to a degree that no other class can. With the Portent die, you can just replace someone's roll on a saving throw with a roll of your choice as long as you have that roll available. Kaylee is using that on her current no-hit solo honor. It's a Wizard run. Heavily restricted. She is in Act 3. And she chose Divination Wizard specifically because in a lot of situations when she wants to stick an offensive spell to maximize the damage, she can force an enemy to roll badly. Storm Sorcerer's Water is so fun. Storm Sorcerer is great. It is comfortably the strongest of the Sorcerer subclasses. But remember, everyone can use water. An Evocation Wizard does more damage. And you still cheese Abjuration Wizard using Warlock Invocation Armor Shadows to boost your ward. Can't remember if they patched that out. You can, but like nothing about that. I'm glad you used the air quotes around that, Tweedledum, because that's just everything there working as intended. They wouldn't patch it out because that's how it's supposed to work. Armor of Shadows is mage armor whenever you want it, as long as you are a valid target of the spell. So you can mage armor yourself with it, then equip a piece of armor, which makes you an invalid target, causes the effect to turn off, then you take off that armor, and then you Armor of Shadows again. It's a first level abjuration spell, you could use that to just stack your ward. But there's other ways of stacking your ward too. No Call Lightning, but it's not like there's not other lightning spells. Like sure, you don't get Call Lightning innately on a wizard, but you have Lightning Bolt, same spell level. More damage. Tempest Cleric with Storm Sorcerer and Ice Wizard, OP. I mean, yeah, those are all good things. Talk about the poison damage coatings mainly. I do love the oils, freezing, combustion, whatnot. Ton of enemies immune to poison. Maybe not as many bosses as I thought, though. And not that many enemies are immune to poison. Lents are. Bosses are not. Really. Like, you can use damaging poison coatings on the undead bosses in Act 2. All the Thorms, you could do it. And in fact, like, using Purple Worm or Wyvern Toxin or whatever against Visibald is one of the most impactful things you can do. Because he has so much HP, the fight takes so long. If you're getting that little chunk of extra damage on every attack across all of those turns, it's super impactful. Not only are fewer things immune to poison than you think, the ones that are immune are less relevant than you think. Like, who gives a shit if a 31 HP shadow is immune to poison? Your MO on those guys is one-shot them with something else, so the coating never mattered anyway. You know how Reddit is? They think anything's cheese. Reddit thinks the ability to read is cheese. Doesn't count. Something immune to Elemental Adept, does that work? No, because Elemental Adept doesn't do anything to immunity. It just ignores resistance.
Can't give up now.
So I think I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna pop a short rest here.
Time to get going.
So that I get that knockback. I don't want a long rest yet because I don't want to lose this Gnome Elixir. There's a couple things I could still do with it. Yesterday the game wrote to me Raphael's immunity to damage from Purple Worm Venom. If something is inoculated against your poison, it will be immune to the effect. Raphael is not immune to poison.
Alright, time to skulk about.
If something succeeds the saving throw against your poison being applied to them, they gain immunity to the effects of that poison for 2 turns. Sorry, I missed it before, GG. 9 Berserker Barb, 3 Way of Shadow Monk, or Berserker Barb, Thief Rogue. Thinking of some fun throwing shenanigans. Let's run attempt. I want to mess some darkness stuff. So the thing about Berserker is it's inefficient. Like, Berserker needs you to pop a bonus action on the first turn of combat, so you start having your class features at all. But unless you go Thief, you only have the 1 bonus action. So this is why every Reddit Berserker build's like, oh yeah, you take the Thief dip, and then this makes it good. It doesn't. Berserker still kind of sucks, but we'll get there. So you're already having to commit that bonus action. Personally think Eldritch Knight's better throw than a Berserker. You are objectively right. It's not a matter of opinion. You are simply correct. Reason being, rage charges are limited unless you are either in Act 3 or using Aspect of the Honey Badger, which is from a different barbarian subclass. So you're needing to commit one of your very few long rest rage charges and a bonus action, so that on the following turn you have the ability to use your subclass. When, especially if you were a monk, you already had many things you wanted to do with that bonus action. Berserker sucks. It's not a good subclass. Don't get me wrong, Enraged Throw is good when it lands. Being able to prone something, as long as the attack hits, is nice. But applying prone is already so easy in this game. And you only have... Barb sucks? I didn't say Barb sucks, DB Raymond. I said Berserker sucks. Barbarian is fantastic. Berserker is shit. They're not the same thing. Berserker is a subclass of Barbarian. Not to mention all the other non-thrower-esque stuff Eldritch Knight gets. Yeah. Go back to Lurk and have a great stream. Thanks, Lensar. Thanks for all the discussion and the Lurk. Enrage Throw being guaranteed throw if you don't have an NPC. Enrage Throw is great for applying that prone, but the problem is you have to use a Rage Charge. It costs a bonus action, which until either Act 3 or a Thief Dip, you only have one of. 5 Barb, 3 Thief, 3 Eldritch Knight. That is the one that people on build subreddits swear by, but it is ultimately inefficient because you don't get more attacks, you don't get more damage. You have fewer utility, and in Act 3, where you have the option to have all that stuff going and all the gear to mitigate the downsides, you are forced to go to hell after every second fight and get your resources back. Also, you can't spellcast while you're raging. Not being able to spellcast massively cuts your flexibility in a fight. At like 9 throws a turn was OP, you can get more as a fighter. Fighters at level 11 get improved extra attack. They can make 3 attacks per action. On honor mode, that includes your action surge. So that's 3 attacks, you action surge. 3 attacks again. You haste, another attack. You bloodlust, another attack. You Terrazul, another attack. If you set up Mind Sanctuary in a convenient location outside of your haste situation, that's another attack. If you have something to do offensive on your bonus action, which every build should, that's another attack. At both, you didn't have improved extra attack from level 11 of Fighter, Melkor. No point Berserker with Karlach, you started to just run stuff with ice. Yep. And you have virtually 0 feats. That's another weakness. The Barbarian and the other subclasses, they're very fun. I'm a big fan of Wildheart. You have a lot of flexibility and resource sustain as Wildheart. You have much better effects than Berserker gets, as well.
Walking death. That's curious.
As I mentioned before, aspect of the Honey Badger, Wildheart Barbarians, they don't need rage charges at all. So a Barbarian that never needs to long rest. Good night, Sora. Interestingly, this Moon Lantern doesn't seem to be on. That's unfortunate. It's my favorite class, Cleric. What do I have the most fun doing? Most fun? Probably Monk. But, like, Cleric is my overall favorite. Barbarians on the lower end for throw damage, just a few interesting things I could do. Barbarian is absolutely not hanging with the damage output of a fighter or a monk or, over a small number of throws, a rogue for their damage output. Not even close. But every class has their own stuff they can do. Least favorite paladin? Why Cleric and what kind? Cleric because it has some of the most desirable utility and damage options in the game. It's got the ability to have great gear proficiencies, it's got favorable dialogue checks. Cleric is simply a very good class at basically everything you could want from a class. What kind? All of them. But my preferred domain is usually either Tempest or Nature. Sometimes I do War. This is an interesting dilemma. I want to clear some fights. I have to deal with Malice Thorm. I have to deal with Malice. That's what we gotta do next. Alright. Wish War Extra Tech feels so out of place when it applies. It's very poorly implemented. Yes. War Priest charges. Whenever I play War Domain, the first thing I do after every long rest is make sure I don't have any War Priest charges. With knowledge, get 2, 3 free proficiencies. Here's the funny thing about the word free there. Free at the cost of you picked a Githyanki. Free at a cost. Let me ask you this. If you're doing an evil playthrough, any actual reason to invade the Grove, which is always better not to. It is, in like 99% of scenarios, better not to. Even if you're doing an evil playthrough, it's usually better to just start doing the evil stuff in Act 2. Because you just lose so much by raiding the Grove. You gain like a couple of things, but it's not anything impactful. You get like a couple more tadpoles, maybe. And I guess Minthara sits on your face, so like... But that's it. Gith for min-max, usually pick Drow. Gith is utter shit if you are anything other than a class that you're trying to pick up medium armor proficiency, Phoebe Raymond. It's not Gith for min-max, it's people on the internet say Gith is good and don't look into, again, opportunity cost. Githyanki, great pick for Wizard, great pick for Sorcerer, great pick for Warlock. Sometimes a good pick for Bard. But like, again, Githyanki, as it's implemented in this game, not all that good. You get medium armor proficiency, you get proficiency with a bunch of kinds of swords, you get some favorable dialogue options, and you get astral knowledge to give yourself proficiency with a category of skill per long rest. Those things, even combined, less impactful than things many other player races get. Like, if you absolutely force me to do the thing I hate and quantify a best or number one or S tier, however you want to phrase it, without context, like gun to my fucking head, it's half-elf. Githyanki isn't close. It's half-elf. So, don't go with the Gith for min-max thing because there was no context there. Ask why half-elf? Because you can choose the benefits of any of the primary benefits of any of the categories of elf. Either Wood Elf for the movement speed, High Elf for access to a cantrip, Drow for access to those spells, while still getting the gear proficiencies that a human gets. And you still get the Elven immunity to magical sleep, which is very impactful in this game. You get advantage against charm, you get a bunch of good stuff. But getting the human gear proficiencies while getting the defensive aspects that elves get, very good. And having dark vision is also nice. Githyanki don't have that. feel like in Act 2, even when evil just lose so much to allow him to take Isabel. Yeah, you do. I killed Isabel in this run. I killed her myself. Because I gained some things. Yes, you're right. I should have more initiative for what I'm doing here. I could get punished.
Come, step forward. We do not wish to see.
Rants? What am I ranting about, GG? Or is that a redemption after the 3 rants that I did instead of doing anything productive for the last hour? Human versatility here? I'm into it. Let's do it. Right, it was so informative. I'm glad you think so. I try to be.
How to steady their hands, I wonder.
More than willing to use inspo here. Cool.
Come.
Now, lights should be able to work normally in this region. Let's see if I still need Deep Shadow Curse protection. Nope, we're good now. Unless maybe I do still need it over here. Let's look. Nope, we're good. We dealt with Malice, I can go around a lot more freely.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Yeah, oh, Baconator Gato. Like the name. Jake just ran off to eat, but Kevin's right here. Pet the Kevin. But he casts the same dash multiple times before combat. Does it stack? And if so, how high? It does stack, and it stacks up to 3 times. So I can dash, 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 flick heals. That's stacking the benefit of this one 3 times, which is the max, and then that. So I currently have 108 meters of movement speed, as you can see here. Realize he was the reason for Deep Shadow? Yeah, Malice Thorm has like a darkness, like a light suppression thing, worsening the Shadow Curse all around Wraithwind Town. It originates from him. When he's dead, the area is a lot easier to navigate. Cool, that's gonna stay there. Which classes you decide whether would half-elf or high half-elf is more beneficial for a build. Depends on whether I want a cantrip or movement speed. That cantrip, I'm almost always going to take something non-damaging. I usually take Minor Illusion or Blade Ward. But sometimes I want something else. But Minor Illusion is one of my favorite things just to have in the game. It makes so much about this game much more flexible. So, I lean that way. But movement speed's great too. Like the lore too? I do. Malice still wouldn't let me Moonbeam the Morgue for some reason. Because the Morgue is Deep Shadow Curse, independent of Malice. I think if I go in there right now, I still will be taking Shadow Curse damage, because you need the Pixie Blessing level of protection, or the Moon Lantern. So these Shadow Curse undead will not, will not pursue me if I attack them from outside of combat, but the problem is these shadows will. So I need to deal with the shadows first.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
I missed. Not a great start. Let's go ahead and reset that. They flesh out evil content a bit more, is my only complaint for lack of a better term. So patch 7 was primarily focused on fleshing out the evil endings. They added several hours of voiced content and cutscenes to flesh out evil stuff. So it's there, you just gotta, like, get there.
Better be cautious. Softer than a whisper.
They added at least one new evil ending for every single origin. So that's not just, hey, Dark Urge gets a new flashy evil ending. No, there's one for regular old Tav, too. There's one for Shadowheart, one for Astarion, one for Will, Karlach, Gale, all of them. Act 1 felt like just lost so much and gained nothing. Yeah, in the case of Act 1, it is overwhelmingly detrimental to go with the evil stuff. I think it serves a purpose of making you feel bad for doing the evil things. Because, like, yeah, slaughtering a bunch of refugees should feel a little shitty, right?
That should work.
Oh, did I answer this? Missed it? Redemption for more gift bad ranting. I missed it. Thank you for the reminder, Dave. Yeah, I got you, GG. So, like, Githyanki is just like a lot of other things in this game. It's good for shoring up certain weaknesses on certain characters, certain kinds of characters. Again, my preference for when I do run a Githyanki, it is for playing classes that I want medium armor proficiency, and I don't have it. So, Sorcerer, Wizard, Warlock. And then Githyanki is still competing with Half-Elf, because Half-Elf can get light armor proficiency and shield proficiency. So, it's still got competition, but if I specifically want medium armor, I go with Githyanki. They have the most unique dialogue, it's true, but a lot of that dialogue is still available if you disguise as a Gith. Not all of it, but a lot of it. The benefit of gear, well, you can disguise as Gith and get that, and be better at doing that thing than a Gith is. For example, if a half-orc disguises as a Githyanki, they are better at being a martial than Githyanki is in every possible way. They hit harder, they're harder to kill, they're just better at it. If you are picking Githyanki for, amusingly enough, a fighter like Lae'zel, you are getting absolutely no benefit of significance. The most you are getting is, if you are careful about your astral knowledge selection, you can make a couple checks on a particular long rest better. Otherwise, there's better ways to do everything you're doing. However, just because there's better ways doesn't mean you can't have fun with it, and, of course, the flavor, the lore. I get it. I do. But, there's this default position that Githyanki are OP, they get all this crazy stuff. Look at the other stuff they get. The jump gets mentioned a lot as something good. You, once per long rest, get access to a first level spell that is a ritual spell for any caster that gets it, is available from a ring once per short rest from Dareth at the beginning of the game, is available in potion form from level 1 with one of the most common alchemy resources. You get that. Okay, what else do you get? You get an invisible mage hand. That's actually pretty good. Underrated, people don't talk about that part, but getting access to mage hand and the invisible kind, that's pretty good. So, no knocking that one. That one's underappreciated. But then you get Misty Step for your other one. And like, sure, Misty Step is nice, but see, how many different sources of free Misty Steps are you given in the game? and also Misty Step scrolls available from level 1. So even on like classes that can cast it, I don't, because just use the consumable version. In a run like this, I'm less likely to view it that way, but in a run like this, I'm not planning around doing Misty Step at all. It's okay, I'm allowing butthole sucking, Roxy, just for you. Once we're long rest makes my soul shrivel up and die. Yeah, it's anti-fun. I don't like it. Let me suck butts. I got you. Dimension Door Scroll spells will work just as good as Misty Step. Well said, Twister. And you have other similar things, like Shadow Monks have that Shadow Step that has no cooldown at all. You can just do it. That's not a long rest, it's not a short rest, not a per battle, it's not a per turn. It's a, if you have a bonus action, you can Shadow Step. Forgot to enhance leap.
These boots have seen everything.
Dragons are fun. Dragons are fun. Dragonborn, very underrated. Breath weapons are a lot better than you think they are. They do scale with character level, kind of like how cantrips get a power bump every few levels. Breath weapons are the same, and you can support them with a lot of gear. They also have a bunch of mechanical advantages. Dragonborn are good. Outside of Astral Knowledge, the Githborn Psionic boots are a personal favorite for me. 1d4 Psychic for movement feels good. Those boots are incredibly strong. They're very, very good. For more reasons than, like, there's not too many boots that give you the ability to get extra damage in that slot, but also the way those boots apply their damage is really, really favorable. But again, every other race can disguise as a gift and benefit. Can't forget that. In a world without disguise, sure, we can call it a Githyanki feature, but in Act 3, there are 2 vendors that sell disguise kits, so you don't even need the spell anymore by that point. Internet tells me the worst, just goes to show you how dumb the internet is. It's one of those things that has been said a lot, so it gets repeated a lot. And it's not something that I personally felt the need to, like, reverse my stance on until recently, because I had been busy trying other things. Like, I really do recommend experimentation, trying stuff out. It's very hard to find things in this game that don't have value. You will almost always be impressed with something that you didn't give enough credit to, unless that thing is Paladin. But even then, you know, channel memes of me shitting on Paladin constantly aside, I do plan on using the class for a thing in this run for some consistency. So, like, even me, the #1 Paladin hater on planet fucking Earth, I still find value in some of its things. What value do you intend to get out of Paladin this run? I was thinking about using it for the Zaithisk of Cream Squirt. If I'm respeccing specifically for the Zaithisk, I can take a non-combat spec and do something like 20 Charisma, with maybe 16 Wisdom or Int, so that I can power up Aura of Protection for the Zaithisk. and go in disguised as a Gith, wearing the Aberration Hunter's Amulet for advantage on int. Maybe even buy the Whispering Promise from Volo, which I haven't yet. Want to do a good guy Durtron, thought Vengeance Oathbreaker would be cool, quit half through Act 2. Yeah, it's boring. If you don't vibe with the class theme enough to get past the gameplay loop being incredibly fucking simple, and being worse at that gameplay loop than every other class, then, like, yeah, you're not going to vibe with Paladin. But what were you talking about? I don't understand the question. What color Metal Dragonborn do you like? I'm partial to lightning or fire resist ones. If I had to pick one, it'd probably be blue, yeah. Blue for having, lightning resist, and then a lightning breath weapon. Also, the blue ones just look so cool. About the Zathis, I want to maximize their power up, I don't know about. Yeah, if you succeed all the saving throws when you're sitting in it, you get the cost of your tadpole powers changes from action to bonus action. But if you fail, then you get brain damage and you get permanent stat penalties until you use a tadpole. Getting more tadpoles is difficult for me in this run.
Just a pinch of.
I need a quick word.
Actually, yeah.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope. Come.
Like a 35 roll or something? No. The hardest one's DC 18. It's like 15, 15, 18. Whoever you put in the chair. I'm referring to if your character gets in, but you can have any character get in. For the many rants, by the way, they're always informative. Yeah, thank you for the good conversation topics, GG. Let's go get the Road to Baldur's Gate waypoint, I suppose. I've been live for 8.5 hours, but I don't feel like stopping yet. How's everybody doing? Did you get in the fucking robot? Is it time for me to go back down that rabbit hole again, Dade? It's only been like 2 months. The mental can't handle it. Roll super high if you let Lae'zel sit in the chair. Gotcha. Yeah, so there's a roll where you can let Lae'zel sit in the chair, but then you can pass a roll to steal the power up. But, like, why do it that way? You're like the one who gets the buff's the one in the chair. Yeah, the one who's in the chair, or you do the thing I just mentioned of stealing the power up. Like, you have no reason to have anyone other than yourself sitting there if you're after the buff. Like, you even get approval for telling Lae'zel, "Nuh-uh, I'm doing it." That's if she's in the room. But she also just doesn't care if she's not in the room. Like I said, no reason. So, inside of the morgue is Deep Shadow Curse. I will take damage going in there. She approves you telling her no? Yes. Like, in many instances, Lae'zel approves when you tell her to fuck off. Like, if she starts bothering you about going to the creche, she'd be like, no, fall in line. She'd be like, oh, okay. She was having commanding officer. Mm-hmm.
Shouldn't be rushed to more interesting times.
You recognize the corpse being tended. The girl.
I will sell you what I can. Once I've stabilized, not dead, merely medicated to ease the pain.
She's just a switch, don't judge.
Yes.
How could I judge her? She's me.
I knew these hands would not fail
Have you heard me bark like a dog when Mizora's on screen, Romer? Like, if anyone can't judge.
Not much left now, but you're welcome to look. No.
Alright, so I can go talk to Arabella now. Oh yeah, we recruited Minthara, so Halsin is in the corner chair of the camp. He hangs out all the way up here.
You find Mum and Pops? I don't believe you.
The battle.
Did you hear?
Escape after. I might need to lick my wounds a while before I can be of use to you.
Sell Jaheira Halsin's clothes. Which I'll get back. At the end of the act, anyway. I definitely recommend giving Lae'zel the Rune Powder Barrel Romance and Soul Water playthroughs, by the way. I've heard stories. Wish they just make Halsin another camp spot. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they just never bothered to do that. I'm debating whether it's Garangoth Thorm time. Especially while I have this human versatility elixir on, I do think that's a reasonable thing for me to be doing. Problem is initiative. I need to make sure that initiative won't be a problem. Sell some more stuff off. I could, of course, do the non-dialogue method. Kinda not opposed to it, actually. Still sell stuff off.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
With this on. 2 extra gold.
Ever at your service.
Build shooter good for rogue. She's staff or wizard. Talk me through what each of those items do. I know what they do, but no Featherfall here, really? Need a Featherfall scroll or potion. Rather than that, just explain why it's a dumb question. It's an apples and oranges thing. It's like asking if a fork or a spoon is better. There's a critical piece of information that you need for that.
Interesting. Welcome back, true soul.
What's the goal?
Come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
What's the specific scenario? The things are too incomparable. And when things are that incomparable, you gotta look at their specific effects and then look at the effect and be like, alright, when would that be useful? What does that do for me? Does that have a good enough item on a rogue to take? So is the question what to get from Floric for that quest reward? The answer is still gonna be like, what do you need from it? Like, here's pieces of information I don't have. How often are you casting spells? What is your current bow? How often do you plan on using melee attacks versus bows versus spells? Do you feel like your accuracy has been a problem? How familiar are you with the use of lightning charges as a whole? Because lightning charges are a very breakable thing. Do you have plans for particular weapons in those slots later in the run? Like on my current run, for example, I've been using the Spell Sparkler pretty much since I got it. Send my money to Shadowheart for now. The red jar in my buff bar. Human Versatility Elixir. And then also Gnomish Integrity Elixir. Blood Potions from Mirage. Your opinion were the best druid spells? Best at what? I hate the word best. What's up, Sunshine? What do you want your spells to be doing? Tell me what best means. To you. She's already in the spot. That's good. A wizard and a rogue in my group. Wizard's always casting. Rogue is 2 green handbows. Guess what I'm getting is I'll probably use staff and wizard longer than I'll use the bow on rogue. I would agree with you. That's exactly right. See, you gave me the information there, and I agree with your assessment there, that the wizard would get use out of that for a much longer period of time than the rogue would. Something to remember. I am primarily a solo player. I don't even think about party composition. So, that didn't occur to me. There was some risk there. So as you can see, she beat me in initiative. If that push had failed, I would be in a rough situation right now. Do you have reprimanded you for gold count immediately? No, because I sent my gold to Shadowheart. But if you want to, back to your question, what's up, Sunshine? If you want to know some of my favorite druid spells, Moonbeam has been a real staple here. It is extremely efficient, because you can spend a second level spell slot, or you can upcast it, and it upcasts well. You can spend a second level spell slot to get an AoE spell that you don't need direct projectile line of sight for, that lingers and ticks at the start of an enemy's turn. that you can then reposition for every one of your actions for the following 10 turns. Refactored above, I didn't see it. Yeah, there you go. Moonbeam Spike Growth. Yes, Moonbeam Spike Growth. Enhance ability, same as if you got it on a sorcerer or a bard. Really good for a lot of dialogue checks throughout the game. Thorn Whip is one of my favorite cantrips in the game. Call Lightning, of course. You know, Call Lightning's good. In terms of higher level spells, like Romer mentioned, Conjure Woodland Being is a great summon. Hero's Feast, a 6th level spell, is such an incredible defensive spell that it basically turns off a lot of boss mechanics. It gives you a bunch of extra HP, for one. And it does stack with the aid spell, if you wanted to go that route. But it makes you immune to being poisoned. It makes you immune to getting diseases. It makes you immune to being frightened. And it gives you advantage on wisdom saves. So, you know Orin? You know how Orin is like a scary fight or whatever? Haha, Hero's Feast go burr. She can't contagion you. She can't make you fearful. You have advantage against the other version of Orin's fear thing. What do you care? She can't do shit to you. The only thing she can do is damage, and Act 3 damage mitigation gear is so powerful that you could just sit there laughing while she dies to you hitting her with the Flesh Melter Cloak. Turns Merkle into a meme, too.
Let's get this over with.
Use Thorn Whip there to build up lightning charges from Spell Sparkler. There's more accuracy and damage. Getting a higher lane to give your team Hero's Feast. So good at my second run. Can't wait to level up in my current runs. I can do that again. Yeah, camp casting buffs like that can get really, really silly. It's very powerful. It's powerful enough that I restrict it out of my own runs. I did one run with that a long time ago. You know, camp casting, aid, Hero's Feast, Transmuter's Stones before they changed them. Warding Bond, all that. And then I was like, okay, yeah, I'm never doing that again because it's crazy. But if that's okay in your runs, remember, the only rule set that matters for your run is the one you, as the runner, want to use. Almost make me want to respec my characters. I respec a lot. This run aside. And D&D have been using Grasp of Hadara, Thorn Whip pull effect essentially, as well as repelling. It's disgusting. Hey, that sounds fun. Don't Barkus pack marker go away. Yeah, that one's buggy, Melkor. Where's the entry book? Okay. Jerry Thorm is now down to 7 HP. Don't quite have the movement that I want here. The reason why I bought the Featherfall is because I hadn't planned on using Flight, but I got a little spooked and used Flight anyway. Spec's basically free because Withers don't give a shit. Yeah. Am I wrong, or does having Saza walk you through the camps cut your XP gain in a major way? I don't think it does, but I have not had Saza do that while the goblins are alive in a long time, so I will defer to someone else on that. Could have been dual wielding here. I don't want to commit anything big. Should have had Ice Knife prepared. Moonbeam.
Free from the curse now. Perhaps you'll find peace.
Do I have this available? Don't. Throw Jerry out the window? Yeah, we pushed her. There's just Thisbald left of those Thorns. Getting pretty close to the level.
Should mind my
Let's go for one of the plant fights. Yeah, Malice being dead makes not having the Moon Lantern a much more tolerable situation. Oh yeah, we have this too. Completely forgot about the burps.
That bird. These boots have seen everything.
Burbs do have evasion. So Call Lightning won't be a great solution. But Moonbeam. They don't seem to care about cats. Which, common bird, L. I normally like using a Void Bulb here, but I'm being a little stingier with consumables for what I think are some obvious reasons. Run's really been Moonbeam gaming. Moonbeam is that good. One question, having issues playing with friends because mods seem to be kind of finicky. You absolutely have to be the exact same. Yes, it has to be exactly the same. And the game's very bad about telling you what's different. So that's why sometimes it'll be, 30, 40 minutes of tech support whenever you see me and Dade or me and Danny co-oping. Because it's like running multiple playthroughs with different mod lists and we have to sync everything up. And then it'll even be upset if one of you updated a mod and the other one didn't. But then it won't tell you that that's the problem. Thanks, Moonbeam. Oh yeah, Killing Spree. Nice. Mod manager has communication issues. It's true. Starting to get low on spell slots. 409. Oh, is the strength elixir any reason you can't dump all my strength in something like a fighter and put in other things? Yes. What happens when you don't have a strength elixir? I know that seems like a very straightforward answer, but like, what happens when you don't? What if I legit always do, though? You won't. There are multiple points in the game where your elixir is wiped off of you. And in one of those instances, you'll be put right into a fight. So what happens if your character that's holding a bunch of heavy stuff is put in that combat, they lose initiative, and then 3 Githyanki monks start beating the shit out of them, and then they have to use their bonus action to drink a strength pot. And then what? Dumping strength and then using a strength elixir is a popular new player tactic that is incredibly inefficient, and it is usually so that people can bump up stats that they already don't need. Like, let's play devil's advocate. What stats are you increasing by cratering your strength like that? Elixir flexibility is extremely valuable. Dex and con. Why are your dex and con not already good? You can have 16 strength, you can have 16 dex, and you can have 14 con. Why are they not already high? So I have the information, the reason other than that why it'd be bad to do that? Yes, because you can get your strength up to a point where it is already taken care of as a stat without giving up your elixir. And as Trade and Kara both just said, elixir flexibility. You can use your elixir slot for some of the most beneficial effects in the game. For example, let's say I wanted to make sure I didn't lose initiative to a boss. I could drink a vigilance elixir to bump my initiative from 8 to 13. Having a plus 13 means that there's 2 bosses in the entire game that are able to beat me in initiative. Only 2, and they're both in Act 3. And let's say I didn't pop that vigilance elixir, and I just ran around with the strength elixir, and let's say my strength was bad enough that I needed that to be able to do anything competent in a martial situation. Okay, we're now in gambling territory. If I go up to the Yurgir fight and lose initiative, he can fucking kill me easily on the first round before I get to my turn. And this is on a character that did not neglect dexterity, and I have a plus 3 modifier. What if I was in a fight where I need immunity to magical sleep, such as from this Elixir of Peerless Focus that I bought specifically for 2 fights in this act, where one of the enemies is a Wraith that can put up to, it's like 100 HP worth of characters to sleep. It says you can target it at multiple, but it tends to target at 1, but like, if you have less than 100-ish HP, Mummy can just put you to sleep if you don't have immunity. If you're an elf, this doesn't matter, but I'm not an elf, so I'm going to be immune to that. If you wanted the action economy from an elixir of bloodlust, if you wanted to drink an elixir for a particular type of damage resistance or immunity to certain conditions. For example, if you have an elixir of poison resistance active, you are immune to being poisoned. On top of being resistant to the damage, you are immune to the concept of being poisoned. Cloud Kill deals its damage by treating the player as having been poisoned. So, let's say you're fighting Balthazar. You drink an elixir of poison resistance, he plops a Cloud Kill on you, absolutely nothing happens to you. It's to the point where he won't even try to put Cloud Kill on you anymore. Is there any difference at all between having my strength coming from an elixir different than natural stat? Yes, because having your strength come from an elixir is either you set it to 21 or you set it to 27. 21 is less than 22, which is a bracket you can get your strength to naturally fairly early in the game. 27 is the other elixir, but that's only available starting at level 6 or barring some extremely specific cases of RNG. And then is still coming at the cost of your elixir slot. And also, 27 is not the highest you can have your strength in the game. The cap is 30, and you can, for example, in a Slayer form build, you can just have 30 strength. So using a Cloud Giant elixir to resolve your strength situation would make you weaker. And also, that's before including the context of what else you could be doing with your elixir slot. Getting extra accuracy, getting extra critical hit chance, getting extra resistances, getting extra initiative, getting extra actions. It is a very common stance on ye old build subreddit to, yeah, just tank your dexterity and your strength and fix it with the dex gloves and a strength potion. It's so OP. But I'm gonna say that the thing that I've said so many times today. People neglect opportunity cost. It is not free. Just like how, that looping back in that Githyanki conversation of free skill proficiencies. Nuh-uh, it's not free. You gave up your player race for that. I need more coffee. I had like a drop in there. That was so unsatisfying. Done this a couple times. Full party for Titan string builds on Rangers usually doesn't go very badly when you have 4 people. You can always play the game how you want to play the game, whether or not it's optimal. But like, that's, you didn't get punished for making a choice that just made your character weaker, rather than it being a good idea on any level. I know you're not claiming to have, you specifically said, not optimal. I get that, Linsar, but it's to the point where stapling yourself to a strength elixir for that specific playstyle is also objectively weaker. Because, again, that elixir slot, who cares about putting on a strength elixir to increase your strength mod from +3 to +5? Or +4 to +5 if you're actually boosting your stats properly. That's 1 extra damage, 1 more on each target, assuming you were hitting someone with an arrow of fire, an extra 1 on each target if you had Crater Flesh Gloves and you were critting, sure. But what if you had an Elixir of Bloodlust to do an entire additional shot? That extra shot is more damage than you gained by bumping up your strength mod by +1. Even if you're comparing that to a Cloud Giant going from 16 to 27 strength, okay, that's a bigger gap, but what if you just got to shoot again? Like... My whole gripe with Gloom Assassin build, if a Gloom Assassin build is built to rely on strength pots, that's not the fault of even the Gloom Assassin archetype. That is the player making a poor choice with their stat optimizations and deciding, hey, I don't want to think about this stat, so I'm going to do something that makes it so I don't have to think about it, while not realizing that I'm just capping myself at a lower point and deleting the concept of elixir management from the game. Not wanting to think does not make your character stronger. It also inhibits your ability to learn things.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I'll reiterate that the reason why you've seen me running around in this playthrough with a strength elixir so frequently is not because I had low strength. I have 16 strength. It's not because this is helping me in combats in any tangible way. This is specifically because I'm changing my elixir extremely infrequently, and every day there's been at least 1 instance where I wanted to throw someone who's medium-sized, meaning you need 20 strength. It is for a specific case. Lurking here in Quag Teach. Hey, Solo. Love having you here. I don't even care that I failed that. Got the kill that I wanted.
Time to press ahead.
Far enough? No. I'll quickly. Perfectly fine with ratting that out. Currently doing Gloom, but instead of using Strength Pots, using Hill Giant Club. Yeah, Hill Giant Club is a much better answer to that particular problem. Because, sure, it's still not free. You're still giving up a weapon slot. But the thing with giving up that particular weapon slot is if your primary damage dealer is your bow, and you are comfortable with the fact that you're never going to be able to throw people around, you can still have a shield equipped, or you can still put, once you get Knife of the Underbound King, which is a popular choice for that playstyle, you can put that in the other hand. Once you get to Act 3, you could either continue using Hill Giant Club to fix your strength, or you could change it up and use Handmaiden's Mace, you could use the Hill Giant gloves so that you go up to a bracket where you can throw people, but then you also free up your weapon if you wanted to go that route. You could Mirror of Loss to increase your strength. So let's say you had 16 strength at the start of the game. You got 18 from the Astarian Potion, and then you got 20 from the Mirror of Loss if you wanted to. Well, you're at the point where you can throw people around. You have more strength than you did with the Hill Giant Club. You have the same strength modifier as you would with a Hill Giant Elixir, yet you have freed up 2 gear slots and your Elixir slot. Like, Hill Giant is a much better thing, partially because it's so temporary. You done Ethel yet? No. If you haven't, you get in Strength or Dex with +1 boost. It's between Dex and Charisma. I don't really boost Strength with Hag Hair most of the time. I almost always do Dex, sometimes Charisma. I'm yapping so much today. I hope it's been tolerable. I get annoyed at the sound of my own voice. Shame I couldn't secure that kill.
Breathe deep and move.
I'm gonna greet it. I should be breaking this combat, but I'm not. I have to wear guard to break out. As a yapper, I feel seen. You're among your people. How dare you talk in your own stream? Got your stream right here. Ugh. No, I don't. Catch the stream with this. I do not like my hit rate here. My options are shoot on a 50% and trust that I can escape safely, or escape now. We're gonna go with escape now. And I will try to snipe it when it tries to detect me. I missed. Let's go down here. You'll chase me, right? We'll lay down and watch. Sounds good. Get comfy. The dinner of minor illusioning enemies to murder chasms while you yap. It's delightful. I'm glad to hear. What you working on right now, Dave? Always a treat hearing people talk about stuff they're knowledgeable about. The passion just bleeds in every word. It's definitely very much a, you know, the passionate part of it, because people can yap very effectively about things that they give a shit about. And that's how you find like-minded people. So the only reason I was willing to do that shot on a 40% is because I'm fine regardless of how that goes. As long as I don't go too far this way, I'm in an okay position. Pretty sure the Vine Blight can't get to me. Can't get a line on Constrict. And the Needle Blights, they don't know what to do from up here. Last time I died on a run, exclamation mark death. I think it was on the level 1 monk. I ran into an interesting quirk with how the game handles your Necromancy of Thay summoned ghouls. But it does happen. Always a learning experience, which is why I like it.
I don't need any attention right now.
I was hoping you wouldn't move. You're that's not supposed to happen.
No time for mercy.
Alright, that's awkward.
At the ready.
Go here. Cool, that's one of the funniest deaths I've ever seen. Perfect comedic timing. It was genuinely so funny. The level 1 monk I did was, you know, death counter that I continued. The deaths were... I intentionally killed my character to get another shot at the Raphael AI break in Act 1, because I didn't feel like going through character creation again. I could have gone through the Nautiloid and then got back to that point in like an hour, but I didn't want to do it, so I just killed my character and took the death counter early. And then the actual death in the run was that one in Act 3. Did some stupid shit. It's fucking hilarious. Really appreciate you for being able to laugh at unfortunate situations without getting angry at every die roll doesn't go your way, etc. Yeah, remember, like, the way I look at it is, what do I gain out of getting mad at the game? Like, how can I make it so it doesn't happen again? And then also just kind of, I enjoy playing this game, not even just as an optimizer, but as a player. So there's always some magic to it. If that makes sense.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Don't watch the clip now. Do it. Do it. It's a great one. Another miss, man. Confirms that they are tied together initiative-wise. I could bring the fight into Last Light. There's a torch I could dip with. Yeah. Some items are green in certain playthroughs, blue on others. Honor mode increases the rarity of certain items. Not the rarity isn't like how rare it is to get them, but it increases that. Like the caustic band is rare. It's purple on honor mode, which functions to give it a massive price increase. Part of the difficulty increase. But the only difference, yeah, they act, well, aside from items themselves acting differently across those difficulties, the color of the item doesn't really affect anything except for the price. Next turn, I'm gonna dip and then dash. I'm gonna also dive, duck, and perhaps even dodge. For games like Valorant and DBD, I don't think I'd get mad at PG3. It's less an annoying bug. We're getting close. Yeah, this is enough, actually. So now you're burning. Now it should die at the start of its turn. I should also have... jump distance to get up there. And that's all a fire surface now, so they'll take damage when they come in. Oh, not the low roll. Is there another source of fire nearby? Candle on that table. Ah, there's a torch here. That's a little far. I don't have that much movement. May need to use a first level spell slot on Enhanced Sleep. One of these turns. Yeah, I'm down.
I need a little extra edge.
Necro Wizard seems really cool late game. It can be, yeah. But it's also good in the mid game, yeah. So when you get all the cool necrotic spells, I would encourage you reading the features of classes, Melkor. BG3, unlike a lot of other games, does have a pretty good wiki where this stuff's documented. The main appeal of Necromancy Wizard is not the necrotic spells. It's the other features, and you get the big one at level 6. I used up too much movement. It's fine, I think. I don't think that has the range that I want. See what hiding gets me. You're still trying to come upstairs. Trying out Necromancy Wizard for the first time at the moment, actually. What are your thoughts so far, Roxy? How far are you? One actually Mr. Presidented. It's crazy. Level 6, so nice, nice. The reason for a high-level Necro is create undead. Yeah. And that's not even the only way to do that. Looking up Derogatory build today with Necro Wizard, thinking 6 Necro, 6 Oathbreaker. Yeah, the combination of Necro and Oathbreaker is certainly thematic. It's just,
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I don't know, you know my paladin thoughts. Okay, now the AI is doing what I hoped it would be. I wasn't high enough. It needs to be somewhere that's completely unconnected that it doesn't see a path to at all. Necro Wizard, effectively, how many summons do you have in total? I mean, over a dozen. Easily. But you can get a lot on any character. Remember, a lot of summons are independent of your class. You could do Conjure Minor Elemental and get 2 methods, and then you could have a Familiar, so that's either the Find Familiar spell or Scratch or Shovel. You could have an Animate Dead creature, even without being able to upcast for 3 or be Necromancer for 4. That's still 1.
Softer than a whisper.
You could have either the Diva or the Cambion on any character. You could have Gale's Shadow Lantern, and then have a shadow running around doing stuff. So annoying I don't have a line there, actually. You can have a lot. Do I still have any turns of jump? Damage on a reaction? Yeah, Halo Spores is awesome. The ability spread for Wizard Paladin has to be crazy. It's probably just you neglect either intelligence or charisma. More likely intelligence. You notice Lantarv is the 7 Vengeance Paladin feature? I did not. That's funny. Is Lantarv just a paladin that's out of resources? Is that why he's so angry?
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Which of the animate that summons you like the most? Usually skeletons, because skeletons can use coatings. So you could have a skeleton set up with, like, you can Drake Throat fire on its bow, and then give it an oil of combustion, then pop it in a haste spore grenade, and suddenly it's a machine. Big fan of that. I would also be angry if I was a level 7 Vengeance Paladin, regardless of my resource. Paladin simply forgot his oath. No, he's Oath of Vengeance, but, like, he's out of Lay on Hands charges and spell slots. I have Ring of Free Action, so even if that worked, I wouldn't be constricted. I would just take the damage.
Right. Time to skulk about.
Zombies are cool from Animate Dead because they have to be killed twice in most circumstances. So they're really good at soaking up attention. Twin Spell Drake thingy? You can. That's what we're talking about whenever you hear me or Trade or Danny or Carrot talk about Throat Sorcerer. Well, you know, we could be talking about the other thing too, but like...
Softer than a whisper.
That's Throat Sorcerer? See, Dade actually thought we were talking about the other thing. No, that's making someone in your camp a sorcerer so they can twin spell Drake Throat Glaive. Didn't know the specifics. Yeah, that's what it is. To answer the unspoken question of why I'm allowing this fight to go on so long, I'm really committed to not long resting yet. I don't want to spend any resources, and I'm treating this fight with extra caution considering if there's a fight where I've recently seen someone lose a run, I'm a little more careful about it. One spell Disintegrate? You could. It's not a spell that I find myself clicking often, but you could. For campcasters, Twin Spelling Drake Throat. If they're only a campcaster, they could also take Dual Wielding to put Elemental Age in somebody else's weapons too. Dual Wielder would have nothing to do with that one, sir. You gotta remember, Drake Throat Glaive's a two-handed weapon. And you can Drake Throat weapons that are on the ground. So you would have people put the weapons on the ground that you want them to target and do that. I have a party with Rogue Barb, Cleric, and Wizard. Who do you think benefits from Ethel's hair most? Depends on what their stats are. If someone has like an odd numbered stat that they don't have plans to even them out with, that person. Hey Elena, how are you? Just want to stop by and say hi? I appreciate that. Always good to see you. Hope you're doing well. No, talking about Flail of Aegis. Oh, right. Flail of Aegis. Yeah, dual wielder Flail of Aegis. You are right. That is very much a thing.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
I need to get some water after this fight. I'm parched. No rule of thumb kind of thing, like it's more efficient, use some strength, etc. I would say that strength is the least efficient use of it in most cases because of how easy it is to boost your strength overall. I'm a big fan of hag hair on either dexterity or charisma because of the mental stats, charisma is the least disadvantageous one. If you're a wizard specifically, there's a pretty good shout for int. If you're a wisdom caster, I still don't think there's a super solid case for wisdom because of wisdom not having that many benefits overall. And clerics and druids in particular don't really care much for having more prepared spells in the way that I think it's impactful for a wizard. Constitution, you could, I guess, but like why? I like dexterity because dexterity is the most impactful stat to boost for a majority of builds in the game. And getting from a +3 dex mod to a +4 dex mod is very big. So that's going on my assassin. There you go. Yeah, I'm a big dex hag hair believer. Gotta get going now. Can make some progress on my 3rd BG3 run in Act 3 right now. Let's go, Twister. Thanks for hanging out. Wizcasters don't have great damage modifiers. The benefit boosting wisdom overall, yeah. Whereas with Charisma, you have Potent Robe, you have Agonizing Blast before getting to like Elemental Augmentation, which is applicable for anyone. And then with Charisma, you also have, it's a lot of dialogue checks, it's your vendor prices, it's just a much better skill. Much better attribute, I should say. My brain is slowly melting. I really need water. Ugh. Wisdom for Ironbind casters. Even in that case, I would say the benefit of increasing that wisdom is less than the benefit of increasing other stats. Because unless you're applying Vuln, it's 1 more damage. Even if you are applying Vuln, it's 2 more damage to go up 1 modifier. Meh. Like, Wisdom's impact on spell save DC, not a huge believer in because, acuity law. But I will say that Wisdom is the hardest of the casting stats to boost. And if you do want to increase it, your options to do so are limited. So, let's say you were at starting 17 Wisdom with the intent of getting to 18 with Hag Hair and then 20 with Mirror of Loss. Perfectly viable. There's cases for that. I'm just less likely to do that than I am other stats. Intelligence is one that I would feel that way about, except Evo Wizard is fucking insane and directly cares about your intelligence, so like that one is entirely Evocation Wizard carried. I have to try out Ironbind Shield, one of my runs, to be honest, but let down, it's not bad, it's something you very much have to specialize in. Ironbind Shield is fucking insane when built into. So Black has done runs with it, Trade and I both have done stuff with it too. Ironbind Shield is crazy. If you want to get hit with Ironbind, you don't need Dex though. That's true. That's true. That's the case for it. I tend to hybrid my retaliation builds, so I'm much more likely to be casting off of charisma. So I would go that route, but like there's absolutely a case for it.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
I'll feel a little safer once more of the needle blights are off the map. I'm expecting a constrict. There's a question, how much of each stat do you need to reach the threshold? I don't understand the question. It depends. Like, I think, again, you're looking for, like, global, like, oh, this is a rule of thumb. There's not many of those. Because, like, what do you need? Like, for strength, 20 is what lets you throw most medium-sized creatures. And to throw heavier medium-sized creatures, you need either 24 or 26. Dexterity, more dexterity, better. Every even number is where you get increase, but dexterity, more dexterity, more gooder.
I don't need any attention right now.
The mental stats depends on what you need. Constitution depends on your comfort.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Call the cap and WoW, like 19 sets out your damage decent, get 20 spikes or something like that. What I mentioned for strength. And then I suppose in the case of dexterity, it depends on what other initiative boosts you have. Your initiative includes your dex mod. So I have +8 right now. 3 of that is coming from having 16 dexterity. If there's a particular enemy that you want to ensure that you guarantee beat them on initiative, well then the amount of dexterity you have is an important part of that map.
Better be cautious.
Dex probably most needed stat in BG3 of all. If you had to quantify one, I would agree with that, yeah.
Another day, another fight.
There are very few retaliation effects that work on all damage taken. Ironbind is one of them. Ironbind, Oakfather's Embrace, though that one is, you know, undead specific. Ironbind is Shillelagh. They tend to be conditional, the ones that do work on all damage taken. You know, the Dark Justiciar Halfplate, the purple one, the retort from that. But that requires you wearing that armor and having Shield of Faith applied to you. Jar and Retribution, yeah. Outside of Storm Sorcerer, Tempest Cleric build, what good level split would be. I'd pure class both of those, rather than multi-classing either of them into each other. But if you were doing that, 6/6. Because the star features of those classes are... it's at 6 for both of them, so...
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Traded 1 Tempest, 11 Storm, 1 Tempest to pick up the gear proficiencies. And then 11 Storm, yeah.
Shouldn't have made
I can get on board with that. I did have a great rest of the stream. Thanks for stopping in, Elena. I appreciate it. Get Destructive Wrath at 1. Destructive Wrath is at 2. Your Channel Divinity, that's at 2. At 1, you get a nice damage retort. You get heavy armor, shield, and martial weapon proficiencies. Of course, you get first level cleric casting, so you get Sanctuary, Guidance, if you take that. Inflict wounds, guiding bolts, all that good stuff.
Try me.
choose an alternative. Yeah, I really value higher level features for each of those subclasses quite a bit. Got hit with Inflict Wounds and Caustic Reprisal, got Draconic Affinity Acid. Oh, that's awesome, actually. That's a real Elemental Affinity W. It makes sense. Makes perfect sense. So yeah, you getting hit with any spell that would trigger Caustic Reprisal would get your Bloodline. That's cool. Probably do with Soul Coins. If I'm not playing as Karlach, I sell them. If you are not using Karlach in combat, they have no function. Wait, huh? So the way it works, Mick and Balls, is retaliation effects are considered part of the attack that made them. So, if someone is hitting you and causing a retaliation effect, the game will look for modifiers that you have that go on that kind of attack that hit you to put on the retaliation effect. So if someone crits you with a dagger and you have Dollar Amaris, Dollar Amaris is like, hey, you crit, it was a weapon attack, here's damage. So similarly, if someone hits you with, let's say, a Ray of Frost, and you have Ironbite Shield active, and you're wearing the Spellmite gloves, the Spellmite gloves look for spell attack rolls that connect it. It sees one. It applies Spellmite to the Ironvine Shield damage to the person who hit you with the spell attack. This is also why earlier in today's stream, I knocked out Minthara by reducing her HP low, then casting Fire Shield, turning on non-lethal, and letting her hit me. She hit me, Fire Shield hit her, I had non-lethal on, a melee attack happened that went through the retaliation effect, Minthara got knocked out.
Can't risk being in open view.
You want to be in the game, can do an attack with proc elemental affinity for cold on Agathis. Yeah, I can't think of one. Hey, Poppy Flower, how are you?
Fall by my hand.
Well, I'm on the fence about any multi-class spellcasters. High-level spells are too good. In general, I'm much more willing to multi-class Wizard for that reason, GG. Because Wizards can still scribe into spell slots they have from combined progression. So, like, for example, if you have 6 levels of Wizard and 5 levels of Cleric, you still have the same spell slots that an 11th level Wizard would have. You don't learn the spells directly, but if you then go out and find, let's say, an Otto's Irresistible Dance Scroll, and you scribe it, you could cast that because you have that spell slot. You just learned it through your scribing instead of learning it on level up. Interesting challenge run. I think so too.
Into the bloody fray. Now this will hurt.
How good's your movement? Progress. To dip in fire again next turn. That's fine. Target is out of sight. How do you figure? Awkward. Go here then. And there's the level. I treated that with a lot of caution. But it was worth it. I gotta go piss girl. I'll be right back. I know I've been live for almost 10 hours, but I still got energy. I'm down to keep going. We just hit level 8. I'll be right back. Isn't it crazy how sometimes you just find food in the bathroom? Like, look, found Chinese food in the bathroom. Sometimes I find bacon. Bathroom ice cream is pretty good. Bathroom ice cream was also my nickname in high school. Alright, Druid level 7. I have been wearing the Ring of Reaction, so freedom of movement, not such a big deal. But knowing Wall of Fire, Conjure Woodland being... Yeah. Second, fourth level spell slot. Stone Skin. Interesting. Learning greater invisibility? That's tempting, actually. For toilet tank defrosting is pretty convenient. What sorcerer stuff cost my Storm Sorcerer? Difficulty in one constantly played indecision. I'm a very indecisive person too, Melkor. And my solution to that with this game has been to do everything. Well, I'm still playing it. A year and a half of 8+ hour streams later. 6 days a week. You got a fridge in the bathroom or something? What do you mean fridge? What's a fridge? The Dominate Beast part of this isn't super useful. But just having greater invis, it's either that or I take... Let's see. Yeah, greater invis is not normally part of the druid spell list. That's why I want it. Cool, now that I'm level 8, vendors will have refreshed again. Not really feeling spendy right now. Oh, let's grab my money back from Shart. If I complete Halsin's mission, I'll be able to bring him to Araj as well. Yeah, that's been my preference with land druid spells. It involves picking up things that druids can't normally do. I like the idea of heat metal. Heat metal, tempestuous flight away. Sounds nice. Spike growth, though. More likely to use that. Good progress so far today. We went from, still in Act 1, having to deal with 2 of the Goblin leaders. We're level 8. Two of the 3 dwarves down. I've done basically nothing in the mountain pass. I convinced Esther to give me money, that's it. If I get access to the crush, I could do that paladin respec. Hit the Zathis. But once I hit the Zathis, I'll be taking advantage of a free long rest involving Lae'zel. So I do want to hold off on that. I'm going to keep in mind about respecing this run. I can't pickpocket, so it's not actually free. It is 100 gold. More food in the camp. Mm-hmm. I needed fuel. Gonna wake up early for work tomorrow. I'm dip for today. Lovely talking to y'all. Thanks for hanging out, Megan Balls. It's been a pleasure. So I was thinking about the Death Shepherd fight. I probably want more spell slots for that. What can I do with 2 first level, 3 first level, and 1 fourth? Don't want to do portal defense yet. One 4th level spell slot does get me a lot of mileage with Moonbeam or Call Lightning. It's just not a lot of wiggle room if I should play it poorly. Go to Moonrise, let's check vendors. There's 2 vendors there that could potentially have speed pots. I did use a lot of speed pots today. I think I used 4. Which, ugh.
I should speak up.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Time to sell more stuff yet? Maybe I can hold off until level 9. Because if I can wait until level 9, then my proficiency bonus will go up. So I'll get a little more of a discount out of Persuasion Proficiency. Though I don't normally have Persuasion Proficiency. Right now I do, thanks to that human elixir. So I should probably take advantage and sell things right now, while I have that. So I won't have it again after long rest, unless I use a hireling to get it again. Or, I suppose I did only bring Will to Araj, I didn't bring Gale yet. It's an option. But we are going to still sell some things. Just the spider silk armor, I don't see myself using it, I don't think, though Let's think about this. Advantage in Constitution. Maybe I keep it for now. I don't have an immediate use for money, so I should hold off on selling here. This chest has the Ring of Exalted Marrow in it. I think this chest is empty. Yeah. How am I going to go about getting the Ring of Exalted Marrow? I have to lockpick it while it's in my inventory. I don't think I can knock things in my inventory. Let's see what Roa and Araj are selling. There's still a fair amount of Moonrise alive that I could kill for more XP towards level 9.
Ever at your service.
And then there's basically the entirety of the Gauntlet of Shar. We're not hurting for things to do. I am currently resource bottlenecked, though. And feeling that. The healing potion supply in particular is looking very bad. I should really start planning how I'm going to deal with Merkel. I've given it essentially no thought. I'd considered coal mining up to level 11 so I could have even more summons and Hero's Feast on all of them. And then just brute forcing him, zerging him down. I'll probably do that. Shadow Lantern will be pretty good there. I can use that to bait, Do I want to put it in the Line of Fire of a Smite? If I somehow get a Radiant Resistance Elixir, then yeah, maybe I'll use the Shadow Lantern for that. We do also have to see if I can still get Infernal Rapier after failing that perception check. I didn't have the chance to talk Mizora into letting Will out of the contract. Boots of Striding has bonus athletics, so I can sell these Githyanki boots now. Let's sell them to Lantar.
We are each of us threads in her design. The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Persuasion ring. Get an extra 1 gold out of that. Let's check Araj. I have a speed pot. If I had a 2nd level spell slot, I would go convince Zarel.
Welcome back, true soul.
I could go drink one of those 2nd level spell elixirs that's laying around. There's one in Act 1, one in the Crush. Or one outside the monastery, to be precise. But then I wouldn't be on my strength elixir anymore, so throwing people around, no go. How many more people do I want to throw around at this point? Not that many targets. I'm open to it. Philro and the Boulette and all the hook horrors are still there. I still haven't saved Balin either because my indecisive ass can't make a decision on how I should handle the noble stock. Yes, the mushroom. Because I can't get it into my inventory to give to Dareth. Which means I could eat it. Just cuz. But like, what if I could get it to Balin without giving it to him? Would he then bring it to Dareth? I don't know. Too many questions.